Thank you, and let's hear what we have on store for closed sessions tonight.
Okay, so we have several closed sessions. First, we have Jose Velasquez versus City of Santa Monica. Then we have Elizabeth, and I'm sorry, I can't pronounce her last name, Gadimuz, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce it, versus City of Santa Monica. Then we have a real property negotiation. It's for 9 parcels at 4th Street and 5th Street in Arizona. Andy Agel, the Director of Housing, is the city negotiator. Under negotiation is interest in real property, terms of ground lease, and the parties are Claret West Development, LLC, and DLJ Real Estate Capital Partners. Then we have one existing litigation, and it's Rogelio Monroe versus City of Santa Monica, Elizabeth Esquives versus City of Santa Monica, Jose Salvador versus the City of Santa Monica, Carlos Esquives versus the City of Santa Monica, Jose Garcia versus the City of Santa Monica, Jericho Richardson versus the city. And then we have John Doe number 1 versus Roe number 1. And then we have John C.U. Doe versus City of Santa Monica, John Moe versus Roe number 1. And then we have John U.T. Doe et al. Versus the defendant Doe 1. And then next we have a list of anticipated litigation. It's claimants RM, EE, JZ, John Doe 1 through 7, AF, CM, JM, JL, CE, JR, and JG. And then finally we have one last, Sean Joyner versus the City of Santa Monica, and you have one request to speak, and it's Nancy Coleman.
Well, at this point, then, if we have a request to speak, we will open a public hearing on the closed session. Who is that request to speak? I don't have it here.
It's from Nancy Coleman. I'm sorry.
From whom?
Nancy Coleman.
Oh, Nancy Coleman. Ms. Coleman, if you come up to the podium. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening, Council, Mayor. I am here today to speak to item 1C. This is a private negotiation for a giveaway of city-owned property to a private developer. With no resident input, the state recently amended the surplus property provisions, and this needs to be considered before a BMF project is allowed access to city-owned property. The original RFP, for which Claret West Development and DLJ Real Estate Capital Partners, was not vetted by residents, nor were the concerns of those who need a park and open space, nor affordable housing considered. I am speaking for myself tonight, but I know that many neighborhood organizations, including my own, SMUCLUC, SMART, and others, are very concerned about this issue. I ask that the negotiation stop right now until the city figures out what the surplus land laws that apply to Santa Monica owned properties can be considered. This is the largest piece of property in the downtown. The city does own it. They used redevelopment funds to get there, and they need to and I ask for your consideration to stop the negotiation until these other issues are warranted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. That concludes the public hearing on the consent calendar. A lot of litigants here and a lot of different agenda items, so I'll turn to the city attorney for an estimate of when we might be back. I suspect it won't be 6:30.
Mayor, I do think it will be 6:30.
Well? Tomorrow morning. You do mean 6:30 p.m. tonight?
I do.
Okay, then. We will adjourn, go into closed session, and we plan to be back here at 6:30. We'll see you then.
Right on the money 2 weeks ago. So.
Well, at 6:58, we're back for the regular city council meeting of February 25th, 2020. And before we do anything more, I want to apologize on behalf of the council for two things. One is we asked a lot of questions in closed session, which is why we're back at 6:58 instead of 6:30. And I also want to apologize for the music you were forced to listen to while we were in closed session. And with that, if the city attorney could report out on our closed session.
Item 1A is Velasquez versus City. Mr. Velasquez filed this lawsuit after suffering an injury as a passenger on a Big Blue bus. The city disputes and denies the claims in the lawsuit, but is recommending settlement to avoid the cost and expense of litigation in the amount of $50,000.
You have a motion on that?
Second.
That has been moved by Councilmember Davis and seconded by Councilmember Winterer. See no questions or desire for discussion, would the city clerk call the roll on that?
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon.
Yes, so that settlement is approved 7-0 by unanimous vote of the city council.
Items 1B, 1D, 1E, and 1F were discussed with no reportable action taken. Item 1C relates to ongoing real property negotiations regarding a proposed development known as the Plaza at Santa Monica on city property located at 4th Street and Arizona Avenue. During the final days of the 2019 legislative session, the California legislature adopted amendments that expanded the reach of the Surplus Land Act, a state law that incentivizes the use of public property for affordable housing and other purposes. The new amendments went into effect on January 1st, 2020. In connection with the adoption of these new amendments, the city has taken a number of proactive steps to confirm the impact of the Surplus Land Act on the ongoing negotiations relating to 4th Street and Arizona Avenue. On December 12th, 2019, the city proactively contacted the developer of the proposed project to understand its views. And on January 23rd, 2020, the city proactively contacted the California Department of Housing and Community Development to seek clarification on whether the Surplus Land Act applies to the underlying negotiations. In response to the city's request, HCD has initially opined that entering the proposed 99-year ground lease for this property would constitute a disposition that could trigger the requirements of the Surplus Land Act. While the city reserves its rights with respect to interpretation of the Surplus Land Act, the city also acknowledges that HCD is the state agency responsible for providing guidance on and initially enforcing the Surplus Land Act. As a result, and based on the initial response from HCD, the city attorney's office now recommends that the city council direct staff to halt the current negotiations regarding the city-owned property at 4th Street and Arizona Avenue, pending any further guidance from HCD. Staff would then return to council on or before April 28th, 2020 in open session for further direction.
That is before the council.
I'll move that we suspend negotiations pending any further information from HCD, and that we come back no later than, what was it, April 28th?
April 28th.
For further direction.
Second. Move.
Okay, so that has been moved by Councilmember Winterer and seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich. Any discussion or questions? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon.
Yes, so that direction to staff is given by unanimous vote of the city council, 7-0.
That concludes the closed session report.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to the two items, I have an adventure to share. Last Saturday, I voted. I want to talk about the new voting system that we have, not just here in Santa Monica, but countywide as well. I have notes here somewhere, but I have many pages in front of me. The in-person voting began last Saturday. I actually went the very first day to see how it was going at the main library, and that is for the May 3rd primary election. So you can vote at the March 3rd primary election The campaign has been long enough. Thank you very much. So the main library in the community room on the second floor is one of the places you can vote. So is Olympic High School and a local business called The Document People on Wilshire Boulevard, I think in the 2900 block. Any of those places are already open every day from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and will be open on Election Day as well. Then, starting this weekend, Saturday, February 29th, you can also go to Jocelyn Park, Marine Park, Virginia Avenue Park, Santa Monica College, the Edison Language Academy, or Santa Monica Place, also from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Now remember, the new deal is this: you don't have to go to your local precinct. You can go to any one of these voting places. In fact, if you live in Santa Monica but work somewhere else, sorry about that, you don't have to come back home to vote. You can vote near your place of work if that's more convenient for you. And the machine will actually pull up your ballot for Santa Monica for your precinct, your home ballot. So this should be a great convenience. We're hoping it'll mean greater turnout from voters. There'll also be a one-day pop-up vote center on Sunday, March 3rd, the Sunday before the primary election day. And that'll be at our Main Street, did I say May again? No, it's on Sunday, March 1st is when the pop-up is happening. The election, sorry. Small type, no glasses. That'll be a one-day pop-up vote center at the Main Street Farmers Market from 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. when that closes. Now, that still leaves people with vote-by-mail ballots, and we know many people prefer to vote that way. If you have a vote-by-mail ballot, you don't need to drop it in a post box. You can drop it off at any of those vote centers, as well as special ballot drop-off spots. And one of them happens to be in the lobby of City Hall. There's also one at the main library and at the Fairview Library. Having mentioned City Hall, I should probably let people who are watching at home know we're not at City Hall. If you're coming down to speak tonight, we're in the east wing of the Civic Auditorium to celebrate Mardi Gras this Tuesday night in February with a City Council meeting. What a way to celebrate. We'll move on now to our two items.
We have a proclamation. It's Women's History Month.
And would Sylvia Gazzarian, the chair of the Commission on the Status of Women, please come forward?
Hi there. How are you? Okay.
Having shown the need for glasses, I will wear them for this. And I'm not going to read the whole proclamation. I think it's my practice has always been to let the people who are receiving the proclamation speak about what they do. But from the city's point of view, this is a proclamation whereas women and girls in the city of Santa Monica of every age, race, class, cisgender and transgender, and ethnic background play a critical economic, cultural, and social role by constituting, of course, a majority of our population, a majority of our college students, and a significant portion of the workforce. Now, on behalf of the members of the City Council, I proclaim the month of March 2020 to be Women's History Month here in the city of Santa Monica. Congratulations. You're here to represent our Women's Commission, Commission on Status of Women. So why don't you tell us something about what you're up to and where you're going?
Okay.
And is there someone to take a photo of us with this proclamation? Let's get that done. Put your hand on the proclamation, that way they can't edit you out of the picture.
Dan, you're too small.
Get Kathy to move to the front. Kathy, you gotta go to the front.
There we go. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you, Liz.
It's all yours.
Okay. Just a few words. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor McEwen and City Council members. The Commission on the Status of Women in the Community recognizes the importance of this proclamation and the Women's History Month national theme this year, Valiant Women of the Vote. 2020 marks the 100th anniversary of the passage of the 19th Amendment, guaranteeing and protecting women's constitutional right to vote. And in honor of the suffragettes who fought for our right to vote, the colors of the suffragette movement, purple, white, and gold, will be used to light up Santa Monica City Hall the entire month of March. These colors represent loyalty, purity, and life that were a part of this movement. Despite the progress women and girls have made over the last century and the countless people and organizations that work tirelessly to level the playing field for women, we are still far from parity. Standing here with me are my fellow commissioners who work alongside me on important issues in collaboration with the community and you. This year, the COSW, in partnership with Mount St. Mary's University, produced a 2019 data report on the status of women and girls in Santa Monica. An abbreviated version of the report is on the back table as well as in front of you, and the full comprehensive report is online at the COSW website. What does our report tell us? It tells us that an equal world is an enabled world. Equality is not a women's issue, it's a business issue. Santa Monica women still earn 78 cents, up from 72 cents reported in 2013 for every dollar male peers earn, with women of color earning significantly less. Gender equality is essential for economies and communities to thrive. When women comprise 53% of the full-time workforce in service occupations, but only 31% in tech occupations, we continue to see hardships and gender disparities. A positive trend to report is that the number of women businesses in Santa Monica increased by 6% since our 2015 report, and that the racial composition among women has become a bit more diverse. We must think each for equal, and by doing so, remember that sexual harassment or assault cannot be tolerated anywhere, anytime. Women deserve equal pay for equal work. We must have family-friendly policies in the workplace to ensure the health and wellness of our communities and future generations. And now, more than ever, we need gender-equal boardrooms, gender-equal government, gender-equal workplaces, gender-equal sports coverage, and gender-equal media coverage. I am hopeful that each of you will read the comprehensive data report and reach out to me to address the pressing challenges we face moving forward and the positive trends. A few of the report recommendations that we worked with Mount St. Mary's include data on human trafficking victims residing in Santa Monica are not readily available. While human trafficking is a problem that transcends the city boundaries, an understanding of survivor demographics at a local level will assist in providing the most helpful services to mitigate and counter a growing national problem. There is a need for more data collection regarding gender wage gaps, gender hiring gaps, and gender promotion gaps in specific industries that predominate in Santa Monica, like the tech sector. A more sophisticated understanding of Santa Monica students, particularly women, facing homelessness and housing insecurity is necessary to ensure fewer students are living in such conditions. I hope that the Santa Monica Council and community will consider creating policies and practices to systematically capture data for people of all genders and voluntarily provide sexual orientation data to allow better analysis of gender disparities in the city, as well as allow a better understanding of the need of non-binary people and LGBTQ people. More deeply examine and address through policy reforms the root causes of women's continuing inequality for Santa Monica residents and why women still earn less than men across occupations, continue to face barriers to entering and having equal opportunity in male-dominated fields, and continue to be overrepresented in lower-paying fields. Continue and expand programming that acknowledge Santa Monica women have greater stress levels and economic concerns than their male peers, along with providing solutions to close these gaps. Continue and expand school programming to effectively deal with youth well-being, anxiety, and depression in the Santa Monica Unified School District, including the specific needs of students who experience harassment or gender-based violence. Continue policy and practice reforms that increase the graduation rates of Latinas and African American girls in the Santa Monica Unified School District, given that the rates remain lower than graduation rates for white and Asian American girls in the district. Thank you again for your ongoing support to Think Equal on issues that affect women and girls in our community. We welcome you to join us at our partner events through the month of March, which we have a brochure about, that are posted on the city website and distributed throughout the community, and to also visit our Women's History Month display at City Hall. We even have a census information booth scheduled on March 14 at Virginia Avenue Park, so I hope you'll join us. Thank you again.
Thank you, and thank you particularly from the council and the community for the work you all did on that excellent report. A lot of really important information there. So congratulations. Women's History Month starts Sunday, month of March. I talked earlier about the importance of voting. There's another way in which it's important that our members of our community participate in the months to come, and that is the city census. And our city manager will be telling us about that if the clerk would call item 2B.
Item 2B is City Manager's Report, the 2020 Census.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Anuj Gupta, Deputy City Manager, and together with Helen Yu, our Policy and Performance Analyst in the Housing and Economic Development Department, it's my pleasure to present to you on the 2020 census and our efforts here in the city of Santa Monica to ensure a complete count this year. So just a quick roadmap of our presentation this evening. We'll begin with an introduction to the census, what it is and why it matters to our community. We will talk briefly about citizenship status and data protection, which are the key concerns of the community and the focus of our outreach this year, given recent events. And we'll provide an overview of our census outreach and education efforts to date and going forward, highlighted by our Complete Count Committee, many of the members of which are here this evening. And we'll provide a look at what's ahead in the next couple of months. March and April are the key months for the actual conduct of the 2020 census, and therefore will be a focus of our outreach efforts to our community as well. So what is the census and why does it matter? The census, of course, is mandated by the U.S. Constitution as the count of every living person in the United States and is required to take place every 10 years. It does take place at the start of a new decade, so our last census was in 2010, meaning that this 2020 is a census year. It is, of course, as the mayor alluded to, a part of our civic duty, like voting and jury service. But unlike voting and jury service, it actually applies to each and every member of our community. It is not based on age, citizenship, nationality. Every member of our community who is alive this year when the time of the census occurs is eligible to be counted, and we want each and every person to be counted. Census data the importance of it really cannot be overstated. It is used to distribute more than $115 billion in federal funding to California alone, and that includes funding in areas that are key to our community, including housing, healthcare, education, and transportation. Of course, the second major use of the census data is to determine each state's number of seats in the U.S. House of Representatives, and it's then, based on that apportionment, the census data is used for the drawing of congressional districts once each decade as well. There have been many published reports in recent months that, given population trends, the state of California may be in a position for the first time ever to actually lose a congressional seat in this current round of redistricting. And that just underscores the importance of ensuring that we do get an absolutely complete count, every single person in our state counted, to ensure that we do have fair and accurate representation in the U.S. House. So just wanted to briefly cover two of the really key topics and concerns that have emerged in recent years related to the census in our community and nationwide. The first, and we have been emphasizing this in all of our outreach, along with our partners in the Complete Count Committee over the last year or so, but there will be no citizenship status question, no citizenship question on the 2020 census. There was a great deal of uncertainty generated due to some decisions initially at the federal level regarding this, but a Supreme Court decision last June conclusively determined that for this year's census, there will not be a citizenship status question on the census. And second, again, given the current climate that we live in, there are a great deal of concerns about privacy and security, and we are emphasizing to our community that participating in the census is essential and it is safe. Federal law, the Title 13 of the U.S. Code specifically, protects the data that is provided to the Census Bureau, and census data that's provided actually has additional layers of privacy protection. I do want to note that for the first time ever this year, the census can be completed online, and that's actually the preferred method that community members are invited to complete, although there will be backups of phone calls, paper, and then eventually for folks who haven't responded, in-person visits by Census Bureau staff as well. But with the online survey, the Bureau is emphasizing, and all of the local governments are emphasizing as well, that it is a secure and encrypted site that is being used. The data that's provided through the site is secure. The Census Bureau does not share information that's collected through the census with any other federal agency or with any state or local agency as well. It is against the law for any census data to be shared with courts, with immigration enforcement, or with the police for law enforcement purposes. And just to underscore, the census data is only used in an aggregate to provide and produce statistical information. So that's a key final point about the use and applicability of the census data. So with that, I will turn it over to Helen Yu.
Thank you for the introduction, Anuj. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We'll take the next few slides to go over the census activity to date. Thank you. Better? Over the past 12 months, city staff, along with our census partners at the national and county levels, have been actively working to reach a complete count in Santa Monica. Our goals for the 2020 census are to promote and educate residents on the benefits of being counted, engage underserved populations which the Census Bureau determines as hard to count, deploy census action kiosks and map census outreach activities, and to establish partnerships. In order to accomplish these goals, city staff has formed a complete count committee consisting of community leaders, which is the vehicle encouraged by the Census Bureau to ensure that every resident is counted in April. Complete Count Committee participants utilize their knowledge to educate the public and maximize participation and response rates through locally based targeted outreach. City staff has launched a number of outreach and engagement efforts to date. This slide shows what we've accomplished so far. I do want to highlight that we have formed our Complete Count Committee and have hosted 2 meetings, as well as formed partnerships with the City of Los Angeles and the City of Long Beach. Recently, the Census Bureau and the American Library Association produced a public service announcement featuring our Main and Pico branch libraries and our principal librarian, Cecilia Tovar. And here is the video.
Libraries are dependent on federal funding, and this is why the 2020 census is so important. I'm a librarian. I oversee the 4 branches in Santa Monica, and I'm a division manager. Libraries are more than books. They offer safe spaces, they offer technology, they offer services in any type of literacy, financial literacy, health literacy, digital literacy. We're just going to meet you where you are. The 2020 census is important because it's a way to understand who we are. It has so much information about your area, your city, your state. Everyone should respond to the census. College students, seniors, people experiencing homelessness. You still need to be counted. We can use those numbers to show the need of the library. In today's world, the community trusts libraries because we are lighthouses. We provide light. I want to make sure libraries are available for everyone.
Next month, city staff will launch additional outreach and engagement efforts that include a feature in the March-April issue of Seascape, presence at the LA Marathon in partnership with the City of Los Angeles, a pop-up at the Virginia Avenue Park Farmers Market hosted by the Commission on the Status of Women, and a county-supported postcard mailing. We hope that all these outreach efforts will set the stage for a complete count in the spring. This is a quick snapshot of how our social media toolkit is being used throughout the city and also with our local partner organizations. I want to take the next few minutes to recognize our Complete Count Committee members and the time and incredible work done thus far to help Santa Monica reach a complete count. Our Complete Count Committee consists of 27 community leaders who make up four subcommittees: an education subcommittee, a community-based organization subcommittee, a faith-based organization subcommittee, and a business subcommittee. It is 100% volunteer-based, and our committee members essentially function as Santa Monica census ambassadors and the trusted census sources in their communities. Each subcommittee has created a work plan to identify targeted outreach and engagement strategies that they will ultimately use to educate our communities. Census education from our Complete Count Committee has already begun and will continue throughout April. As you can see, members of our Complete Count Committee represent a diverse set of organizations and agencies, and we're happy to have some of our members join us tonight. As we move into April, this is the timeline that will show you what's happening next. As you can see, April 1st is designated as National Census Day. This is the day the Census Bureau, as well as the state, county, and local agencies are using to push and encourage communities to respond to their census forms, either online, by phone, or by mail. For those that do not respond by the end of April, the Census Bureau will start conducting follow-up phone calls or in-person visits to households. And with that concludes our city manager's report. Thank you for ensuring all Santa Monicans will be counted in the 2020 census. Next, we'd like to have our Complete Count Committee members come up to the stage to take a photo with our council. And also take questions, if any.
I think we'd like to see who our Complete Count Committee people are. I hope the TV cameras are being able to, you're not exactly all gathered in one spot yet.
Yeah, but they're going to stand in front of you now.
It's like the Red Sea has parted for them.
Mayor, I have a question.
While they're sitting down, I just want to emphasize that all those members of our Complete Count Committee and subcommittees, they're all volunteers. So thank you very much for your participation. Councilmember Winter, you had a question.
I have a question for the staff overseeing this operation. I'm aware that there are political fundraising mailers out there that purport to be official Census Bureau documents but are not. and they're cleverly disguised, but for the fine print down at the bottom. How can we make our community aware that they should not be deceived into thinking they're responding to the census?
Thanks, Councilmember. Yes, we've seen those reports as well, and I think the best we can do is just to hammer home the education to our community through social media, through our Complete Count Committee members, through our multilingual outreach about what is and is not actually a legitimate census inquiry and the timing of it. So we're including in our communications when the census mailers will start to go out, and also specific information to folks about if you get a knock on your door, if you haven't responded by April, who is an authorized Census Bureau official. So I think we're doing everything we can in our messaging and our education to push back against that misinformation, and I think also working with our media partners to do the same as well.
So if we're actually able to get our hands on physical examples of some of those somewhat deceptive efforts, could we push those out through social media as a cautionary tale to people?
Absolutely. We can work with our communications team to get the word out about the sort of deceptive efforts going on out there.
Great. Thank you.
The other side of that issue, though, is I really want to urge people to be looking for these census documents in the mail. Please don't start throwing mail away thinking it's just another political mailer or something. This is a crucial count of every person in our country, every person in our city, every person in your neighborhood, on your block, and in your household. So we want to make sure this does happen. Please be looking for these mailers. Be careful not to respond to frauds, but please be looking for the official U.S. Census documents. Are there any other questions? Does that complete the city manager's report? It appears that it does. Will the clerk now ask if any of our council members have reports on travel?
Does anyone have any brief reports on travel since the last meeting?
Been a quiet time for travel, but the weather in Santa Monica is about as good as it gets, so staying at home is not that bad an idea. Council, on tonight's consent calendar, we have some items, or at least one, that involves the redevelopment successor agency as well. So is there any objection to our combining the council and the redevelopment successor agency for the purposes of the consent calendar? So we can hear it all at one time. Seeing no objection, would the clerk please call the roll and announce the payment for the redevelopment successor agency?
Okay, so before I call the roll, I'd like to announce for the redevelopment successor agency, you received no payment. And now I'll go to the roll call for so agency member Moreno?
Yeah, here.
Agency member Himmelrich?
Here.
Agency member Davis?
Here.
Agency member Winter?
Here.
Agency member Hara?
Here.
Chair Pro Tem O'Day?
Present.
And Chair McKeown?
Here. So both the City Council and the redevelopment successor agency are present. You got a two for tonight. And would the clerk please call the consent calendar?
Yes, we have the consent calendar. All items will be considered, all items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and you have one request to speak.
We do indeed, so we'll open the public hearing on the consent calendar with Denise Barton. And Ms. Barton is making her way to the microphone. Good evening.
Good evening. Regarding the City of Santa Monica's investment policy, I must again point out what hypocrites you are, trying to promote your image under Section 17, Socially Responsible Investing, where it states, investments are made in entities that support clean and healthy environment, including following safe and environmentally sound practices. As you know, I can say this is a lie. Considering my current affordable housing building at the Chelsea 1318 2nd Street uses the cleaning product Fabuloso, which has enough environmental rating and should not be put into the environment at all, but has been used in mass in the common areas of the building for 8 months now, unfettered. Or my original affordable housing at AO Apartments at 2020 Colorado, which had mold and other environmental toxins. So I say that your actions speak louder than your words, not supporting a clean and healthy environment. Then on item 3E, I really do have to ask why the staff report doesn't include the entire cost of the program, aka lowballing. Because due to the staff report, it would appear this program only costs $80,000 a year. But if you add in the $160,000 a year for the EMS coordinator, the actual cost of the program is closer to $250,000. In addition, it would also appear that the residents are now financially responsible for this part of city staff and management's health care, which can be seen under the financial impact and budget action seeking funding approval from the Self-Insurance Compensation Fund, which if you look at attachment A for item 8B tonight, you will see the extreme expense of the Self-Insurance Compensation Fund of almost $2.25 million for financial year 2020 to 21. And this after the residents had to pay for your bad CalPERS investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. That closes the public hearing on our consent calendar tonight. Council, are there any items anyone would wish to pull for discussion or recusal? Seeing none, the motion to adopt would be...
Sorry, I'd like to pull 3A.
Oh, you'd like to pull 3A. Are there any other items that council members would like to pull?
I will move the remainder of the consent calendar excluding item 3A.
That's appropriate. Is there a second? So it's been moved by Councilmember Winter and seconded by Councilmember Davis to adopt the entirety of the consent calendar with the exception of item 3A. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Agency Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Agency Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Agency Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Agency Councilmember Hemmerich.
Yes.
Agency Councilmember Morena.
Yes.
Chair Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
And Chair Mayor McKeon.
Yes.
Okay, so next we have item 3A, which is approval of modification to agreement with Shay J to provide exclusive concession services for Tonga Park.
Just for the record, the remainder of the consent calendar is approved by unanimous vote of the City Council. Mayor Pro Tem O'Day, you're the one who pulled it.
Thank you. Yeah, I am certainly a fan of Shay J and its position here in the park, but I just want to talk, I want to hear about the process to get to this agreement to extend the lease term and how that works for us and how we do that as a city.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jason Harris, the city's Economic Development Manager, representing this item tonight. As the staff report indicates, the city is currently in a 5-year agreement with Shay J. As you may recall, the city purchased the property as part of the purchase of the Tonga Park property from the RAND Corporation. It is a legacy landmarked business in the city. And during its operating tenure, they built a patio on the rear of the property. The city recognized that through a lease modification that they're currently under. In recognition of the park's improvements to Tonga Park and other parks, there's a desire from the Community and Cultural Services Department to add concessions to parks where there are opportunities. Tonga Park, with the adjacency of this business, was identified as a possibility. Staff spoke with the operators if they would be inclined to add concessions such as a takeout window and kids menus, recognizing the adjacency of the patio to the playground at Tonga Park. In recognition for their commitment in operational improvements to both the business and equipment, in association to the concessionaire recognition, there was also an associated extension of lease term recognizing the improvements in cost being made by the business, as outlined in the staff report. With that, I'd answer any follow-up questions that you may have.
Sure. So we've run this now for, this agreement has gone for 5 years, and it just happens to coincide that we were interested in adding concessions to it, and it coincides with the length of the term of that lease now?
Correct.
Okay. And I know that there's a lot of interest as well on the opposite side of the park, still on Ocean Ave, related to the French fries issue and that vendor there. And I wonder how this agreement, how do we decide to extend this specifically to Shay J?
Certainly. So to maybe explain maybe the operations in the area. So so Tonga Park obviously is the park itself within the right-of-way bounded by Colorado and Ocean. Really not even Colorado because that's separated by the freeway. So really Main Street, Ocean, the inside of Olympic Drive, and the I-10 freeway effectively. So that's the concessionaire in Chez. Then additionally, you speak to a secondary food service operator, which is on the corner of Ocean and Colorado. That sits within the city's right-of-way in the sidewalk area, and now abating probably going on 4 years. The city licensed the right-of-way to downtown Santa Monica, who in turn issued a request for proposal, selected the French fry vendor that you're referencing. To activate that corner, we were seeing some public nuisance activity. There's a large public gathering of pedestrians coming down from Metro to that area. So those uses actually work separately, somewhat in tandem of creating amenities and activation. And then, as you all may also realize, there is now sidewalk vending legalized in California, and that is now an additional use which isn't directly being governed. There's a permitting process, but not necessarily directly governed as these uses are. And that use is just more entrepreneurial and activation happening along Esplanade or throughout other areas. In the immediate adjacency to the entrance to the Pier Bridge, there is a restriction of stationary vending. So it's a balancing act of allowing activation through food concessions, such as the Chez and the French fry vendor, and separate from sidewalk vending that you may see, which is more just pop-up and entrepreneurial in action.
So just to be clear then, this does not apply to that space in front of the park.
Correct. So this Chez is really just servicing the park. In addition to just recognizing them as a concessionaire, they're making the necessary operational improvements to add associated food choices, not only for just the public at large, but specifically for children. So having a children's menu.
But then per the state law, food vendors can operate in the park.
So
anyway.
Having a concessionaire arrangement in a park does allow the city to restrict stationary vending. We haven't actually seen any, well, we've seen light stationary vending occur, really more of sundry items, be it games and hats, but not necessarily stationary food vendors at this time. But yes, you're correct, council member, that the recognition of having a concessionaire in the park would allow for the ability to prohibit stationary vendors if the activity so arose.
And just so I understand the difference between stationary and mobile, the Fry Guy, they have wheels on it, but they don't move so much.
Correct. That would be considered stationary. However, in this case, they're actually under a sub-license arrangement, and would be an atypical stationary in the regards that it's actually a mobile food truck that's just permanently parked on the interim.
Okay.
I'm happy, Mayor Pro Tem, a roaming sidewalk vendor is one who moves from place to place and stops only to complete a transaction. A stationary sidewalk vendor is going to be anyone who's vending from a fixed location. So it would include stationary vendors short of, for example, the fry stand.
Got it. Okay.
Councilmember Hemmerich, having the mic on.
Sorry. I have one more question. So does Chez typically pay their monthly rent or their percentage rent?
They have a percentage rent arrangement, and the percentage rent.
I see they have two alternatives, right?
So percentage rent, they tenants that have, and typically food service tenants or food service tenants with alcohol, we typically have percentage rent arrangements. They have both a base rent as well as a percentage rent if they hit and achieve gross sales over a certain threshold.
Well, I'm just looking, it says that their monthly rent is the greater of $2,125 a month or then the percentage, right?
Correct.
So I'm guessing they must pay the percentage.
That's the break point, and they have been doing well, and so they do pay a percentage rent on their gross sales, and as well as if they have any film rentals, which they've been getting a fair amount of.
So we would expect that to go up?
Yes.
Thank you.
We do.
If there are no more questions on item 3A, are there any motions?
I move 3A.
Second.
All right, so consent calendar item 3A has been moved by Councilmember Himmelrich and seconded by Councilmember Har. Are there any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk would please call the roll of both the, I guess this one is just the city council.
Yes. Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon?
Yes. So item 3A is approved by unanimous vote of the city council, and redevelopment successor agency members, since you didn't get to vote on that and since you won't be needed again until item 8 on the budget, I'm going to recess that agency for the moment, but please don't go away. You will be called back to order soon. We'll move on to ordinances. Item 7A.
Item 7A is the second reading and adoption of an interim zoning ordinance extending interim zoning ordinances number 2557 and 2566 CCS, which replace the term medical marijuana dispensary with medicinal cannabis retailer throughout the city zoning ordinance, Chapter 9.01 through Chapter 9.52 of Article 9 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code. Created a definition for medicinal cannabis retailer to replace the definition for medical marijuana dispensary to conform with state law. Remove certain requirements for separate regulations. Remove certain requirements from medicinal cannabis retailer for consistency with state law and to allow for separate regulation and rulemaking, and modify the definition of industry limited to allow for medicinal cannabis light manufacturing.
There being no public hearing on second readings, the matter is before the council.
Move. Second.
That's been moved by Councilmember Winter and seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich. I don't see any questions or discussion. The clerk will call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day? Yes. Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon?
Yes. So the ordinance in item 7A is adopted on second reading by unanimous vote of the City Council. That moves us to 7B.
Item 7B is introduction and adoption of an emergency interim zoning ordinance allowing the establishment and regulation of public safety facilities as a permitted use in some beach areas within the open space zoning district. And you have 2 requests to speak.
And our presentation will be coming from whom? Do we have a presentation from a member of the staff?
Hold on, Liz, I got it.
Okay.
Do you have it? I don't see the presentation on here.
I do not see it.
I dropped it into the
I do not have it.
Okay, it was in the citywide share?
For those of us who aren't here tonight or watching on TV, we are in the east wing of the Civic Lot at City Hall tonight, so some of the technology is not as hardwired as it might be.
Okay. Should be in the council PowerPoint box, if you're able to get that.
You have to submit it before and then we load it up.
I did. It was submitted into the council PowerPoint box. If,
Well, would it be possible for us to move forward with that PowerPoint?
well,
I don't think so.
Okay, we'll try Plan B.
are we able to connect another computer, or shall I just do the USB drive?
Yeah, if you have the USB, you can plug it in.
I would suggest we move ahead to another item, but the next item is rather lengthy, so that would probably tie staff up for quite a while.
Okay. Well, do you want me to, maybe I can skip the PowerPoint. And
Yeah, just do a powerless point.
The power, I'll power through a PowerPoint and you can just imagine what I'm showing you. Okay. Let's do back because this looks great, but I'm sorry. Okay, so good evening. I'm Liz Barrell from the City Planning Division. And the item before you is, as read by the city clerk, is an emergency interim ordinance
to allow public safety facilities in the open space zoning district. The background here is that the city's fire station network, which covers all city locations, some data that was received, a study that the fire department did, looked at the pier in the North Beach area of the city and found that it was more difficult to reach than other locations due to traffic and geographic separation. And fire department data demonstrated a lower response times in those areas than in other parts of the city. So the fire department launched a pilot study at 1100 Palisades Beach Road to look at whether they could improve service. They're using a former commercial space along with some trailers and other surface parking area, and it includes special vehicles to reach locations on sand and via the bike path. So the study was done over the summer when the need is highest, and they had very good results. The fire department found that response times were reduced by 23%, that's a minute and a half, and response times to the pier in particular were reduced by more than 2 minutes, so that was 34%. There's neighborhood support and positive impact also on other city fire stations. So, right. So the fire department is interested in continuing having this use on the location, at this location, 1100 Palisades Beach Road. So the location is zoned as open space, and the open space or OS zoning district does not permit public safety facilities. And so as a result, in order to leave this station remaining as either a temporary or a permanent use, there needs to be some adjustment to the code in order to allow this, to make it a code allowed use. So due to the improved response time, and because there's an interest not in having no gap in service for the station, it was determined to be necessary for the public safety to continue to provide a station at this location, and that justifies the findings for this emergency interim ordinance. So in general, the open space zoning district preserves land area for recreational activities. The beach is the largest open space district in the city, and none of the land use districts actually along the coast permit public safety facilities, so there isn't really an alternative to have one near the open space in this particular area of the city. And so therefore it was recommended, the staff is recommending that the use be permitted, but based on certain standards to assure compatibility with the surrounding use. So some of the recommended standards, which are also in your staff report before you, are a determination of necessity by the fire department, fire or police chief, and finding that the surrounding area is underserved. A maximum site area, so we don't want these uses to be more than 15,000 square feet. A maximum height of 1 story, but in the case of a fire station, 1 story might be up to 20 feet in order to accommodate high-profile fire vehicles. No intrusion into the beach or into pathways. We are recommending that these uses only be permitted on existing paved or landscaped areas and not to impact the beach and bike ped path. We also think that that will be an important consideration for the Coastal Commission, which also needs to approve uses in the beach area. Further standards that are recommended are that it may be located in an existing parking area, which would reduce parking, but subject to a study that demonstrates that there's no impact on meeting visitor parking demand. Again, another important consideration both for the city and for the Coastal Commission. Designed for safe circulation, so a mobility division approval on a circulation plan would be required, and that we are also recommending that this temporary use be approved through a zoning conformance review, which would allow it more time than a temporary use permit. So with that, our recommendation, as is in the staff report, is that the City Council introduce and adopt an emergency interim zoning ordinance allowing public safety facilities as a permitted use in some beach locations within the open space zoning district and establishing interim standards to ensure land use compatibility. Thank you.
Does the council have any questions at this time for Ms. Bartle? Councilmember Winter.
So you've been working hard on updating our local coastal plans so that we don't have to regularly go to the Coastal Commission for approval for things within the coastal zone. So if we moved ahead with this evening, can we reach back and incorporate this into the things we presented to the commission, or how does that work?
This would be consistent with the local coastal, the local coastal program land use plan as it's already drafted, because it's much more general. It doesn't get into all of the specific uses. And in the open space zoning district, the LUP allows for, in general, public uses. So public safety facilities would fall into that category, and therefore we determined that there would be no issue with the land use plan of the.
Excellent answer. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions from the council, so thank you very much. We will now open the public hearing on item 7B. Oh, there was a question. Okay, I have to apologize to my colleagues. We do not here in the East Wing of the Civic have the usual way of notifying when we have a question, so you have to wave and get my attention. I didn't overlook you.
All right. Thank you, and thanks for your report. You gave a number of requirements, and I assume that all of those requirements were met, hence the recommendation?
Right. So you mean for the interim facility?
Yes, right.
The interim facility would be consistent with all of these requirements.
Got it. Okay. And the determination of necessity, what determines necessity? Is it the public safety? Is it the meeting the conforming land use requirements?
Yeah. So the proposed language in the ordinance before you is that either the fire department or the police department chief would be able to determine necessity if they found that the surrounding area was underserved. So in this case, being a fire department or fire station, if the fire chief finds that there is a necessity for this use in this area, that's what it would take.
Got it. Okay. And just one more question. In regards to the improvements that we're making, are you evaluating the improvements, or are you looking at strictly the zoning?
In this emergency ordinance, this is strictly zoning.
Got it.
In order to facilitate a further evaluation through a zoning conformance permit or zoning conformance review.
Got it. So at that point, then planning would take it and then evaluate all of the building and safety components.
Right, and be able to give it a permit.
Got it. Based on
everything
those
good.
requirements. Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
Checking more carefully this time for further questions from the council. And seeing none, thank you very much. We will now open the public hearing on item 7B. I have two requests to speak. The first is from Kelsey Kroon, and the second is from David Parker. Mr. Parker, if you would stand up, be prepared to speak. Ms. Kroon, before you begin, I have a little confusion here in the request to speak. You asked for 2 minutes, but you also had 2 minutes to be donated to you by a Walter Gonzalez. Is Mr. Gonzalez here?
I think I'll just be 2 minutes. I just wanted a little buffer.
Well, he's here, so if you need more than 2, you've got the right.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening. My name is Kelsey Kroon. I'm here in support of...
Could you come closer to the mic?
Yes, and I'm here in support of Engine 7's permanency. They're doing a phenomenal job setting records of getting to the scene of an accident or medical emergency in 4 minutes versus over double that in the prior station. The difference between life and death is a matter of minutes. I know this because I lost my dad in an accident. He was only 55 years old, and if first responders had gotten to him sooner, I would still have a father. Sorry.
It's okay, take your time, we're here for you.
Hence the buffer. Okay, I've witnessed terrible accidents on the PCH, and no one should deal with the grief of losing a loved one tragically. Sorry. The pilot program has proven successful. Hundreds of lives have been saved due to this program. We need the resources for Engine 7. I know you all care about safety and the people that you serve, so I implore you to do the right thing. It is unconscionable not to have a rapid response unit near the pier and PCH in these dangerous areas to be able to quickly arrive to the rescue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Groom. We're sorry for your loss. Next is David Parker.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Forgive my wearing of a cap. It's no sign of disrespect. I'm protesting the Houston Astros cheating the Dodgers out of the 2017 World Series. No, not really. I actually, my head is scarred from radiation and surgery for cancer treatment that I've been receiving over the last few years. I'm actually a fairly new resident to Santa Monica. In the last 19 months, I moved here to be part of a clinical trial that thus far is actually saving my life. A couple of times over this last 19 months, skilled firefighters and paramedics have come to my apartment on 20th Street and carried my failing body to the hospital on Wilshire and saved my life. I'm here to speak towards the funding of the location on the beach near the pier. One of the advantages of moving to Santa Monica is that suddenly for our grandchildren who are scattered around, we're a much more desirable location to visit, certainly much more than Lancaster where we used to live. And so the result of that is, of course, we go to the beach every day with our grandchildren, and of course for me, every day is a gift. Truly, it's a gift. So the issue of public safety, the issue of kind of rapid response to need, that's something very kind of close to me. And I know that you know that the decision you make, many of them are life and death. They truly are. But this one genuinely is also. So I'm just encouraging that prioritization of public safety and that really is represented by expanding services rather than contracting them. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, and I'll be sure to convey that comparison with Lancaster to their mayor, Rex Paris. So, Council, that closes the public hearing, puts the matter before us. Just for the record, this is about not funding, but about zoning for the station. Councilmember Winter.
I will move the staff recommendation that we introduce the emergency interim zoning ordinance.
Second.
That has been moved by Councilmember Winter and seconded by Councilmember Himmerich. Are there any other requests to speak or discuss on this? If not, we'll go to a roll call vote, please. Oh, there is? Okay, again, I'm sorry, I can't always see everybody all the time. You're behind each other from my point of view.
Quite all right. I'm terribly sorry about that, too. I actually, I know that we are talking about the zoning, and that's really what we want, but so I wanted to ask a question back to our staff, if you please. I know that you were asked previously that if everything was met with the pilot program, so are we hoping that by changing this, we're going to be moving forward to a permanent?
Probably not the right question for me. We are, with this ordinance, making it possible for the council to make that decision in the future by having the zoning having this kind of use be consistent with the zoning. Should the council in the future decide to have a fire station, the zoning would not be an issue anymore. But whether that decision is made is not what what this particular staff is looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that was the clarification I was making. We're not funding a fire station. We're not deciding on a fire station. We are making a zoning choice that in the future opens the option of our having a fire station.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or discussion? Roll call vote on item 7B.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon?
Yes, so 7B passes unanimously by a 7-0 vote of our City Council, and that'll move us on to EVs and item 7C.
Item 7C is electric vehicle charging reach code amendments for new construction, and you have no request to speak.
But it looks like we do have Ms. Vito coming to give us a staff report, so good evening.
Good evening, council members, mayor. Ariana Vito, where I work in the Office of Sustainability and the Environment. And, let's see. Is there a clicker or is it just? Okay. Anyways, hi everyone. So tonight I'll be reviewing our recommended local amendment to the state building code in order to increase EV charging infrastructure required for all new construction as a mechanism to support greater EV adoption throughout the city. And so on the agenda for tonight, I'm going to first review the goals of the REACH code and some background related to this process. I'll review the existing state requirements under Cal Green, which is the state's green building code. And then I'll go over our proposed requirement, which is a REACH code beyond the existing state code. And then we'll go into the adoption and outreach processes related to getting to this point. And so under the EV charging goals and background, I'm going to look at the relations to EV access and our climate goals, also the state and local EV adoption rates, and then look at cost savings and some of the upfront costs related to increasing the levels of EV charging infrastructure during the new construction process. And so why an EV charging REACH code? The goal, of course, is to increase access to both residential and non-residential EV charging by reducing both the costs and the time to install EV chargers. And so this is essentially a more equitable way to increase access to EV charging for both current and future tenants by reducing the cost there that would be incurred in the future when there's no charging access in the existing buildings. And so the outcomes are related to reducing carbon emissions and improving our air quality, which are outlined in our climate action and adaptation plan and our EV action plan. And then how do we get there? It involves amending Article 8 of the Municipal Code in order to adopt local amendments to the state's green building code. And so in addition to reaching our local goals, this is falls under some of the goals in the overarching state legislation, notably SB 350, which requires the state to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% below 1990 levels by 2030 and 80% below those levels by 2050. And one of the key strategies under that legislation is promoting transportation electrification. Also at the state level, we have an executive order introduced by the governor's office a couple of years ago, which aims to have 5 million zero emissions vehicles on the road by 2030. We're currently at around 665,000, so still a ways to go. And also under this executive order is a goal of reaching 250,000 zero emission vehicle charging stations by 2025, and we're currently at 18,000. So this proposed requirement that I'm discussing today is just one piece of the puzzle to help accelerate EV adoption, but I just note that this falls under that umbrella. And as you're all familiar, vehicle transportation is our largest component of emissions throughout the city, and our climate action adaptation plan strives to reach 80% carbon emissions reduction by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050 or sooner. So again, this just falls in that umbrella of reducing emissions related to transportation. And we know that one of the major barriers to increasing EV adoption is having convenient charging access, which would be, or which is preferred to be in the home or workplace. And this slide will be familiar to you, but I included it again because I received 2019 electric vehicle registration data from the DMV since last time I was here last month. So this is just to show we're still on an upward trajectory of increasing the percentage of electric vehicles within the city. We're now at about 4.3% adoption. So also still a long way to go, but there will, there is a projected continued increase, and those increased vehicles will need a place to charge. So increasing the amount of charging infrastructure will help get there. And a large component of creating these electric vehicle charging reach goals is the cost savings attributed with requiring the infrastructure up front during the new construction process versus retrofitting after the fact. So there are a number of reports that have come out by the state and provided for different cities looking into adopting similar policies, and one of the estimates by the California Air Resources Board is that it tends to be around 3 times as expensive to add the charging infrastructure as a retrofit, so in an existing building, versus during new construction. And then another estimate provided for a report for the city of Oakland is that the incremental cost, or sorry, the savings per space is around $500 to $5,000, depending on the building type and the extent of the electrical circuit provided. And so increasing the requirements does, of course, add a cost to the development process. For parking garages, it's estimated to be around $280 a space. Lots, it's around $760 per space. But then when you look at the average cost increase per multifamily unit, it's around 0.1 to 0.5% of the total cost of building that unit. And so those costs include both the transformer and the electrical panel and raceway and everything included in there. And this is just a table representing what I just discussed, and this is an estimate provided for a couple utilities up north. And this scenario is assuming that 75% of the parking spaces are what's known as EV ready, which is essentially all of the charging infrastructure minus the charger. And assuming a quarter of that is level 1, which is just a 110 volt outlet. So you can see the cost per space for new construction is around $1,400. For a 60-unit multi-unit dwelling, and for retrofit, it's about 3 times that. And that pattern follows for most of these other examples on this table. And so I'm going to go into the existing state requirements under CalGreen. CalGreen is short for the California Green Building Standards Code. And so we're going to be talking specifically about Title 24, Part 11. So I'm going to go over the definitions in the state code and then also the mandatory residential and non-residential requirements. So the state code refers to EV charging spaces, which are also fall under a category known as EV capable. And so these are spaces intended for future installation of charging equipment. And I just included a diagram here of all the different components related to supporting electric vehicle charging. So it has the transformer, meter panel, conduit, outlet, and I'll go into later which category involves the different components of infrastructure. And then EVSC refers to electric vehicle supply equipment, which is essentially the conduit and wiring and the outlet. So right now, the existing state building code for residential requires that there be one EV-capable space per unit in single-family buildings and duplexes. In multifamily buildings, 10% of the total parking spaces are required to be EV-capable. And this is actually a significant increase from the last code cycle, which required 3%. So it's good to see that the latest code cycle, which took effect in January of this year, is a significant increase, but still not anywhere where it needs to be in order to meet those ambitious state and local climate and EV adoption goals that I talked about earlier. And then the hotel and motel requirement is about 4 to 6% EV-capable spaces, with an average of around 6% depending on the number of parking spaces in the building. And then for the non-residential requirements, the number of required EV-capable spaces varies based on the total number of parking spaces, but I just added a column to the table that the state code has just to represent the percentage of the total parking spaces. So it averages around 4 to 10% of the total parking spaces in all non-residential new construction that's required to be EV-capable. And local REACH code adoption, so cities and counties are allowed to adopt REACH codes that go beyond the state's minimum requirements, and as long as they report findings related to local climatic, geological, or topographical conditions. And so typically when we're looking at REACH codes related to building electrification or EV adoption, the findings relate to climate change mitigation and the impact that increasing the amount of cleaner transportation sources and how that relates to reducing the impacts of extreme heat events, drought, sea level rise, and wildfire, for example. And so the process is to file an adopted resolution and ordinance with the state California Building Standards Commission after it's adopted by the local council. And next I'll get into what our actual proposed requirements are. So I'm going to go over the definitions that we're using in our proposed amendment, as well as the different EV readiness categories. And then I'll go into the percentages that we're recommending, and we'll take a look at other REACH code examples from municipalities in different, throughout the state. So the local definitions, there are a few, so bear with me. The first one, going in order of most stringent to least stringent, you could think of it as. So the first one is EV charger installed, which is exactly as it sounds. So it's all of the electrical equipment to support EV charging, including the actual charging unit. And then one step below that is known as EV ready. So that's full circuit, so 208, 240 volt outlet, 40 amp panel, and it's ready to go for a charger. And then a step below that is what's required by the state, which is EV capable, which is essentially EV ready but without the breaker. And then one step below that is raceway or conduit equipped, which is literally just the raceway or conduit, so no additional panel capacity is required. And this table just breaks down those categories I just mentioned so that you can see the actual components that are involved in each different category. So again, EV charger installed has all of the different components listed there. EV ready, everything but the charger. What the state requires, everything but the breaker and the charger, and then all the way down to the raceway or conduit equipped, which just has the conduit running to the parking space that it's intended to serve for future EV charging. And so the most exciting slide is our actual proposed requirements. So I have on the left what the state is currently requiring, and then the different categories and percentages that we're recommending. So for single family, it's pretty much the same as the state code, except just one step above, which is EV ready rather than EV capable, so that the breaker is already there. So if someone has an EV, moves into the building, they just need to install the charger. And then for multifamily, rather than having just 10% EV capable, we're recommending having 10% of the total parking spaces actually have the EV charger installed, so they're ready to go when tenants move into the building. And then in addition to that, we're proposing to have 10% of the parking spaces be EV ready, so that they're ready when the future demand is there. Someone can just purchase a charger and be able to charge their vehicle. And then for the remaining 80% of the parking spaces, we're recommending that they be raceway or conduit equipped, so that there's raceway or conduit running to every single parking space, so that you don't run into the issue of having, someone with a dedicated parking space who isn't lucky enough to have the conduit and infrastructure going to their space, and so then they're kind of out of luck or have to negotiate with their HOA or go through all of that hassle. So that's for multifamily. And then moving down to hotel or motel, we're recommending 10% of the parking spaces have the unit EV chargers installed, and an additional 30% be raceway or conduit equipped in order to eventually serve 40% of the parking spaces. For office facilities, it's the same as hotel motel, except there's an additional 10% EV readiness requirement. And this is because at offices, typically you have longer dwell times, which are conducive to lower charge rates that can be supported by expanding charging to more parking spaces, and you also can take advantage of more renewable energy being available on the grid during the daytime. So it's good to have a balance of both supporting charging at night as well as during the day during workplace. And then for all other non-residential building types, we're recommending 10% EV charger installed and another 30% raceway or conduit equipped. And the last three line items there with the asterisks, we're also recommending to have a DC fast charging option. So that would allow for up to 5 required level 2 charging stations. Level 2 is just the standard 240 volt station. If someone wanted to take advantage of this option, they could replace up to 5 of those level 2s with a DC fast charger. So this might be a good option for a property owner that will have more turnover or doesn't want people hanging out for 8 hours to charge their vehicle. So that's included as well. And then I just listed here some examples from other cities that have adopted similar types of EV reach codes. So most recently, the city of Los Angeles passed their own reach code, requiring also 10% of the parking facilities to have a charger installed, and then an additional 20% to be EV ready. And then there's other iterations of that in West Hollywood, Berkeley, San Jose, and a number of other cities throughout the state. So it's good to see a lot of movement on this front. And now I'll just go over how we developed these recommendations, some of the outreach and engagement, and the stakeholder feedback that we received. So in developing this recommendation, we really wanted to maximize the public benefit and access to EV charging while considering the economic impacts of increasing significant additional levels of electrical equipment. So I reviewed a lot of the state technical reviews and also some of the cost effectiveness reports available, and then reviewed all of the other reach codes that have been passed within the state. We had community outreach process, which I'll go over on the next slide. A lot of interdepartmental collaboration within the city, so reviewing different ideas and combinations of the different categories with our building and safety and planning, mobility, and city attorney's office. And then we received feedback from the Building and Fire Life Safety Commission back in October, and they actually recommended going beyond our initial proposal, which was 20% EV ready and 30% EV capable, and they recommended providing or expanding the recommendation to allow access to 100% of the parking spaces in multifamily buildings. So we went back and revised our proposal and got some more feedback and presented to them again in January, and they moved to approve our recommendation. Then here we are at City Council tonight, and if adopted, the recommended amendment would be filed with the State Building Standards Commission and take effect at least 30 days after that. And then for our outreach and engagement process, so there was a lot of city-to-city collaboration that took place over the past couple of years with some of these cities mentioned here. And it was really useful to talk to colleagues in a lot of the other cities to see how their processes went, what some of the stakeholder feedback was, how they worked with other divisions within their cities. So I worked with a lot of them to kind of figure out what would work best for Santa Monica. And then we held 4 stakeholder workshops over 2019 and earlier this year. Had a lot of architects, developers, energy modelers, as well as other participants, and representation from Southern California Edison. We partnered with the U.S. Green Building Council LA chapter for our last stakeholder workshop in January and had about 60 to 70 participants at that event, which was great. Representation from BOMA, Greater LA. And then we got feedback from our electric vehicle subcommittee and task force on the environment, both of which were supportive of the recommendation. And then we're planning to have another stakeholder workshop in this spring to review the adopted building electrification code and hopefully EV reach code. And then the next step would be to conduct some more outreach and communications to make sure that planners and designers are aware of the new requirements. For example, creating a one-pager. I just included this as an example from our friends in West Hollywood, just as something that would be easily accessible and available to really convey the changes in the new code. And just to highlight some of the feedback from the stakeholder workshops and commissions, largely there was very strong support for the increased requirements because folks really recognize the need to have higher percentages of charging infrastructure already in buildings. You know, obviously new construction is a small percentage of the building footprint in all of our cities, but it's best to take advantage of that opportunity to provide that infrastructure up front since the cost is so much less lower than in the future. And there was some initial concern about the cost and space requirements for adding significant levels of additional transformers and electrical capacity. But we were able to reduce those concerns or mitigate those concerns by shifting some of the requirement from EV capable to conduit and raceway equipped. And then we had feedback from the Building and Fire Life Safety Commission, as I mentioned, to expand the initial proposal to 100% EV charging access in multifamily buildings. And so by replacing a percentage of the initial iteration with conduit and raceway equipped spaces and allowing essentially people can take advantage of an energy management system option, which allows you to utilize 20% EV-ready panel capacity to supply 100% of the parking facilities. So you can reduce the load down because, especially in residential where you have vehicles parked for long periods of time, you don't need every single vehicle to be charging at 30 amps. You can reduce that load significantly through an energy management system, but still achieve the same goal of supplying charging to all of the parking spaces if and when that demand is there. So our recommendation is to adopt the resolution that provides the findings necessary to adopt the local amendments to the State Green Building Code and to introduce for first reading the ordinance for adopting the local amendments to support increased access to EV charging. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that very comprehensive and detailed report. I'm not sure that left any room for any questions from the council. Are there any? Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yeah, first off, I want to make the disclaimer that I'm participating in the conversation tonight as I'm no longer in the public charging business. I'm in fleet charging business. So that makes for something very different than what we're talking about tonight. So thank you for a really terrific presentation. And I had two minor questions. First, on the other category, shoot, I don't have it in front of me now. What is the building types that are non-residential other? You know what I'm referring to?
Sorry, it was are you referring to a category or?
Yes.
Oh, office?
Not the office, but
just all other non-residential.
All other non-residential. Mm-hmm. So this would be grocery, retail. What else?
Yeah, restaurants, I guess schools.
It's kind of a diverse group. Mm-hmm. And I mean, when I think of like grocery and retail, like we really want them to put in a bunch of DC fast chargers for everybody, right?
Yeah.
You know, restaurants may not be quite appropriate or financially viable.
Right.
Do we have thoughts about further breaking that down somehow? Or did we get any feedback from the public about that one? I know there's been a lot of public testimony requesting more fast charging in town.
Yeah, we didn't, just because, I think because the cost is so high for fast charging, it wasn't, you know, the idea of including it was seen as a benefit if, say, parking was scarce and they didn't want to dedicate so many spaces to EV charging. But I haven't actually seen any other cities even break out any of the non-residential categories. We thought it was important to break out office because of the long dwell time, but that wasn't really, we didn't really think about breaking it down further.
Okay, yeah, I'm just thinking like, you know, Freedom Misto relocated. I wouldn't want it require them to put in a really expensive charging station. But if we rebuild a Safeway, I
Right.
picked Safeway because we don't have one, but as for an example,
Mhm.
right? I think we all would really love to have that include parking lot renovation with charging.
Mhm.
Okay, understood, thank you. And then the second question is, tell us how we compare against Berkeley. You have a list of cities on the list, and that.
So we're similar to Berkeley. The main difference is that for the multifamily, I actually did copy Berkeley initially, and then I changed it because I thought it was important to at least have some chargers installed for multifamily when people moved in. So we switched it to 10% installed, and then an additional 10% EV ready.
So we exceed the Berkeley requirements?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to hear that for the record.
A rivalry
Thank
there.
I would point out, we do a much better job of paving our streets.
Councilmember Winter.
Yeah, so, I read that chart. It looked like out of all these sort of peer cities you compared us to, we're a little bit ahead of them, primarily because we're requiring the chargers to be installed instead of having the EV-ready spaces. But I'm wondering, you mentioned that in terms of being concerned about the cost burdens, that you sort of shifted to just saying in a lot of cases the majority of what has to be done is to provide the raceway and conduit equipment. I would assume that after, that must be fairly expensive just because you're dealing with, you've covered up walls or poured slab or whatever, and that stuff is buried, right? So it's good to have that in place in new construction. But I'm thinking probably the next most expensive component after that is probably the upgrading the electrical panel, correct?
Yeah.
So, we're sort of doing a balancing act here because we do hope we get to the point in the fairly near future where there's much greater demand than what this code would allow for if it was implemented tomorrow in all these new constructions, right? I noticed that some of the cities have said that they want a certain percentage of the conduit, and then they want, for instance, looking at Oakland, they want the panel capacity supply 20% of the parking spaces. So they got sort of an intermediate stage in there where they say you got to do that much conduit, but you have to do a lower percentage of the panel capacity so that you don't, in the future, have demand for those EV charging, but the property owners say, oh, I can't do that. It's too expensive to go back and retrofit it. Do we think about having that sort of requirement in there at some point?
That actually is captured within our recommendation because we have, so like for multifamily, we would be able to, the electrical capacity would be for 20% of the parking spaces, but that is assuming full 30 amps going to all those 20% parking spaces, or EV charging spaces. But you can, by just adding an energy management system, you can actually provide charging to all 100% of the parking spaces. It'll just be at a lower rate.
So slower.
Slower, yeah.
Yeah. So, but the idea would be those people are parking the vehicles overnight, so
right. So it
the 8
doesn't
hours
really
or
matter.
whatever is going to be adequate.
Exactly.
So it doesn't require as much of a panel upgrade.
Right. Yeah. You wouldn't really need a panel upgrade unless you, for some reason, needed to have full power going to all of those stations.
I mean, I'm glad that we're surpassing Berkeley and some of these other cities, but I just want to make sure we're doing enough so that we don't get to a point where there's some resistance from property owners when there is demand down the road, if you understand my point. Do you feel pretty confident that we're, along with outpacing other cities, we are anticipating future demand in a reasonable manner?
I think so. I mean, we're essentially saying that just by meeting our code requirement, if you look at the right column here, this is the total potential EV spaces that could be served. So, I mean, right now we're at 4% EVs in the city, and we do expect that to grow, but I mean, this serving 100% or 40 to 100% is still pretty significant. So I think that, especially for multifamily, being able to serve all of the parking spaces seems most important. But I mean, I would presume that 40 to 50% for the non-residential would be, is a safe or still ambitious level to go for the future.
And then should in the future Berkeley exceed our reach requirements, will you advise the Mayor Pro Tem so that?
Certainly. I'll have a special Berkeley update for him.
Councilmember Himmelrich had a question.
Yeah, so with respect to how much it's going to cost people to, particularly multifamily dwellings, but also commercial, we're requiring solar on all of those new builds now anyway, aren't we?
Yes.
And so that would automatically require 240 panel anyway, am I right?
I believe so.
I know it's so because I
Yep.
just did.
So yes.
I didn't mean, but so basically we aren't asking much more of them to do this than what we're asking anyway under our entire sustainability plan. Is that right?
There is a higher electrical panel demand to meet this, but still, I mean, it's certainly in line with it still.
Thank you.
We'll see no further questions with the council. I will share that there have been no requests received by the mayor from the public to speak on this item, so thank you for the staff report, and I'll put the matter before the council for motions or discussion. Councilmember Moreno.
It's helpful to throw your hand out this way in front of the other. My only question or comment is really to reiterate Terry's point, which is the non-residential, the 40% in other non-residential places. It is very helpful to have, the delineation of grocery stores and restaurants. There's a charging station at Whole Foods 365 on Cloverfield and Pico, and anyone who's going to go shopping for more than an hour or two somewhat makes that charging station obsolete. So I'd rather see them in a place that do get a ton of use, like Virginia Park, which is right next door. And people use those all day. They park there, they charge their car all day. And I know we've made some adjustments there, but I think it's appropriate to break that category out and use those dollars wisely.
So is that comment intended to be a suggestion for a motion that would adopt the staff recommendation with some modifications?
I move that we adopt the staff recommendation.
Second.
And okay, it's been moved and seconded, and that did not appear to include the modification you requested. Is that correct? Councilmember Himmelrich, was your motion?
Well, I guess I'm not quite understanding because I don't see the downside to it. There are times where you need it, but I mean, there are times where you do need to charge when you, particularly if you have a vehicle with lower range. So
my concern is putting encumbrances on developments where you may not need to charge, and so I could live with this now, but I do think it's important to classify it going forward and to break that section out. We're suggesting that 40% of total potential EV spaces have chargers at them at a restaurant or a grocery store. That
Just 10% right now. The rest would just have to have a conduit going there.
So it's the possibility.
Just think about that from a infrastructure standpoint. We're going to run conduit to 40% of all of the spaces in a grocery store? It seems like a lot.
Well, I think
some might say only 40%.
Right, no. So it seems to me that the state is trying to move towards a higher percentage of EVs. So you can look at it like that, but employees are going to be using those spaces. I mean, hopefully no one will be using those spaces, I say to me.
Okay, if I may observe, Ms. Mary, it appears that an attempted friendly amendment is not going to be part of the motion. So the motion was made by Councilmember Himmelrich, and I believe it was seconded by Councilmember Winter. Are there other comments on the motion on the floor? And let me ask the city attorney. My agenda suggests we adopt the resolution and the ordinance separately because the ordinance requires the findings that are included in the resolution. Can we adopt them concurrently on a single motion?
We'd prefer that you have different motions for the two items, for the resolution and the
So to
ordinance.
clarify to Councilmember Himmelrich, your motion then is the staff recommendation to adopt the resolution.
Oh, yes, it is.
I thought so.
That's what I seconded.
All right. I don't see any further discussion on that, do I? Oh, yes, I do. Councilmember Bahari, you're going to have to do that Silver Surfer move.
I'm sorry. I tried
Moreno
to do this. I thought that we were being good with this.
As I was driving today on 20th and Delaware, I saw something really, really rare, okay? And it caught my attention, and I thought that maybe on the way back I would go ahead and I would take a picture, and I wish that I had so that I could show it to you. I saw an electric vehicle right in the corner who was charging his car, or her car, and the charger was hanging from a tree. So I don't know who this person is that actually was doing this, but I thought, oh my gosh, what a fabulous idea that would be for others to, pick up on. And yet, even if we don't have a further definition, I know that we definitely do need more charging places for other vehicles, and I know that we don't have enough. And if we are promoting for residents to have these vehicles, then we should try to do something to help them through with it.
Charging from a tree is great if you drive a Leaf.
Yeah. Talk about green power. So there's another one on Michigan, and the 11th family that does that too. They run through the tree from the second floor apartment building, 110 volt outlet. And to this point, we're at 4% adoption today, more than that already in the fleet on the road vehicles today. That means our purchases got to be 10-15% of all sales now, or something, maybe even more than that. Have a plug.
Yeah, the sale percentage is a lot higher. I don't have the exact numbers, but
yeah, and
statewide.
It sounded like Councilmember Winter was kind of leaning towards and increasing beyond what we have here. It suggests to me, because the significant cost is the panel upgrade to make the units, the parking spaces EV ready, maybe we should put that at an addition, instead of an additional 10% on top of the charges, an additional 20%, so you get to 30% EV ready. Save the future residents the cost of that infrastructure, because it's that, that 21st percent that incurs the full cost of the panel upgrade, and residents would be avoiding that and going with the cheaper cost if we increased it to 20%.
If I may, I think that's part of the ordinance, not part of the resolution. So let's hold that, because if you want to modify the ordinance, we can do it in the second motion.
Get me in my lane.
So what's on the floor is the resolution. We're in discussion on the resolution that you moved.
Mayor, if I could jump in for just a moment. The resolution and the ordinance are linked. The resolution makes findings for the ordinance, so if there are going to be any amendments to the ordinance, I may also need to make changes to the resolution. I apologize for.
Would Mayor Pro Tem O'Day restate what he's contemplating so that the city attorney can evaluate whether that requires a change to the resolution?
Changing the multifamily EV ready category to 20%.
I just want to.
Suggesting for the office as well, or just the multifamily?
I'd be open to the office. I haven't seen offices running chargers through trees, but I do think that makes a lot of sense with the renewable power coming on during the daytime.
So that would require changes to both the resolution and the ordinance. And since I have the microphone for one moment and we are on the radio, I do want to be clear that the city is not encouraging anyone to charge electric vehicles through trees, particularly not city trees.
We won't take responsibility for the overhead. Councilmember Hemmerich, it's your motion on the resolution. There's now been a suggestion for a modification, which would either be a friendly amendment or not. What are your thoughts on it?
And that is a friendly amendment to me, but I would like to make one other. I'm sorry, now everybody can hear me. That is a friendly amendment on both office and residential.
Is it so to the seconder of the motion?
Yes.
Okay, let's move forward. How would you like to state that?
I would like to state, or maybe I should cede to the city attorney, who will tell me how we ought to change the resolution.
For multifamily dwellings, my understanding is you are trying to increase the 10% of total parking spaces to 20% of total parking spaces must be EV charging spaces equipped with EV chargers?
No, EV ready. So in other words, not installed but ready, there are 2 columns.
Can I just make a quick clarification? I just want to make sure this is in line with Councilmember O'Day's comment. So they wouldn't actually need to increase the panel capacity after 20% because you could, through an energy management system, they can serve 100% with the existing panel capacity just for the 20%. So the only need to increase the panel capacity beyond the 20% in multifamily would be if you wanted all of the vehicles to be able to charge at the full rate.
Level 2.
The full
At
level 2 rate. Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that.
And that was exactly the point I wanted to address, if you don't mind, because so we have 2 EVs in our family, and we have a level 2 charger and I'm able to charge to full power in a 110 overnight. And I could do it if I were going to the office, because for most people, a 110 will replenish you unless you're traveling an incredibly long distance. But downtown, for instance, to Santa Monica, you can do on a 110 overnight. You don't need the 240. So I think there's a balance between expense and convenience.
I think for the moment, what we need, though, is a modification to the findings in the resolution that we can adopt that will enable us to have an ordinance that accomplishes what you're asking.
That's correct. So it would be on page 5 in row 1. With respect to new multifamily dwellings, you would change to an additional 20% must be equipped with electric vehicle supply equipment capable of supporting future EV chargers.
Okay, so that modification of the resolution now becomes what's on the floor because it's been accepted as friendly by both the maker and the seconder. Is there further discussion of the resolution?
I just have a question.
From the seconder first, then I see.
So if we move forward with this, Ms. Vito, we would have to adjust the percentage to have to be raceway conduit equipped in turn, correct?
No, because there's already conduit serving 100% of the spaces.
For multifamily.
Okay.
For multifamily.
But let's just look at multifamily. We have 10% have EV chargers installed, and 20% are EV ready. So what are we doing?
You're saying you would just need to reduce the conduit to 70.
To 70%,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
So
If that's what you want to proceed with.
do you perceive any significant issue with where we're headed in this?
It just is a significant electrical requirement to have 240 volt for 30% of the spaces. It might go into having to require a secondary transformer or an additional transformer above what's already required. So it just bumps into a higher cost amount. It's not that out of line. Like City of Los Angeles has the 10% charger installed and 20% EV ready. So it's definitely doable. I just wanted to emphasize that the existing requirement can still serve all of the parking spaces without upgrading the panel.
Oh, so we're just getting in line with City of LA. So you're thinking that, like, let's say you have a 10-unit apartment building, and I understand that's rare in what we build here now, but in that 10-unit apartment building, you'd have one charger installed, and you'd have capacity for one additional charger, and what we say is capacity is like 40 amps, I think is what the staff report said.
Yeah.
So you're saying 80 amps of service would serve all 10 units in that building?
Yeah, you would just drop the load.
So you get 8 amps continuous for each one?
But if it's parked for 10 hours, which is kind of the minimum overnight, usually vehicles are parked at least 12 hours, so it's still a significant amount of time.
Yeah, I kind of think that for flexibility and, I show up and I'm charging and I'm thinking it's going to be ready in 5 hours and it turns out it's been ready in 10 now because I'm sharing power across the property. It doesn't seem like it's going to work. So.
That assumes that all the chargers are plugged in. So, if only one vehicle is plugged in, then it distributes it based on how many are plugged in. So. Yeah, but I mean,
pulling
so
in,
I like
power,
the proposed amendment still.
Okay.
because it's not just plugged in, it's pulling power, so a lot of
Yeah.
people stay plugged in when they aren't pulling any power.
Right.
Okay, Councilmember Morena is in queue here for the
So
further.
So this is in part my issue, right? Is that we're potentially increasing costs, and for me, it's my understanding specifically on the non-residential component, because it's a cost that will be passed along to whatever retail components are in the building. But the concept still exists with any office tenant and any residential tenant, is that we're effectively increasing costs that are going to pass through from builder to tenant. Right, and so we just need to be cognizant of that, and I haven't seen in the report what the direct cost increase is going to be to these people, and I know that we need to move towards a more sustainable infrastructure, but just I want to caution us so that we don't get over our skis.
I haven't said much, let me just respond to that by saying that what we're doing here is we're requiring what is necessary at the time of construction. And if you look at what it costs to retrofit a building afterwards, if we assume, and I hope we do, that EV usage is going to increase dramatically, it's actually cheaper in the long run to require the installation of this facility early than to have the building have to go back and put it in later. So I think that there may actually be the reverse of your argument, that we're saving businesses money in the long run.
I wouldn't disagree, but by all the vacancies that are currently in our city, we don't want to drive those vacancies further because the cost of rent increases. Now that's
Well,
on
vacancies in
commercial retail.
existing buildings, I'm not sure would be affected if they're just releasing an existing space.
It's a retrofit, and you know, my point doesn't directly impact those other non-residential components, but with regard to office, you know, we don't have a shortage of demand.
Yeah, and this is for new construction only, right?
Right.
And our data up here shows that for instance, the average cost for multifamily unit, now that's probably based on her proposal rather than ours. It's been increased a little bit, but 0.1% to 0.5% average cost increase per multifamily unit. I mean, I don't think any of us up here wants to put an additional, cost burden on producing housing, but I think what the mayor says is correct. It's going to get to the point where there's the demand for this, and it might be easier to put it in beforehand rather than after the fact.
Yeah, we're not touching the non-residential piece, which is my primary concern. That's where the issues lie with me.
We are
Okay,
touching
let me
that.
try and bring us back together. Do we have
Just
do we have a
offices.
clear understanding of what the motion on the floor is? And is the city attorney at this point confident that the resolution has been modified sufficient to accommodate the adjustments that have been suggested?
Mayor, unfortunately, without my computer screen, I would like to read into the record the motion and the proposed changes.
I think that would be advisable.
Yes, thank you. So in the table on page 5 of the resolution, row 1, under amendment summary at part B, we would be changing the language that says an additional 10% must be equipped with electric vehicle supply equipment, EVSE, capable of supporting future EV chargers, to 20%. That's the piece that impacts the new multifamily dwellings. The second change would be on page 6, row 2 of the table, under amendment summary, subsection B. In new office parking facilities, an additional 10% of parking spaces must be equipped with EVSE capable of supporting future EV chargers. That 10% would also change to 20%.
Do the maker and the seconder of the motion feel that accurately reflects their intent at this time?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the motion now that it's been clarified? I don't see any, so let's go to a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Morena?
Yes.
And Mayor McKim?
Yes, so that resolution is adopted by unanimous vote of our city council, 7-0. Take that, Berkeley. We'll move on to the ordinance. Anybody
Aye.
care to make a motion?
Yeah, I move we adopt the ordinance that corresponds to the resolution relating to EV charging.
And here I'll need to read into the record as well.
Let me get a second on it
I'll
first, if I
second.
may. That has been made by Councilmember Himmerich and seconded, I think, by Councilmember Hara.
And Councilmember, was that with the corresponding amendments?
Yes.
Okay, so that amendment would be on page 9, the reference to section 4.106.4.2.6, additional EV charging requirements for multifamily buildings. The first few lines read, in addition to the requirements of 4.106.4.2, an additional 10% of the parking spaces, rounded up to the nearest whole number, shall be equipped with EVSE capable of supporting future EV chargers. The 10% will change to 20%. And then similarly on page 17, section 5.106.5.3.6, additional EV charging requirements for non-residential facilities. The first lines are, in addition to the requirements of section 5.106.5.3.3 at office parking facilities, an additional 10%, rounded up to the nearest whole number, of the parking spaces shall be equipped with EVSE capable of supporting future EV chargers. The 10% will also change to 20%.
Thank you for reading that into the record. I can only stress that when we get back in City Hall, we'll be able to throw that up on a screen. Members of the public will be able to see it. We'll all be able to see it. But for now, is it clear to the council what the motion on the floor is? Is there any discussion of the motion on the floor? See none, I'll call for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor McKeon?
Yes. So that ordinance is introduced for first reading by unanimous vote of the City Council, 7-0. And that'll move us forward. We're about to enter staff administrative items. Council, you may recall earlier I asked that you send your redevelopment successor agency alter egos out of the room for the moment. Call them back in because we're all about to come together. Will the clerk please do what is necessary to convene not only the council but the redevelopment successor agency, the parking authority, and the housing authority?
Yes. So as the Housing Authority, you will pay $50 for this meeting, and as the Parking Authority, you'll receive $50. As I said previously, you receive no payment for the successor agency. And so now I have to call the roll for the Parking and the Housing Authority. Chair Pro Tem O'Day.
Present.
Commissioner Authority Member Hara.
Here.
Commissioner Authority Member Winter.
Here.
Commissioner Authority Member Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Authority Member Himmelrich.
Here.
Commissioner Authority Member Moreno. Here. And Chair McKeon.
Here. So now all 28 of us are here on the dais. And would the clerk please call item 8A?
Item 8A is approval of minutes of the Housing Authority, Parking Authority, and the Redevelopment Successor Agency, and you have no request to speak.
Minutes are before the council. There's no
Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, Chair Pro Tem, et cetera, O'Day, and seconded by committee member, conference member, everything else member, Davis. Will the clerk please call roll call?
Vice Chair, Chair Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Commissioner Authority Agency Member Hara.
Yes.
Commissioner Agency Authority Member Winter.
Yes.
Commissioner Authority Agency Member Davis.
Yes.
Commissioner Authority Agency Member Himmelrich.
Yes.
Commissioner Agency Authority Member Moreno.
Yes.
And Chair McKeon.
Yes, so the minutes are approved by unanimous vote of all four of the bodies currently convened on the dais. We'll move on to item 8B.
Item 8B is financial status update for fiscal year 2019 through 2020, and you now have 4 requests to speak, and I'll bring the third one to you, the fourth one to you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
You might want to move that mic over so you're not having to lean over the whole presentation. Yeah, that should work better.
Okay, tonight I'll present the most recent status of the city's 10-year financial forecast and request that you adopt various mid-year budget adjustments. So during this presentation tonight, it'll be clear that we're going to have to make some very hard choices to remain fiscally sustainable in the current climate. Based on performance during the first 6 months of the fiscal year, we are projecting a decline in 25% of our general fund revenues, and we're taking the extraordinary step of lowering our projections in some key revenue streams. These changes are creating a projected $2 million shortfall in this year's budget that we are working to address by adjusting our spending over the next few months remaining in our fiscal year. After several years where we have made strong investments in our infrastructure, we're looking to shift our capital program from one of growth to maintenance. And while we took steps during the last biennial budget to mitigate future shortfalls, we've seen an acceleration of the threats that we had anticipated down the line. There are many unknowns as we consider the future. Every day we're seeing the widening impacts of the coronavirus epidemic, from tourism to the stock market. Prolonged downturns in the stock market could impact our pension portfolio and drive unfunded liability even higher. And the threat of a national slowdown after a historic period of expansion is there as well. To remain fiscally sustainable, the city must reduce its size and scope and increase its efficiency in order to continue to provide the high-level services that our community counts on. While the national economy is growing, the market factors that are influencing our local revenue sources are telling a different story. At the national level, there are signs that growth rates have peaked. Today, 10 and 30-year Treasury interest rates hit record lows, foreshadowing potential economic distress. At the local level, where different market forces are at play, we're falling short of our budgeted growth projections for the year in several areas. In fact, the performance of certain revenues is already tracking along the lines of the recession scenario that we had projected for a few years down the line. And revenues are now an area that we are watching very closely. Our key revenues are either experiencing a downward trend or very moderated growth, despite some short-term positive adjustments. We're lowering our projections for 3 revenue streams, making up almost 1/4 of our general fund revenues: transient occupancy or hotel taxes, utility user taxes, and investment income. We're proposing a 9% decrease among these 3 areas over what we had previously budgeted. The biggest negative trend we've experienced is the plateauing of our transient occupancy tax revenue. We can attribute this to several different factors: geopolitical instability and weak economic conditions across many of the world's markets, publicity about wildfires, power outages, crime, and homelessness, and more recently the travel restrictions that have been put in place due to the coronavirus epidemic. Interest rate decreases have slowed down our investment income. Over the past year, the interest rate for a 2-year Treasury bond has decreased by about 50%. A third of this decrease actually happened within the last 2 months. And consumers' preference for mobile phones over landlines is negatively impacting our utility user tax revenue. Mild short-term growth in other areas is helping to offset the changes. So this is the box on the right side of the screen. We're proposing an adjustment in property taxes, but this is a short-term increase that's based on an earlier payment of some successor agency loans. The recent Supreme Court decision requiring online retailers to collect and remit sales tax, the Wayfair decision, has given our sales tax revenue a small boost, although we expect a slowing down of this revenue source as the overall economy slows down. More purchases are made online and auto sales continue to soften. Our business license tax is showing a slight one-time increase, but that's just due to some audit work that we did. And this is another area where we're expecting flattening or even a decline due to large taxpayers leaving and the economy slowing down. On this slide, I've included the major proposed general fund revenue and expenditure changes to the 2019-20 budget. We're proposing a $0.8 million or $800,000 change in net revenue increases. The net effect of the up and down trends that I just talked about totals about $400,000. That's the first bullet on the left. We're also adjusting cost recovery revenues for the extension of the shared mobility pilot program and for our firefighters who help other municipalities. We're also proposing to adjust the budget for some revenues specific to capital projects. When we move on to the proposed changes on the expenditure side, you can see immediately in the blue box that the proposed budget increases of $2.1 million cancel out the revenue increase. Most of the expenditure increases are actually directly connected to the increased sales tax revenue, where we transfer a portion to the school district and to our affordable housing program for the 2 advisory measures that our community has passed. Included in the changes, the expenditure changes, is a repurposing of a part-time position to create a 0.5 full-time equivalent volunteer coordinator position that will be monitoring, training volunteers throughout the city, emphasizing those serving vulnerable populations. And also a net increase of 1.3 as-needed positions to maintain staffing ratios in our CREST youth programs. And finally, on the right side of the screen, in our capital budget, we're requesting changes totaling approximately $1.3 million for the general fund's contribution to vehicle replacements. Where we have information, we've also estimated changes to the 2020-21 budget, next year's budget, so that we can have a better picture of where we stand next year as we prepare our budget for next year. So based on the factors I discussed earlier, we're carrying through the revised assumptions for revenues. The total, we're seeing a decrease of about an additional decrease of $3.9 million in revenues as we carry them through. But with some other changes that are made, the net decrease in revenues is $3.7 million. On the expenditure side, in addition to carrying through this year's changes, we're increasing our budget for liability insurance contributions. This is due to increased claims and a hardening of the insurance market. And these changes amount to $4.6 million over the budget plan that you had approved last year. A more complete list of all these changes to this year's budget and to next year's budget plan is included as an attachment to the staff report. Which brings us to the chart that I show you every 6 months, our general fund 10-year forecast. And this chart shows annual revenues over expenditures. As you can see, the dark line almost at the very top is where we break even, the 0 line, and unfortunately most of the chart is below the break-even line. We have 3 scenarios in this chart: baseline, best, and worst case. So this is showing what the net effect is if you have revenues minus expenditures. The baseline scenario shown by the solid middle line, the blue line, reflects the revenue trends and proposed expenditure changes I already mentioned. It also includes the fiscal sustainability measures that we took in the last biennial process. Those included a decrease of $11 million in general fund expenditures over 2 years. In addition, a $6 million set of changes over 6 years that are over the remaining 5 years, including expenditure cuts and revenue increases, $4 million of which our budget task force, made up of community members, is taking a look at. We just had our last meeting with the budget task force last night, and we will be incorporating changes from that group's recommendations in our budget. And it also includes another mitigating measure was the expedited pay down of our unfunded pension liability. Average annual revenue growth now, as we have it, is 1.8% over the 10 years, while expenditure growth is 2.7%. So revenues are growing at a slower pace than expenditures. As you'll recall, the expenditure growth is driven by increases in pension contributions due to changes in valuation assumptions and methodology, and health insurance increases. In this scenario, the general fund is already showing a shortfall of $2 million, although we are working to eliminate this year, and we are working to eliminate this shortfall over the next few months, as I mentioned before. if everything is left unchecked and we just continue to go status quo, we would have a shortfall of over $40 million in 10 years. In the best case scenario, shown by the dashed line at the top, that considers what would happen if we did not see a slowdown in 2021 as we anticipate in the baseline. That would be the national slowdown. With better revenue growth assumptions factored in, we would expect general fund revenues to exceed expenditures through fiscal year 22-23, at which point persistent increases in health care, pension, and insurance costs would absorb revenue growth. This would lead to an eventual almost $16 million shortfall at the end of the forecast period. And then in the worst case scenario, shown in the bottom line, this is where we would be expecting a more severe recession, and we would expect a recession like this to deeply impact sales and hotel taxes, but it would also affect property values, business sector growth, and other related areas. And in this case, we would see a deficit or a shortfall of about $74 million in 10 years. And I'm going to grab some water. I came prepared this time, but thank you. No, I'm good. Last year, you directed staff to consider new or increased revenue streams alongside the budget reductions that we were looking as part of our mitigations. Tonight, we'd like to provide you with an overview of the measures that we're analyzing. So far, we've done some research into what other cities have done and drawn up some initial revenue estimates. All tax measures, whether they're revisions to existing tax rates or new tax measures, would require voter approval. Over the next several months, we'll continue to analyze the feasibility of these measures and to gauge the community's support. We're aiming to place a measure on the November 2020 ballot. So I'm going to go through what we have what we're looking at right now. So first, the first one is business license tax modernization. The last time the city's business license tax went through a comprehensive adjustment was 30 years ago. That was before the internet entered the scene. So staff is recommending a modernization of this tax to better reflect today's business sectors, to broaden the tax base, and to foster a more equitable system. Another one, the city's documentary tax, is assessed on all property sales. Right now, the city assesses $3 on every $1,000 in sales value. We do this in addition to a county rate that's assessed of $1.10 on each $1,000. The City of LA and Culver City assess $1.50 more. So where we assess $3, they assess $4.50. We're considering the impact of an across-the-board increase or perhaps a tiered structure that would raise rates by a higher amount for higher value properties. So more work needs to be done with the county registrar, they're the ones who collect these fees, and we're trying to figure out if they can ascertain the difference between higher value, one property over another, to see what's feasible. But our estimates are that if such a measure could generate, if we could do something like this, either way, we could generate about $4.5 million annually in revenues. Now, of course, we have to say that property sales can be very volatile, and they are vulnerable to economic slowdown, so considering all the differences. Increasing our transient occupancy tax, which is our hotel tax, the rate from 14% to 15% would raise the average cost per stay by about $4 per night in a hotel room and could generate approximately $5 million a year. As we consider such a measure, we have to keep in mind that TOT revenues have been flattening, and this trend is projected to continue for the next few years. A 10% parking facility tax is assessed on all vehicles that occupy any parking facility in the city. Each 1% increase in the rate would generate approximately $1 million. And while the city has already increased rates for parking in public facilities and on-street meters, the additional tax increase does align with the city's goal to disincentivize single occupancy vehicle use. We're also considering new measures, like a vacancy parcel tax to incentivize property owners to return empty or underutilized property to productive uses. Our initial estimates, based on a model that Oakland passed, are in the range of $200,000 per year, between $200,000 and $300,000 a year. The city may also consider imposing an excess residential rental tax. It's a business license tax on residential rental properties that have 4 or more units reporting in excess of $1 million in gross receipts. San Francisco, New York City, East Palo Alto, and Berkeley impose similar tax increases. A tax like this could generate over $2.5 million in additional business license tax revenue. So we're going to spend the next few months concluding our research into these potential measures. We're going to reach out to the community through polls and information sessions and working to determine the best path to move forward for the November election. What we've included also in the recommended actions tonight are 2 contracts that will help us with this work. We'll bring back our recommendations to you about these measures in early summer. Quickly going back to the year-end mid-year review. At mid-year, we also look at what the city's other funds are doing. Any funds that are supporting self-sufficient enterprises or funds that provide services to departments based on individual contributions, like our fleet or our computer equipment replacement funds, or funds that receive non-discretionary revenues from sources other than the general fund. We project that the wastewater, water, resource recovery, recycling, airport, beach, and community broadband and cemetery funds will have sufficient revenues and reserves to cover operating and capital needs. We will be completing a rate study for the RRR, the Resource Recovery and Recycling Fund, in the near future, and we'll return to council with the results. And I believe it's at the April 28th council meeting at this point. While the pier is self-sustaining in the current year, the general fund may be required to cover capital projects moving forward. And the housing fund will continue to require subsidies throughout the forecast period. These subsidies are funded using property tax increment that previously went to the redevelopment agency. So I'll quickly go through the mid-year adjustments for other funds. As you can see, in terms of revenues, we have $22.6 million in additional revenues that we are proposing to add, and this includes a big group of pretty much touches the majority of the funds that we have. Some of the key things are increased funding marks from LA Metro for our Big Blue Bus. We have increases for lit fiber services and community broadband, new Section 8 Housing Assistance Program vouchers, and our new water rates, as well as grant reimbursements. Expenditure change requests total $2.5 million. Again, in net increases. This, again, has to do with we have money coming in for Section 8, and we have money going out for Section 8. We're spending a Metro Open Streets grant for our coast, and we have some adjustments to federal and state funding. On the capital budget side, we are requesting changes totaling almost $2 million. The city entered into an agreement with Verizon Wireless for a 5G small cell deployment. So we have funds for that. Using transportation impact fee revenue, staff is recommending purchasing an easement from the Crossroads School along the I-10 freeway between 20th Court and 21st Street to establish a pathway between the two streets. And also we have funds to complete the conservation of the tables of content installation in Douglas Park, and that is a transfer from the Cultural Arts Trust Fund that is being requested. Staff is also recommending that we revise parking citation fines and penalties, which have not been adjusted since 2009, to match those of Los Angeles. Parking enforcement staff issue more than 50 different types of parking violations, 30 of which are issued under the Santa Monica Municipal Code. The city sets the fine and penalty amounts for these. 91% of the violations cited under our code are the ones that are listed on the slide before you, except for the disabled placards. We are recommending that these penalties for parking violations align with the amounts charged by the City of LA. In some cases, LA does not have a fine. For these, we recommend a $10 increase from 53 to 63, just to match pretty much what's going on with the rates, or whatever it is, a $10 increase over what we had before. We're also further aligning our fines for inappropriate use of disabled placards, again, aligning them to be closer to LA. And the last slide puts your actions tonight into context for the rest of the budget process. We've already started developing the fiscal year 2022 biennial capital improvement program budget, and we're reviewing the second year of our biennial operating budget. We'll be returning to you with a council study session on May 26th, and then on May 23rd, we'll be asking you to adopt the 2021 operating budget and the first year of the biennial CIP budget at a public hearing. And that concludes my report. I have the actions that we're asking you to take tonight in this slide. Do you have any questions?
I suspect the council might have a few questions. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you for that depressing report. I know it's not your fault, but nevertheless, we never like to look at these charts, and any presentation that begins with "you're going to have to make hard decisions" is anathema to politicians. Going to the slide about tax revenue measures, do any or all of those, would we have to go to the voters to get those passed?
All of these need voter approval.
All right, so even though, for example, the hotel tax is just an increase, we still have to go to the voters.
That's correct.
Documentary transfer, which we tried once before. The business license tax. Is staff, I mean, and I understand you're still thinking about this, but is the idea to come up with sort of a package? Because some of these generated a fair amount of revenue, others maybe, you know, not that to me $200,000 isn't a lot of money, but we know it's basically half of an affordable unit in town to build an affordable unit. So are you thinking about a package, or are you focused on one or two? You don't have to reveal what they are, but just curious what your approach to this would be, and because obviously we would have to start laying the groundwork with the voting public to explain why we need to go these places.
So we could potentially look at a package, but obviously there are legal ramifications to putting a package of, you know, they could potentially be, I don't know that you can put two tax measures in one ballot. I think you have to have separate ballots, and we have our attorneys here who can speak to that. This is one of the reasons why we're also working with a strategic consultant where they can help us understand what other cities are doing and take a look at the law, but we also have our legal team here who's helping us on that. But I would say that at this point we're potentially looking at a package, but not to put it all in one ballot. It may have to be a couple different measures.
And then and I know this is a very broad question, and I'm not asking.
Councilmember, may I add to
of course.
Gigi's comment? Just to clarify, when she said there are two meanings to what she said, and both are true. We want to convey. One is we might have a package of more than one measure on the 2020 ballot, and or we might phase these out over 2020, 2022, and 2024. So there's different ways of packaging a cluster of these. We certainly want to test capacity and appetite for support in the community, and including testing where this money goes, right? And that's a more complicated set of issues that we've grappled with as a city before. We're one of the pioneers of the AB measure, which we then reversed in the last election to a BA. And by that I mean that AB is if this tax, there's a measure that says, should this tax be increased? And then there's a second measure that says, if it's increased, would it be the will of the voters, but not legally binding, to spend it on the following things, which is, of course, a fairly politically binding commitment. We reverse that to, what do you want to spend it on? And then if you want to spend that, then here's a tax that could help support that. Again, not legally binding. There might be an ABC, there might be an ABCDE, and so there's a variety of ways in which, with city attorney advice, we might bring these recommendations to you in the early summer.
Okay, thank you. And then this is, again, sort of just a general question. So, obviously when we hear that 25% of general fund revenues are in decline, and I think we can all probably hypothesize about what the cause of that is. Certainly we just have an economic slowdown. We rely on things like sales tax, and we know we have issues with retail. We know tourism is down in part because we have a federal government that keeps banning more and more people from coming to the United States. And of course, more recently, the threat of the coronavirus, I think, is probably, at least at a minimum, sort of a temporary decrease there, and maybe a longer term effect depending on how extensive it is. So I guess what I'm sort of wrestling with here as I look at your chart, and you always do these great charts, it's sort of best, baseline, and worst. Do you have a sense, really, it's not Vegas, you don't have to put money on it, but really where we are going to fall on that chart? Because I think we need to be realistic about it as we start to think about both where we want to invest as a community, because sometimes you have to spend money to make money, but also, being honest with our constituents that many of the things that perhaps they have taken for granted over the years because we have had better economic times are now going to be on the table. I'm again, not holding you to it. I'm not going to come back in 6 months and go, oh, you were wrong. But I mean, just if where we're falling on this.
Well, what we've done this time, we've been very careful to make sure that, we've often talked about our baseline being kind of the status quo, and we weren't putting a lot of, we weren't really showing any kind of slowdown or any, we were prudent in how we would forecast things. What we've done this year is we have actually put in a slowdown in around calendar year 2021. So, but I would say by the 21-22 fiscal year, that's why you're seeing kind of that dip. And I would say that it's baseline because that's where we think we stand. I can tell you that we are not going to be $2 million short at the end of this year, because we will make sure that we're not. And that we will not be, $1 million short next year, because again, we will make sure that we won't be. But other than that, these are, is it scientific? No, but we do a lot of work in taking a look at, really looking at pretty much every line item to gauge where things stand. We look at historical analysis, we look at a lot of different projections. And we break out, we don't just say, okay, our salaries are all, or, our compensation is all going to go up by a certain amount. We go through each piece, each line item, and create assumptions for each one. So we feel pretty comfortable that based on what we know right now, that's where we stand. Now, that said, things change every day. And as I said, today we had even worse market reports. So we don't know where we stand at this point. It's a tough time. It is a little troubling for someone in our position. Those of us who are looking at this kind of stuff, we've been lucky in the past, and it's starting to shift.
Well, I appreciate that, and thanks.
Other questions from the council? Washburn. Rayner, okay.
All right. I have a lot of questions and kooky notes. So I guess my first question is, when looking at your charts, and Councilmember Davis asked the question, it appears that we're at the baseline. The chart never goes up. The end of the chart is still going down. And I know, anytime you forecast over 5 years, we're at a terrible challenge. But looking at this number, and I try to do some quick math, but in the baseline scenario, our shortfall is $250 million, $300 million-ish over a 10-year period.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah, you're adding it all up.
Adding it all up,
Okay.
right? So it seems prudent for us to look at it, at least these shortfalls are compounding.
Sure.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I'm looking at that correctly. The other piece here is, the large taxpayers are leaving. Do you know why they left?
Gonna look at our revenue chief.
Yeah,
So-
part of the reason I think we've lost some folks is some folks have outgrown. There's been a tremendous increase, as you know, in investment in the marriage of Hollywood and technology. So some of those companies which had been blue chip taxpayers, both on the business license and, of course, contributing to the high property values of the buildings that they resided in. We're fairly confident that those will be replaced, but there's a lag time. If you lose a 40 or 60 or an 80,000 square foot blue chip corporate tenant, there's a lag time between when they're replaced. We don't see significant rise yet in overall office vacancies. But that will be another indicator of recessionary storm clouds. That doesn't tend to be a leading indicator because leases don't expire every day. So people wait until their lease expires often before they'll either demand a rent decrease or move out in a recessionary contraction. But given how much those corporate tenants contribute to the city's bottom line, I think it is something to clearly watch. We also have a very vibrant small business sector, which is very much a contributor to our business, to our sales tax base. But I'll just finish with this point in response to your questions. A huge part of the reason why that continues to go down is we have a 20th century tax system and a 21st century economy. So as the economy shifts from the things that we taxed 20, 30, 40, 50, 75 years ago toward things that are not taxed or not taxed at the same rate, overall economic activity may be continuing, but our share of that declines. Meanwhile, because of pensions, workers' comp, and staffing costs, our expenses are not on a downward, they're on an upward curve. So that's the reason for the divergence. It's not that we expect that business activity in our city is going to decline by that level. It's that our ability to have a share of that growth is diminished because it's shifting from one form of business activity to a form that's not taxed. The most obvious one is in California we tax goods but not services, and we're becoming a service economy, especially in Santa Monica.
That's helpful. Are we actively recruiting businesses to fill those vacancies when a large company leaves? Are we out there looking for others to replace them?
We are not resourced to do that.
Okay. All right. Do they come as they will? Do we get an opportunity to do that? How do we consider growth in this process?
Well, it depends on what sector you're talking about, and if you're talking about the corporate sector, which is where we started the discussion.
Yep.
Obviously, the property owners who've bought, in many cases, these properties at premium prices are highly motivated to go out and seek those, and they of course hired, the best commercial brokers. So marketing is going on. Where we come in, and I think we have been increasingly focused on doing this in a positive way, is when a business prospect is identified and they say, oh, okay, well, we're thinking about coming in here. Well, what exactly is the city going to make us do or not do and all that? And we try to be proactive and to make it, to spell out the rules, to make sure there are no surprises, and to help people walk through that process. We are also engaged in ultimately trying to simplify that process. And as you know, but probably most people don't, we have a new software system that is being tested that will allow people at 2 in the morning from Hong Kong to figure out what they would have to pay in order to start a particular kind of business in Santa Monica. That's a new tool. It'll be a very useful tool. They won't have to wait, call up which department, we'll talk to them. This will be something that they'll be able to calculate online in real time.
Yeah, I love that system, the new permitting system. I think it points to the item that we passed last December and the effort to help streamline permitting and how we can help businesses grow within the city. Have we considered the tax effect and what it would do to business? So, for example, we want to increase TOT by X. Is part of our process then to poll the hotels as well to say, what is the impact of this on your business?
When we go out to the community, we take a look, we speak to all parts of the community.
Okay. And I saw that that's part of the recommendation is to hire that firm and look at.
That's right.
Okay. And then another question on the business license tax. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on what you had said, is that and I know because I pay those fees, but we're $3 per $1,000 in revenue?
That's the documentary transfer tax.
Oh.
Oh.
I think it's the business license tax.
Okay.
Okay, and retail? Got it, okay. So that's the service. And I think that's what our city manager was suggesting about the service tax. And are we proposing an additional business license tax for retail business as well? Or is that on the table?
We haven't started looking at the overall tax structure and what we're going to be doing. That's still to be determined.
Got it, so this is still
preliminary.
preliminary.
That's one area that will take some time.
Got it.
It's a little bit more complicated than the rest of them.
And for that reason, and the reason you just suggested, I think it's our internal thinking that is not one we would likely queue up in 2020.
Exactly.
Because that would take some time and some testing in the real world.
Got it.
That's worth investigating because we have an old system.
Mm-hmm.
Some people may have lower taxes, some people may have higher taxes. The goal is to have fairer and more appropriate taxes that ultimately generate additional revenue, both by the level of taxation and also by the impact it has on the economy, as you suggest. Okay. We don't want to have counterproductive taxes that we raise the tax and we lower our income because we've driven people out of the ability to pay it.
I get that. Thank you. And then with regards to parking, one of my challenges as a retailer is where do people park when they patronize your business? And so have we looked at the correlation between increasing parking rates and what that does to retail patronage?
I believe that there have been studies in the past, and I don't know that we've been seeing a big correlation between those.
And one of the things we carefully,
so
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm done.
One of the things we carefully look at, of course, is our competitiveness, right? So we look at other communities. So In theory, if we're cheaper, we get more business. In theory, if we're more expensive, we get less business. Both the anecdotal and academic studies tend to say that things adjust, and that people really, it's a relatively modest number of people who say, I'm going to go drive that way 20 miles instead of that way 10 miles because I'll get to pay 50 cents less on parking.
Right. I understand that. Okay, cool. And then I'll ask a rookie question here. But with regards to, key issues, and I see a lot of our first responders here, how do we prioritize, our CIP budgets with regards to, like Station 7, for example? We saw that earlier. Are they calculated in all of this? I assume Station 7, I still see the water tower every time I drive by, and there's some advertisement for like a water tower company, and all I want to see is Station 7 on it. So how does that get considered in all of this?
So we're going to be taking a look at Station 7 as part of our CIP process that is happening right now. And when we do look at our capital projects, and we've been doing this this way for several years, we take a look at a number of different criteria, and one of them is health and safety. That's one of the top ones. Health and safety, whether there's an ROI involved. So a lot of different things that have certain things rise to the top. Department heads work to take a look at all the different requests and work together to figure out what comes first and what may need to get deferred.
Got it. Okay, cool. That's helpful. Thank you.
Public hearing yet to come, but more questions first from the council. Yes, Councilmember Moore.
I'm looking at Ted.
You're raising your finger. Does that mean you
Yes,
want to speak?
I am. Okay, I'm ready to go. Thanks for the report, sort of, Gigi. But we see these charts every time you come, and everybody has said this. And I wonder if, under these circumstances, in view of how quickly things are changing, and what appears to be a fairly dire situation for us, assuming the assumptions that you assumed there, should we be looking at this more frequently?
You're going to look at it again in May. So that's,
Right,
4
but
months.
we're on a 3-month schedule. We are on basically a 6-month schedule, but after May.
No, I think we're okay with an every 6-month schedule. We're taking a look at things. To go through and actually go through this, it takes a while to put this together anyway. So doing it, say, every quarter, I don't know that things are going to change that dramatically. I think having the mid-year, and not a lot of cities would, the fact that we update our forecast every 6 months is something that not a lot of cities do.
Now, I want to go back to something that Rick discussed, and I think a lot of people are concerned about, and people talk about split roll not just on property taxes, but the fact that we basically do not tax services now. But under the circumstances, and since the state and the legislature seem so resistant to taxing services, it seems to me that this creates an opportunity for local governments such as us to tax services in a way that is not being done now. And since we're moving more towards services, we need to fill that hole that is not being filled. Because it looks to me, if sales taxes are up $5.5 million, our problem is not in goods, really. I mean, that's not with the Wayfair decision, right? I mean, that changed it, and hopefully that's a trend that will continue. But what is the maximum that people are charging for services as a business tax?
I don't know that I don't know if Dave has that information yet. Again, we haven't been.
So, Dave, could you go to the microphone because it's not broadcasting?
So, I mean, the business license tax rate for, the highest business license tax rate is for professional services like doctors, lawyers, things like that. That's $5 per thousand. For most services.
That's in the city, right?
Yes. For most
Yes.
services, it's $3 per thousand of gross receipts.
So it's 1 1/4, 3, and 5.
Yeah.
It seems to me it would be worth it to look at what we could be charging for that if we were to reasonably recapture the service tax that isn't being charged by the state.
I think that's one of the things, we were going to look at the appropriateness of the rates. That's one of the things we were going to look at when we look at the, the business license.
So I do have a
in general.
follow-up question to that, which is, in what area other than services are we not really capturing the sort of cost of doing business in the city? Because that's basically what we're doing. We're trying to capture what it's costing us to have these folks doing business here.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a couple, again, this business license tax is pretty complex. A couple things, like, for example, one thing San Francisco does is, and this is gets to what we're talking about, modernizing the ordinance, is, the way our ordinance reads now, you have to have a physical presence. You have to come into the city to do business. And San Francisco recently implemented something where for a certain amount of money, I think it's $500,000, even if they're not located, if they generate that amount of business in the city, in other words, they don't necessarily come into the city and do business, but that applies maybe to some type of internet businesses or things like that they're not located in the city, but they have a business presence in the city without a physical location. So that's one thing. Another thing some cities are doing, which isn't exactly, but part of what what you're saying is looking at, San Francisco again is another one that does this, is taxing a higher rate on the bigger taxpayers, things like that. So a little bit more progressive, I guess.
And I saw mention of both of those here. I'm guessing that the taxing people who are simply doing business, by way of example, so would that be somebody like Microsoft who's selling us all software every month for whatever we're doing but not being taxed in San Francisco?
Yeah, it could be something like that.
So that's the sort of thing it is. But I'm guessing that if that's a recent tax, it's also being challenged in the courts, right?
That one I'm not sure whether it is or not. So a lot of San Francisco taxes are being challenged because, they dedicated it for certain services, but they said because it was, voter initiated, they only needed 50, but anyway,
We do that ourselves, but I think that we should also be looking in connection with newer taxes, how serious a challenge there is to them.
And San Francisco, you're right, is a good example of that because, they're always being challenged. San Francisco and Oakland both.
Thank you.
Councilmember Winter.
Yeah, a couple questions. First of all, you mentioned, obviously that significant decline in TOT and a variety of reasons for that. I had heard one reason from a couple hotel operators you did not mention, which is basically we've seen that, 8% per year increase for a while in TOT. And these hotel operators told me they believe a lot of that's because they've been able to increase the prices of their rooms. And that now with the development of hotels outside the city along the Expo corridor, people are finding it's cheaper to stay in further east of here and to take the train into Santa Monica to do business. So are we thinking about that we may be reaching sort of a saturation point in hotels in the larger region around us, and that we may not see, even if we all of a sudden have a federal administration that's welcoming to people from other countries, and we get rid of the coronavirus and all those other things, right? Wildfires, homelessness, it's all gone. But there's just always so much demand, and if you have more facilities elsewhere, we're not able to keep increasing the room rates. Have you thought about that at all?
Well, we have, that was one of the things that was talked about, I would say, before we started seeing these declines. And there are a lot of hotels that are being built in other areas, but what we're hearing is that this is actually a regional trend that's happening right now, so it's not just us. So, once everything gets great again, will we have that as a threat? There is a possibility. I've heard that we're not overly saturated yet at this point. So, I've heard that it's a concern, but that we're not there yet.
Okay, and then, like Councilmember Davis, since this is all such grim news, I'm interested in how we dig ourselves out of a hole in some of these revenue enhancements we might look at down the road. You mentioned raising the parking tax. I recall a number of years ago I suggested we raise our parking tax from 10% to 15%, and it was greeted with skepticism by staff that it would be too complicated, that we'd have to, let's say the public parking in a meter was $1, then we'd have to raise it to $1.05, and that would be confusing, and I always thought that was malarkey because you're getting the same revenue. You just say 85 cents of it is the parking revenue and 15% of the tax, but then we have the opportunity to raise that tax on all the private operators, right, where the medical offices and the office buildings, et cetera. So why the change in being more receptive to raising the parking tax, at least without testing it with the general public?
I don't remember how long ago that was, but we are changing. In the past, we may have been a little bit more wary of changing our parking rates. We are changing our parking rates more frequently these days. And I think that, I think we could do it. I don't know, Dave, if you have any recollection of why we would have been concerned about it in the past. No, and I actually don't.
And then, the documentary transfer tax, as Councilmember Davis mentioned, we ran into a buzzsaw on that one a number of years ago.
Yes.
Because there was organized opposition from realtor special interest groups. So I hope if we explore that, we're A, going to think about just moving it to commensurate level with our neighboring communities, and B, do some outreach to that interest group which ran so much money against that tax proposal.
There were lessons learned.
Yes.
And we are looking at them very carefully. We also had raised it it was going to be a $6 increase.
It was big last time.
It was big.
And you're talking about maybe $1.50.
Yes.
Yeah. And then on the vacancy tax, I mean, I guess you note that it only generates maybe a couple $100,000. It's sort of unknown territory for us. But have we also contemplated sort of the economic multiplier? If we have 15% vacancy rate on the promenade right now, and we knock that down to 3% with a vacancy tax as a tool to discourage vacancies, wouldn't we be generating a whole lot of additional revenue just from increased foot traffic, increased sales, et cetera, et cetera? Have we sort of analyzed that yet, or is that something we could look at
That's
going forward?
something we could look at,
Yeah.
yes.
And then also, have we thought about what it would do for our revenue base if there were to be a statewide ballot measure that produced a split roll for property taxes, and we all suddenly start taxing commercial properties more highly?
We haven't done any analysis on that, no.
Okay. And then finally, this is a minor thing. So if I recall last year's budget session, that we decided in the interest of saving some money that we would end the contract with Stericycle that does the household hazardous waste pickup. Is that right?
Yes. I'm looking at our public works stuff. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I acquired Public Works. I think it saved us $110,000 a year. So I guess I'm just wondering, going forward, given that our next report is going to show that while we're doing well in some areas of the environment, our waste management practices are actually slipping backwards. Would it be possible, since we're doing the rate study for RRR, that we incorporate the possibility of returning to that extra $110,000 a year for Stericycle, which spread among all of our users would probably not be that much of an increase?
So our Public Works Director is saying that we're looking at it.
Beautiful answer. Thank you.
Are there any other council questions from the west end of the dais? No. And over here? No. So thank you very much for the staff. Don't go away completely, of course. We'll have questions after the public comment. We'll open the public hearing on this item 8B. And we have 4 requests to speak. The first 3 are Denise Barton, Karen Block, and Kim Sidoriak. While Ms. Barton is coming to the podium, if Karen Block and Kim Sidoriak would also get up and be ready to speak so we can move right along. Good evening, Ms. Barton.
Good evening. I love how Glenn Davis leaves out the over $30 million in city council legal fees fighting the district voting case. And of course, the cost of running the city continues to go up, with more doom and gloom financial predictions. You do this every year, yet you always seem to have a surplus of funds despite predictions. And the city now has a reputation for homelessness, drugs, and being unsafe. So why are you surprised that the transit occupancy tax is flat and expected to continue to be so, especially with this information being on cable news so much now? Then why would the Housing Authority Housing Division, or whatever they're calling themselves these days, not need another subsidy from the city for administration? Wait a minute, I thought the Housing Authority was supposed to be separate from the city. And we all know about the Housing Authority's every Friday parties with lotto tickets, but where are they getting the money for these? Would it be from affordable housing tenants' reimbursements that you not give them, like they did with me with the $450 cost I had to pay for the environmental inspection I had to have done before I could be removed from the moldy affordable housing unit at AO Apartments? In addition, didn't the Housing Authority just add the list from Community Corporation last year instead of opening the affordable housing waiting list? But still, they need more money. Finally, I think I should mention in the conversation with a world-famous business owner here in Southern California, when I mentioned I was still doing the city, my friend's response was, they're bankrupting the city. So other people see it too, showing you have not been good financial stewards of the city's funds, equaling financial irresponsibility to the point of detriment to the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Our next speaker is Karen Block. She's moving as quickly as she can to get to the podium. And while she does so, I'll just remind everybody now listening on KCRW who missed my comment about it before, that voting has begun at voting centers throughout LA County. You don't need to go to a voting place right by your home. You can vote anywhere in the county. Good evening, Ms. Block.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Karen Block. My husband Joe and I, we've lived in Santa Monica for 35 years. We've raised our family here. This is the first time I felt it necessary to come before the City Council. We have watched silently as our lives have changed to cope with the changes that have happened in our city, and these have been changes for the worse, not the better. Many of the things we most enjoyed about living in Santa Monica are denied to us now, in large part due to the homeless crisis in our city. And I would venture to say that the homeless crisis in our city is affecting tourism more than the coronavirus, which is brand new, and more than the fact that Myanmar and Uzbekistan are on travel bans. I would ask that before you fund any more money for things like parks and recreation, please support programs like the fire department's proposal for the community response unit. Please support our first responders by giving them the tools they need to deal with the homeless crisis every day. Funding this program is win-win-win. It helps the homeless, it helps the residents, and it helps our first responders. I urge you, as you go through these budget considerations, to support the programs proposed by our fire department, like the Community Response Unit. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Kim Zadoriak. While Ms. Zadoriak is coming forward, our final speaker will be Dominic Bay, if he could get ready to speak.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Kim Zadoriak from Santa Monica Travel and Tourism. I don't have a particular comment to make, but just wanted to let you know I'm here to answer any questions about hotel performance, TOT, tourism industry stuff. So I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And our final speaker is Dominic Bay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Councilmember Moreno.
Since you're here, and I asked the question of Gigi, what does an increase in hotel tax do to tourism, in your perspective?
In my perspective. I can't answer that specifically, but I can say I have a list of about 14 Southern California communities and their TOT rates, and there's only one destination that is at 15%. That's Anaheim. So if you're looking at Beverly Hills, Healdsburg, Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, all are 14 and under.
And we're at 14.
Yes.
Got it. And Anaheim is the only 15?
Yep.
And do you know, if you're the right person to ask, how many tourists we have in Santa Monica versus Anaheim?
I don't have that tonight, sorry.
Okay, all right, it was a tough question. Thank you very much.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. Dominic Bay, you've asked for 4 minutes, with 2 of those minutes donated to you by Walter Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez indicates he is present, so Dom, you'll have 4 minutes.
Thank you all, City Council, City Manager, and City staff. And to Walter Gonzalez, who is the top time donor this evening. Thank you, Walter. And to the city staff, especially Gigi, does an amazing job always with the reports. And as I told her when I stopped by her office, I do believe these to be accurate, and the Vegas odds will be adjusted, I'm sure, appropriately. Ms. Block mentioned it, and there's been a lot of talk about TOT and tourism, and talking about investing in things that will turn that curve back around. It reminded me of an old proposal from a year ago called the Community Response Unit, and that was tasked for our fire department, and they came up with a study and a proposal to address homelessness. Some of you guys may know that 20 to 25% of our medical calls are homeless related. So the fire department's in an excellent position to address homelessness and try to deal with it. The program didn't get approved. As we've heard here tonight, budgeting is tough, but you know, one of the things to consider for the council and everyone that this is a top priority and could potentially turn around revenue for the city, absolutely. Which brings us just to Station 7. You know, that pilot started in July, and I know everyone is appreciative of that pilot starting. It came back with tremendous results, decreased response times, and a final analysis and report submitted on December 18th. So we're here in February. We understand there's a process. The city manager has a process in place. But just to remember, I encourage you guys to ask questions while looking at mid-year adjustments. This pilot, you know, it was requested that it be approved. It has shown success. And in order to staff this pilot, we need it approved in order to move forward with the station that's sitting there. It's a couple of rented trailers, great trailers, don't get me wrong, they're incredible. But down at the beach, that we need to start moving on these and move forward. So I do encourage you guys to take a look at funds available. And if we are going to decrease resources to make this happen, I don't think it's a good idea. Just remember that we pulled 2 rescue ambulances from Mid-City. We already pulled the resources to make this happen, and to decrease resources or staff, I'm not sure how it would be done. I'm sure the chief could shed more light on that. I do not think would be a good idea to make this happen. I think we should approve it, lock this thing in, and get started on moving forward with this. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you very much, and that'll close the public hearing. Oh, we have a question. Mr. Bay, we have a question for you from Councilmember Moreno.
You mentioned the pilot, and I don't know if it's a question for Rick or for you, but you mentioned it. When does something like this move from pilot to permanence? And I think that was trailing Councilmember Hara's question about, you know, the permanence of this Station 7, and when do we determine its success and move to a permanent structure?
I'd be happy to respond.
I'll defer to the expert city manager.
Thank you, Don. I've authorized, in working with Chief Walker, the extension of the pilot, which was originally a 6-month pilot, through the end of this fiscal year. And we'll use the budget process to address both the operating costs of the Station 7 as well as the capital. We think that Station 7 has been a success, and we think it should get serious consideration for permanent funding, but that will come through the budget process, and that'll happen in the next 4 months, and it'll have to be weighed against every other priority, both at my level in submitting a budget request to you and at your level in finalizing the budget.
So I'll ask another rookie question here. Looking at Gigi's budget process, that happens in February, and then February to April, you guys take direction and comments from this meeting, and then mash it all together, and then come back and present May 26th. Is that the plan? Okay. And just so I'm clear, CIP and operating is like, CIP is obviously fixed capital costs, and then operating is like.
Councilmember Moreno, are you done asking Mr. Baker?
Oh, yeah. Well, I
Okay.
guess so. Well, I don't know, somewhere between here and there. Yeah.
Well, if you're done with Mr. Bay, then we can close the public hearing.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Okay, so.
Thanks for coming up.
If I can ask you to pause for just a moment, then we will close the public hearing on item 8B. Now, council, if you look at your agenda, you'll see that there are a total of 10 different recommended actions that we are being asked to take. With the help of the city attorney and the city clerk, I've been able to distill that down into 5 motions, some of which will require 5 votes, which I'll introduce as we get to them. But let's discuss the mid-year budget and the financial status update as a whole, starting with any new questions for staff that were brought up by the public testimony. Councilmember Davis.
So one of the things in our sustainability plan we talked about was the possibility of a carbon tax, and that wasn't on your list. Are we looking at that separately as part of the sustainability goal achievement, or are we thinking about that more as a general fund revenue enhancer?
We haven't included the development of a carbon tax in this at this point, but it is something that we are considering, and we could work together with finance to bring that forward with you and to bring that forward to you and to develop the strategy. It was included in the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, and we will be making first steps towards that as we start to look at our carbon offset fee.
Okay, great, thank you. And actually got into it a little bit with the city manager and Councilmember Morena, but it seems to me that, you know, the question before us is not whether or not we have to cut. We have to cut. The question is, how do we decide what to cut? And before sort of getting into the recommended actions, it seems to me that, you know, there are a couple of things, and we heard it tonight from the public comment, but also I think we hear it around the city on a fairly regular basis, is that, you know, we need to have sort of a laser-like focus rather than sort of saying, well, we've done these 5,000 things forever and ever and ever. Maybe we need to say, maybe we're not going to do 5,000 things, but instead have a laser-like focus on things that, one, are most important to the community, but also, two, I think, you know, sort of deliver, if you will, more bang for the buck, and allow us to make real strides in what will be obviously austere times. Clearly, I think tonight from the public comment, but also I think just heard around town, if you want to put it that way, is that, you know, we did our budgetary framework priorities, but they're very broad. And there's almost no proposal that you could think of that you couldn't sort of shoehorn into one of those and say, but look, so it seems to me that one of the things as we go through this budgetary process is really try and figure out within those budgetary framework priorities, what can we pull out one or two of the most important or maybe most synergistic or intersectional or whatever hot word you want to use that will, you know, achieve our goals in the city. You know, because I think as we go through this financial status update that we hear tonight, like I said, it's not, you know, whether or not we make cuts, but where we're going to make them. And I think having a laser-like focus on what's important to us will help drive that decision as we go through the process. The other thing I just want to say is I think that obviously within our budgetary framework, you know, and I've used this analogy before, which is that, you know, a city is somewhat like a house, and the question is, what is that foundation for the house? What do we need to have before we can do all the great stuff we like to do? And it seems to me that obviously public safety is that foundation. You know, and that's not to say this project versus that project, but I think what we need to do as we go through this budgetary process is say, what are our priorities? I think the community wants us to make public safety a priority, and I think that's one of our chief goals, obviously, as a council, because it doesn't matter if we have great schools or we have wonderful businesses or we have great public spaces if people don't feel safe in them. So I just want to throw that out there that I guess as we're going through this process, and I'm not picking on anyone in particular or saying this, that, or the other thing, because that's obviously what staff is going to do, I think there is a tendency, and I certainly, everyone's going to have to give at the office. I think that's inevitable, right? But the question is, how much does everyone give? And I think it is tempting to say everyone gives the same amount or the same percentage or something like that because it's an easy answer to a difficult question. But the fact of the matter is that some of the things we do are quite honestly more important than others. And so, at least for me, and my colleagues are certainly free to disagree in the subsequent discussion, public safety has to be one of those things that we prioritize, because no matter how much money we spend in terms of promoting economic development or whatever, it's not going to mean a lot if people won't come to Santa Monica because they don't feel safe on the streets. So I just want to throw that out there as sort of general thinking about it. I really appreciate the work that staff has done, and I don't look forward to the next few months of having to make these difficult decisions. But I wanted to make those comments tonight because I think by the time we get to the May budget hearings, there's a sense that a lot of it is sort of baked in, and then we're just sort of picking around the edges. So I think tonight's a good night for each of us to, the council to express what its general priorities are, to give you some guidance as you go through the process. And
Is there a question for staff in here? Because we're still on questions for staff.
Okay, I guess I blew that one, because I did ask about the carbon tax and then went off. I apologize. So the question was about the carbon tax. I apologize, and I'll be quiet now.
No, we'll come back to discussion, but I just want to make sure other council members have a chance to ask questions to staff before we begin that. Any down here? Any up here? Okay, pick up where you left off.
Actually, I was toward...
Oh.
No, I have one to discuss.
He wants to discuss. Well, and actually, I was near the end of it. I think the one thing I do want to say, and then I'll close, is that as we go through this list of recommendations and we talk about increasing fines and penalties and we talk about new sources of revenue, I think it will be important of us to do outreach, as Councilmember Morena said about some of the business tax, and I think, Councilmember Winterer talked about our previous excursion into the documentary transfer tax, that it will be important to do outreach to people. One, to explain the financial situation. We are not gilding the lily here. We are just trying to keep the lily alive. And to, how we have thought about how this is part of a comprehensive package as opposed to a one-off of, oh, well, let's go get some money there or let's go get some money there. I think it's going to take more than our usual outreach about our budgetary process and our budgetary priorities. And I apologize for going off past the questions thing.
That turns out to have been no harm, no foul, so we'll move on the discussion to Councilmember Winterer.
Yeah, I guess I want to remind everybody that, we'll have extensive conversations about the budget when it comes back to us in a number of months, and I think the staff is aware that what our priorities are since we've established them a couple of times in the last couple of years, and obviously public safety was very high up on that list. I just want to remind everybody that right now, really, what we're trying to do is balance the books mid-year, and there's various staff recommendations to do so, and we probably this evening should just move ahead with tackling those issues, and I'm sure that the finance department, the city manager, and everybody involved can prepare a lot of options for us to deal with the hard choices we're going to have to make in May, but I don't know if that's really before us tonight. Certainly people should give a preamble of what they're thinking, but I would sort of suggest that maybe we just start moving through this list sooner rather than later, since we have a lot of other business to do.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Well, I'm not sure that in light of the fact that we're also giving staff, I think, direction about things we might do to bail ourselves out, that we shouldn't talk about what our priorities and direction ought to be, and maybe what our theme ought to be in this. And I do think that we do need to have a theme when we're talking about imposing additional taxes or parking fees or anything else on people who live and work here. And I do want to say that, I think that there will be a hard gaze turned on us for being in this situation at this time, and it will be as much on us as it will be on staff. And I think we need to think about why we think we're finding ourselves in this position. Blew that. Why we think we're finding ourselves in this position, and what our messaging should be about why we're finding ourselves in this position, apart from it's somebody else's fault. Because, yes, maybe it is somebody else's fault, but in that case, we need a different tack that emphasizes how we're going to approach it differently in the future so we don't find ourselves in this position. I do think it's important to address these, but I also think it's important to give direction to staff about, because it's our job to make policy, what kinds of policies we want to see that will explain how we're going to do it differently in the future.
So what are your suggestions?
Well, as I said, I think that people who aren't being taxed commensurate with their usage of city resources or city funds are places where we can be increasing taxes, for instance, in the service sector. I think that, that we can fill in gaps in places where other cities are covering taxes that we aren't. I am very concerned about a parcel tax because of our experience before, and I don't know how we can frame that in a way unless the treasurer can make it more of a luxury parcel tax than a straight-on parcel tax. I'm sorry, the documentary, the documentary transfer tax, because that was a big problem for us before, and I think that only a few of us lived through it, but we remember it. And I think unless we can implement a tiered tax, we're in trouble. On public safety, I think the last thing we want to do is put this on the backs of public safety. Everybody loves our firefighters, and people love our police officers. I mean, this is not a place I think we ought to be looking at other ways to generate revenues, including maybe increased TOT, including possible taxes on businesses or gross receipts over a certain amount. That sort of thing where we aren't stifling the kind of progress that Councilmember Morena keeps talking about. So we aren't doing it all on the backs of businesses, but maybe there are businesses that can really afford to be helping us a little more than they are. And it shouldn't always fall on the residents. We have a lot of people who are doing business here and making lots of money here who don't live here, and so a lot of the taxes we're imposing are not coming back on them, and I think that maybe we need to figure out ways to tax the people who are monopolizing on what a great place this is, and yet not paying anything for making, for sort of catapulting off of us. So that's where I'm coming from in terms of doing this.
Would you consider the vacancy tax and the excess rent tax to be congruent with our housing and economic revitalization goals?
Yeah, I particularly feel the vacancy tax is, because I do believe the vacancy tax could, if it was in a sufficient amount, could motivate people to actually put both commercial and residential property back on the market where they're holding it off to get their price. So that's number one. And number two, I think it may not seem like a lot, but it could end up being a lot at a certain point. The other thing that I believe is that the property tax, the excess rent tax, as framed, I think would be effective here, and I think that it wouldn't hit our smaller landlords, but it could hit people who are making a lot of money in buildings with luxury apartments, and I think that what that will hit on is more of the non-rent controlled market rate apartments, and I don't think it will drive them out of our market. I think these rents are very high, and the gross receipts are very high. So I agree with both of those taxes.
Okay, other council member comments? Councilmember Morena.
All right. So first, thank you for putting all this stuff together. It is incredibly difficult. I've done it a long time in my non-rookie career, and I appreciate it, and I know that it's so challenging. With that said, I've been in this situation many, many times, and I know it's tough. but I look at the upside and our opportunity to grow. So before that, I just want to reiterate the public safety issue. Last night I was woken up at 11 o'clock and had to run down to the restaurant. And there was, 4 police cars and, someone tried to break in and they were all there and they stopped it. And so, I'm incredibly grateful for our police and our fire. I mean, Station 7, I know, saved 4 lives since it's been enacted. One of those lives was a friend of mine who was pulled out of the water after having a heart attack. These people are the most important to me. Without safety, nothing else works. That is a primary concern. How we grow our way out of it is by investing in the very things that will make us money. So we talked about it a little bit with Rick. We don't necessarily have a recruiter on our side, but our economic development department has changed considerably, and will continue to do so over the next couple of months as we have some significant staff change. So that's an opportunity for me. I see that as a real opportunity for us to change the way we do business in Santa Monica. We are considered, unfortunately, today, business unfriendly. And that's a real challenge for me. When I was still in college, I started my first business, and that was in Santa Monica. And I've never had a business outside of Santa Monica, and it's been 20 years. So I take that to heart. I know a lot of these individual stories. And so much as last year, you all supported our 13 item, which was an economic opportunity and development item. And that had very, very specific ways that we can grow our city revenues. And it started with the small business, as our city manager mentioned. Our small business sector provides a tremendous amount of revenue to our coffers. So things like relaxing our business permitting requirements, expanding local hires, investing in new small businesses through a CDC, and deepening coordination of career development. Those things will generate more revenue. Evan Spiegel went to Crossroads, and his business is one of the largest businesses in LA, in the LA Business Journal, I think by market cap. He is the largest business in Los Angeles. So investing in our kids, investing in career development will produce the next Snapchat. There is no question about it. But we have to do that with a coordinated effort. We have to think about that holistically. Making permitting, making business process, we've made incredible strides. I was lucky enough to fall into a lot of the progress that the city has made, a lot of what David has done specifically in that process, and I thank you for it, and the business community knows all of the work that you and the rest of staff have done. But making people turn faster, having the ability to open up a shop quicker, that means that sales tax revenue and jobs and all of those things happen faster. So it is incredibly important to me that we look towards ways to grow our economy. And we've done that, and I just want to double down on it. Specifically,
let me ask you, though, Councilman Miranda, is there a way in which you want to apply this intention you're expressing to the specific actions we're about to take?
Yeah, there is. So lumping all of those together and coupled with the 13 items that we passed last year, we have a consultant who is considering our tax revenue base. I think it would be helpful if we had someone to consider some economic development base. And I know our resources are slim in the city, and we may or may not have them, but and I know that Jason's leaving, so maybe we have a little stopgap, or we've talked about maybe the CDC component and having some resources allocated for that.
I just wanted to remind you that we also have our economic sustainability study that's working right now to look at what we can be looking at in the future.
For 2050, right?
2050, but it's to get us to 2050, so we're starting now.
Okay.
We are not expecting to start in 2050.
Right, no, I get it. What I want to be very cognizant of in that 2050, and I love this 2050 study. I was at the first panel, and I thought it was incredible. But, you know, we have a right now to 10-year challenge. And so if we wait until that study is finished, and if we wait until the ideas are implemented, you know, we'll be at year 11, right? So what I would like to answer your question specifically is I'd like to be able to authorize some leeway, some leverage, and city manager, if you can help me out here, a way for you to access a consultant that can also look at revenue generating
Okay,
opportunities.
so then, just to be clear, what you're looking at, Councilmember Moreno, is a direction in addition to the items that we're being asked to act on tonight. You don't want to modify any of these?
I don't want to modify.
Okay.
No.
Because
it's
we need
additional.
to move on those.
Okay.
We're already an hour behind on our
Okay,
schedule.
all right.
And then we can give additional direction to staff once we've adopted these motions.
Great.
If that's okay.
Fine by me. Thank you.
Other discussion from the council. Councilmember Hara.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation, and as council member has already stated, very gloom, not very good for us. However, I do have, there are some things here that I can see. Number 3, okay? Where are we going to, or how are we going to set up these fines in response to excessive false alarms for the fire department and the police department? I would like to know who is going to be assessing these, who would report these, and where are we, or what are we going to do with these funds? Where are we going to place these funds? To me, it's a direct correlation as to if we want, because this has been our priority, to have safety as one of our priorities, then we definitely need to see, we need to allocate the funds where we need them.
So we actually, the resolution that you have in front of you, the only thing that is changing is the parking citations. The false alarm fines, all those things, that's just part of an existing resolution. But that said, the money comes into the general fund. It does not get allocated to a specific purpose. But by coming into the general fund, it goes back to public safety, parks, libraries, overall.
Have either the chief of police or the fire chief provided with some additional suggestions in your process?
On how they would be used?
On how we could improve some things in order for them to be able to do their job better?
Well, we haven't had this conversation with them, so maybe we can follow up and see what specific things that you have in mind, and we can follow up. I know Katie has some
I
to
actually
say.
don't have any suggestions other than to add then to all of these that are already here, that you do sit down with both the chief of police and the fire department chief in order for them to maybe provide some ideas, a different way of thoughts or something out of the box where they can go ahead and assist us to be able to provide either funding for them or try and figure out how it is that we can save money but not reduce their staff.
So are you, maybe you're suggesting that maybe this would be a funding source, an additional funding source for police and fire? This is something we would have to, in order to raise any of these fines, there are some laws at the state level that restrict us as to how far we can go up. I would have to check and see. I don't know if Dave knows offhand. We would have to take a look at this. We do take a look at our fine resolutions along with our master fee listings very regularly, so this is something that we can take a look at and see as we're going through a master fee and fine resolution over the next year, and see how far we can raise it. And we also take a look at what other cities are doing, but mostly this is something that is covered by law. Katie seems to.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I think you can rest assured that we're meeting with every department head in every aspect of their departments and asking them to evaluate how they can achieve the outcomes that they're trying to and that what their mission is, and ensuring that we're asking the questions and they're asking the questions of their team and engaging their team into how to make the departments, both collaboratively and independently, as effective and creatively as they possibly can. So it would be a misnomer to think that we're not engaged with them on a very regular basis and through these processes of evaluating the budget of how to maximize the effectiveness of the $425 to $450 million in every department, because we recognize that there's a priority, but we also recognize that there are demands for either core services or exceptional services that are provided to the community of Santa Monica. So I just wanted to clarify that we are absolutely meeting with the police chief and the fire chief and then every other department head to try to move forward the attempt to maximize the effectiveness of the dollars spent.
And I hope it's reassuring to staff and to the community that our council here is already thinking ahead to what we might want to do in the budget process, which we'll go back to us starting in May and ending in June. But tonight, as Councilmember Winter pointed out some time ago, what's before us is the mid-year budget adjustments. So what we might do is focus back on those adjustments, get those 5 motions passed that we need, and then if we want to give additional direction to staff for the budget, we could do that as a separate motion at that point. That'd be
Thank
okay?
you. That would be great. Thank
Okay.
you.
Any other discussion from the council? Well, let me do my best to try the old gospel-style call and response here. I'm going to call for motions, and if somebody wants to rise to the occasion and make the motion, they can do so. And the first motion is actually going to combine 3 things that are on the agenda
Mayor,
ahead of you. Do you
my
want to do it a different way now?
my
I just
sincere
got the
apologies.
notes that you gave, the clerk gave to me, so.
Yes,
that was-
there was some confusion in our earlier conversation. Item number 1 does need to be done as a separate motion.
That would be item number 6 in the listed number of motions? Or do I have to go back to the main list? Well, let me do this. Let me ask for a motion to appropriate fiscal year 2019-2020 mid-year revenue and expenditure budget adjustments and to approve corresponding adjustments to the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget plan as shown in attachment A.
So moved.
That has been moved by Councilmember Winter and seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich. Seeing no request for discussion, this will be a roll call vote.
Commissioner Authority Councilmember Moreno.
Yes.
Commissioner Authority Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Commissioner Authority Member Davis.
Yes.
Commissioner Authority Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Commissioner Authority Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
And then Mayor Chair McKeon.
Yes. So that passes with a 6-0 vote unanimous of the council members present. For the record, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day appears to have left for the evening. Has that been recorded?
Yes.
So there'll be 6 of us on the vote.
Yeah, one of his
remainder.
children was ill, so he had to leave.
And just a reminder that some of these do require 5 votes. Now, I'm going to keep going, and I guess the city attorney will stop me when I go too far too fast. This time, I'm going to call for a motion to receive the fiscal year 2019-2020 through fiscal year 2028-29 financial status update. That was the depressing graph that we saw. And to also adopt a resolution establishing new classifications and adopting salary rates for various positions, as shown as attachment B, and to approve the position and classification changes that are shown in attachment C.
So moved.
That has been moved by Councilmember Hara, seconded by Councilmember Davis. This is one that requires 5 votes, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Mayor McKeon.
Yes, so that does pass unanimously, 6-0. Next, I'll call for a motion to adopt a resolution setting forth the administrative citation schedule of fines for certain violations of the Santa Monica Municipal Code, setting civil penalties for parking violations and for the late payment of penalties, setting fines for police and fire department responses to excessive false alarms, and setting fines for the Santa Monica Public Library, as shown in attachment D.
So moved. Second.
That has been moved by Councilmember Morena and seconded by Councilmember Winter. It will go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Morena?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon?
Yes, so that passes unanimously, 6-0. I'll now call for a motion to adopt a resolution acknowledging receipt of a report on the status of state-mandated annual fire inspections in the city of Santa Monica pursuant to California Health and Safety Code Section 13146.4, as shown in attachment F.
So moved.
Ooh, I'm going to take that as moved by Councilmember Hara, and since Councilmember Davis was quick on the motion, she'll get the second on that one.
Seconded it all.
I thought you tried to make the motion. Oh, that was Councilmember, oh, okay. Stereo confusion from the far end there. So we'll count the second as Councilmember Himmelrich. And that'll go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Morena?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon?
Yes, another unanimous passage, 6-0. I'll call for a motion to authorize the city manager to accept a grant awarded in the amount of $250,000 from Metro's Open Streets Grant Program 2020 mini-cycle for the City of Santa Monica's 5th Annual Coast Open Streets Celebration on Sunday, September 20th, 2020.
I will move this thing because in all this doom and gloom, we're getting some free money, so let's do it.
Second.
And everybody seconded.
Okay, that was moved by Councilmember Winter, and I couldn't tell who down this end. I'm going to give that one to Councilmember Davis. It was two female voices. You did second that one, didn't you? You did. Okay, Greg, your voice is changing.
Sounds just like him, right?
So who
Mayor
made the second?
McEwen, I think it was me.
Okay, now I'm really lost. You made the motion.
No, she's second.
You did. And, all right. Made by Councilmember Winter, seconded by Councilmember Hara to accept money. We'll take a roll call vote on that.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Morena?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon?
Yes, so we'll take the money unanimously. Now, these last three, I think I can still do all as one motion unless the city attorney steps in to stop me. So I'm going to call for a motion to direct staff to proceed with research and analysis on various potential tax revenue measures, to award RFP 255 to TBWBH Strategies for strategic advisory and communications services for the finance department, and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with TBWBH Strategies in an amount not to exceed $165,000 over a 5-year period, with future year funding contingent on council budget approval, and to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a 6th modification to Agreement 10141 CCS in the amount of $62,000 with Goodwin Simon Strategic Research for polling for Santa Monica's potential revenue measures. That will result in a 5-year amended agreement for a total not to exceed $385,800 with future year funding contingent on council budget approval.
So
I
moved.
That was moved by Councilmember Himmelrich and seconded by Councilmember Hara.
Mayor, before we vote, who was the maker of the motion?
Himmelrich.
Oh, I'd like to propose a friendly amendment, just because it wasn't listed in the PowerPoint, that among the revenue measures we investigate include a carbon tax, because I'd like to see some polling on how that does compared to some of these other things.
That's friendly.
I don't think we'll be ready with a carbon tax for the 2020.
Okay, so the polling is only for the 2020 election? All right, then I'll withdraw that.
Okay, so we're back to the motion as stated. We're ready for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Morena?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon?
Yes, so that also passes unanimously, 6-0, all the council members present. And with that, we get to send all of our alter egos out and adjourn the special joint meeting, so we're back to just being the council again. Do we want to give some direction to staff before we move on to the next item? Councilmember Winter?
Yeah, I'll endeavor to consolidate what I heard from my colleagues is that, as we move forward with this budget process, that we give staff the direction to focus on revenue enhancements where we will get the greatest return from those users of city services who are not necessarily paying the full cost of providing those services, that we look at, expanding the tax base in ways that it more conforms to our 21st century economy, that we place an emphasis among all the 6 priorities that we have enumerated over the last number of years on public safety, and that we look for maneuvers within the budget which will generate the most potential economic activity within the city and generate, therefore, additional tax revenue. Did I do a pretty good job of summing up
Well, that was a lot of stuff. Is there a second for that?
Well, I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Winter, seconded by Councilmember Davis. Remember, folks, if you had some additional direction to give, you can give that as a separate direction without totally amending this one.
I know I seconded it, but I just wanted to clarify that I think, because I know Councilmember Moreno raised it, and I think it's something we want staff to continue to consider, is not just, obviously adopting to the 21st century economy and what will promote economic development, but make sure that some of the actions we're taking don't, for lack of a better term, diminish or reduce economic performance as well, so that we don't institute, for example, a tax that then causes businesses to leave town, that sort of thing. So
yes, that analysis of whether increasing the parking tax deters people, that sort of stuff.
Right, exactly. I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because I think it was in
So
there.
folks, what I want to try to avoid doing is making poor Councilmember Winter try to remember what he just made as a motion, because that seemed to be pretty much ad-libbed. I'm not sure he has notes on all that.
No, I was counting on you to write it all down.
But isn't
So-
this just directions?
It is direction, and so I'm going to call for a vote on the direction, which will be done by voice vote. And then if we have an additional direction, we can do that rather than modify his. So on the motion for direction that was made by Councilmember Winter, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, 6-0, that direction is approved by the City Council as a whole. Is there any further direction from the council?
I don't know whether or not this would be a direction, but I would just like to see, since Katie was kind enough to let me know that you are meeting with all of the departments, if some of their ideas could be shared. I just wanted to find out whether or not that would be a possibility, so.
Right now?
So I would like to move that I don't know if that, I need
So
to
the
make that as a
direction
motion.
is the council prepare an information item for the council summarizing the ideas that have come from the departments?
Absolutely.
Well, being an information item, it just come during the budget hearing.
Well, that's a good question.
But I don't want a great extra.
No, I don't. But I think that if they provide ideas, that maybe we could see some of those ideas to light. I mean, that's
The
all I'm
question is, do you
asking,
want a
so-
separate document, or can we do it as part of the budget process?
No, we can do it as part of the budget process.
The city manager appeared to have some concern at some point. Do you still?
Mayor and members of the council, I'd like to set some realistic expectations about the budget process, but I don't think it bears upon Councilmember Hara's suggestion. I think we're always happy to convey creative ideas, either to help reduce expenses or to generate revenue. And in fact, the punch list for the Budget Task Force Phase 1 and Phase 2 are directly the result of those consultations with department heads. Again, as Katie emphasized, independently and collaboratively. Right? They put their heads together about what we could work on together, and then they also made suggestions about what they could do individually on both reducing expenses and increasing revenues, with the goal of improving results.
So we have a motion for specified information from Councilmember Hara. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, so the motion is made by Councilmember Hara, seconded by Councilmember Morena. Is there discussion on this direction? You can do it by voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous direction from the council to staff for that information. Are there any further, well, let me see if there are any further requests from the council for direction. There is one more. Did your point have to do with that direction we just gave, or more general?
No, again, I said I would like to provide the council and all those tracking this discussion with some realistic expectations about the budget process.
Okay, does that have to do with your motion, or do you have some direction that could be made now?
Well, maybe.
Are you realistic?
Well, right. I mean, well, because actually, well, let me throw it out there, which is that, and some of it may just be support for staff in this endeavor, is to give direction to staff to obviously in terms of, and maybe it's a follow-up to Councilmember Hara's direction, to bring back with us a realistic picture of what this city is going to be able to do in terms of how do we contract the services that we provide and still obviously keep Santa Monica the best possible city. I think that, I think there is a tendency to think that this is all doom and gloom, but none of us are thinking about what are we going to lose in the process. And I just kind of want to give staff that reinforcement to understand that we know we're going to lose some stuff, and ask you to bring us back those hard choices you talked about in your first slide.
Well, that actually might be a suggestion to give City Manager Cole the time to close out the item.
Yeah,
by
so
helping
maybe,
us
I think that is
understand
sort of what he was going to
realistically
say, but.
As we complete looking at the mid-year budget, what we can and cannot expect as we now launch into the full budget for a coming year.
Well, that was my point, Mayor, is we're actually not launching into the full budget for the next year. We operate on a 2-year biennial budget. It's best practices. Most cities, because they're not as well planned, I think, as ours has traditionally been, and you've all complimented our staff in the finance department who work with all the other 11 departments to produce this quality of projections. Most cities don't do that. The way in which we're able to do that is we don't start our budget over again from scratch every year. In fact, you've adopted a budget for next year, and this is what we call the exception year. And so we don't anticipate, absent a dramatic, immediate economic downturn, we don't imagine presenting hard choices to you in this budget cycle. We're close to balance if you adopt the recommendations that I'll be making to you as a result of the budget task force in this second year of the 2-year budget. What our chief financial officer was previewing is what's ahead in the next full 2-year budget process. That will require some pretty fundamental changes, probably almost certainly beyond the $2.5 million that we had originally anticipated in our budget planning. That's the message we're giving you tonight. It's the next 2-year budget. That said, in the exception year budget, we have traditionally and I think effectively focused on capital expenditures, and of course those are across all funds. You've already set us on course with the Climate Action Plan and the water and wastewater rate studies on most of the big capital expenses in our enterprise funds. So we'll really be talking primarily about the very limited general fund capital dollars. That's where any funding for improvements to make Station 7 would come from. But we'll really be talking about capital. Now, it's a lot of dollars, $20 million, $22 million. Some of that is already spoken for because of previous commitments, multi-year commitments. So we're going to be bringing you primarily an exception year budget. We'll have some adjustments in the operating budget, but we're not talking about dramatic increases or dramatic decreases in the expenditures that are in our blueprint. We will be looking at both, but that's at the margins in this budget cycle. So I just wanted to set some reasonable expectations. If we did dive into major rethinking of our budget, we couldn't do any of the other work that we're doing, which is equally critical to our ultimate success. So we want to save our effort and your effort and the public's effort for the next biennial budget cycle, and we will be preparing in this year for that, because again, that will be a much tougher set of choices, particularly if the anticipated recession occurs in the next 18 to 24 months.
So
does that
having
make
seen
sense?
the graphs we saw tonight, we will have to abide in that sense of dread for a while, but not take any action immediately. It's good that we're thinking in terms.
Well, we
of
did
what
take
our core
action. We
services-
cut $9.3 million out of.
No,
out
I'm
of
not
this
saying
two-year
nothing
budget.
has been done. I'm saying nothing drastic beyond that needs to be done. However, I think it would behoove the council and the community to be thinking very seriously in the longer term about how we are either going to cut our costs or increase our revenues or both, or suffer the consequences of not doing that because, unlike the country, we can't run a deficit budget.
That's exactly right, Mayor. Thank you.
And thank you, and that's been a very sobering and long item. Let's move on, please. Item 9A.
Item 9A is a public hearing to accept the 2019 Sustainability Rights Report, and you have one request to speak.
And our presentation on this will be coming from, Shannon, are you the? Okay. Hi there.
Good evening, Mayor McCune and council members. I'm here tonight to present the 2019 Sustainability Rights Report. This is a biannual report on the ecosystem health metrics pursuant of Santa Monica Municipal Code 12.02, Sustainability Rights Ordinance. To give a brief overview of my presentation this evening, I'll begin by giving a brief background as well as context of the report, and then diving into analysis and overview of each of the different metrics, and then concluding with next steps. To provide a little bit of a background, the City of Santa Monica adopted the Sustainable City Plan in 1994. The Sustainable City Plan is a comprehensive framework for community sustainability that was designed to enhance local resources, prevent harm to the natural environment and human health, and benefit the social, cultural, and economic well-being of the community. Over the past 25 years, Santa Monica has demonstrated leadership in sustainability, not just on the local, regional, or national level, but the international level as well. Over the years, our office has measured and tracked the city's progress towards the Sustainable City Plan targets. In 2013, City Council adopted the Sustainability Rights Ordinance that requires a biannual report on the development of Article 12. In 2019, City Council adopted Article 12 of the Municipal Code titled Sustainability. We are here tonight to fulfill the obligations established in the ordinance and hold a public hearing on the Sustainability Rights Report. In 2013, City of Santa Monica adopted the Sustainability Rights Ordinance. It is an ordinance giving rights to nature and legal standing to the natural ecosystems as part of our community to further demonstrate our commitment to sustainability and codify the Sustainable City Plan commitments. Santa Monica recognizes both the rights of the natural communities and ecosystems within Santa Monica to exist and thrive, as well as the rights of individual human beings to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. The people's rights defined in the ordinance include affordable and accessible water from sustainable water sources for human consumption, cooking, and sanitary purposes. A sustainable energy future based on sustainable renewable sources. A natural climate unaltered by fossil fuel emissions. Sustainable, comprehensive waste disposal systems that do not degrade our environment. Clean indoor and outdoor air. Clean water and clean soil that pose a negligible health risk to the public. And lastly, a sustainable food system that provides healthy, local grown food to the community. As stated in the ordinance, Staff shall prepare a written report on the health of the local environment, as well as an update on the progress of the Sustainable City Plan. Last year, Council adopted the following metrics with the rights identified in the Sustainable Rights Report. There are 8 different rights and 12 different metrics for this Sustainability Rights Report. While the Sustainability Rights Report specifically looks at metrics associated with the natural environment, it is important to remember that the Sustainable City Plan is measuring broader sustainability outcomes that encompass environmental protection, economic vitality, and social responsibility. In order to prioritize these efforts across the city, the sustainability rights metrics were integrated into the city's framework for a sustainable city of well-being. I'll proceed to give a deeper dive into the analysis of each of these metrics. And the 2019 report is a reflection of data that was collected and compiled in 2018 to have a full set of metrics and try to gather the most recent data. Since the data was compiled and analyzed, we have received updated data, which I'll verbally present throughout my presentation. The city recognizes the right to affordable and accessible water from sustainable water sources for human consumption, cooking, and sanitary purposes. In order to ensure access to water for Santa Monica community, the city is focused on enhancing local water supply production and eliminating the dependence on imported water. As state water supplies drop and prolonged droughts occur, increasing the percentage of water from local sources is an important step towards water self-sufficiency. As of 2019, we are obtaining 72% of our water from local sources. The original target was to obtain 100% of water from local sources by 2020. The target has since been updated to 2023, and the city is on track to achieve that target. Over the years, the percentage has moved up and down. Over the last 3 years, we are seeing an upward trend. While this percent is increasing, additional projects and efforts have been identified to increase water supply from local sources and achieve water self-sufficiency. But we want to look at ways to also conserve water and reduce the overall water demand. So we also look at per capita and the amount of total waters or gallons of water used throughout the city. In an effort to increase the percent of water sourced locally, the city adopted the Sustainable Water Master Plan late in 2018. We're also developing projects to capture water, like the Clean Beaches project that collects 1.6 million gallons of stormwater. As part of the implementation of the Sustainable Water Master Plan, we have enhanced our Arcadia Water Treatment Facility. We started work on the Sustainable Water Infrastructure Project and maintain a water use reduction of 20%. The city recognizes the importance of a sustainable energy future based on sustainable renewable energy sources, as well as the impacts of non-renewable energy sources like coal and natural gas. Relying on energy from clean sources can help ensure resiliency of our community for current and future generations. The city aims to increase the use of renewable energy, thus reducing the community's total amount of greenhouse gas emissions and the consumption of fossil fuels. For renewable energy, we are measuring the distributed generation from solar and megawatt capacity. In 2018, Santa Monica is generating 6.3 megawatts of solar citywide. Our 2020 target is to get to 7.5 megawatts. If we look at the trends over the years, we continue to see strong activity in solar markets spurred by our Energy Reach Code and mandatory solar requirements. Looking at the graph, the green bars indicate the amount of solar installed annually. And the orange line indicates the cumulative solar capacity. In 2019, Santa Monica installed the most amount of solar in the city's history, with 3,100 new solar PV panels installed. We are now generating 7.3 megawatts and almost reaching our 2020 target of 7.5. For renewable energy, we're also measuring the percent of residents and businesses receiving renewable energy through electricity providers such as Clean Power Alliance, Southern California Edison, the city's direct access provider, and Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. 100% of residents and businesses are receiving some percentage of renewable energy. When we blend the averages of the different energy sources from Clean Power, Southern California Edison, and cities' direct access providers, 93% of electricity comes from renewable sources. If we look specifically at the Clean Power Alliance participation, here is a breakdown between the two sectors of residential and commercial. On the left, we have residential. As of 2019, August 2019, we are measuring at 91.5% of residents receiving 100% renewable energy, also known as green power. On the right, we have our commercial breakdown. As of 2019, we are measuring at 92.1% of green power customers. The city recognizes the right to a natural climate unaltered by fossil fuel emissions and understands that early action is vital to avoid significant costs and social and environmental risks posed by them. By tracking our carbon emissions reduction, Santa Monica can continue to identify key actions to make important headway to address climate change. Based on a greenhouse gas inventory conducted last year, the city has reduced carbon emissions by 29% below 1990 levels as of 2018. The original 2020 target was to reduce carbon emissions by 20% by 2020. We have exceeded our target by 9%. It is important to note that this figure is from our last completed inventory in 2018. This is prior to the Clean Power Alliance service beginning. Since the implementation of the Clean Power Alliance, carbon emissions are estimated to drop another 17%. So current estimates indicate that the city has reduced our carbon emissions by 46%. As mentioned, Santa Monica conducts greenhouse gas inventories every 2 years. Our greenhouse gas inventory is, we use a sectoral-based analysis, which you see on the screen. The primary sources of emissions are vehicles, building energy, and waste. In May of 2019, the city adopted the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan as a roadmap to get to 80% carbon emissions by 2030. The city recognizes the right to a sustainable, comprehensive waste disposal system that does not degrade the environment. Solid waste disposed in our landfills generates methane and contributes to the city's carbon footprint. Landfill space in or around Santa Monica is scarce and expensive. In order to achieve our zero waste goals, the city must work collaboratively with the community to reduce waste and increase the amount of materials being recycled or composted. To track reduction efforts, we are measuring the pounds of waste generated daily per person. In 2018, 5.3 pounds of waste were generated daily per person within the city of Santa Monica. The original waste generation target for 2020 was 2.7 pounds. At 5.3 pounds per day per person, we're currently moving away from the target. With the adoption of the Zero Waste Strategic Plan in November 2019, the city established the 2030 target of 1.1 pounds per person per day and identified key strategies to move towards this goal. If we look at the per capita waste generation over the years, we have seen an increase in waste generation on both the per capita and the total tons generated citywide. The bar represents the city's total waste generation. In 2018, we generated over 90,000 tons of waste. We are currently on an upward trend and moving away from our 2020 targets. The city adopted the Zero Waste Strategic Plan, which outlines specific measures to reduce waste and improve food waste and recycling outcomes. The city has been a leader in reducing single-use plastic waste, and the newly adopted Zero Waste Strategic Plan includes the development of a citywide waste reduction ordinance. In addition to measuring waste generation, we're also measuring waste diversion, which is the percentage of materials being diverted from the landfill. In 2018, we're measuring at 81% diversion rate. The 2020 target is 85% by 85%, and the overall goal to reach 95% by 2030. If we look at the diversion rates over the years and take a closer look, we could see we've had a little bit of a 3% dip from the previous year and currently experiencing a downward trend and moving away from our target. Global changes in the recycling market have created volatility, and this metric may be unreliable. That said, the city is working to address the recent changes in the global recycling market and encourage behavior change by adopting the Zero Waste Strategic Plan late last year. We're also contracted with a social marketing company, Good Worldwide, to develop outreach and education campaigns to positively affect behavior change in this area. The city recognizes the right to clean indoor and outdoor air and impacts of poor air quality on public health and well-being. In addition, climate change is expected to impact air quality through warming temperatures and more frequent episodes of stagnant air. These warming temperatures will increase with the frequency of days with unhealthy amounts of ground-level ozone. For clean air, we're measuring the number of exceedance days we experience annually. South Coast Air Quality Management District measures our air quality and tracks the numbers of days that we exceed the current federal standard for ozone levels of 70 parts per million in an 8-hour period. In 2018, Santa Monica experienced 2 exceedance days. The target is 0 exceedance days annually by 2020. If we look at the numbers over the years, this is a decrease from 2014. In recent years, we have seen minimal movement to really determine which way we're trending. While the number of exceedance days for federal air quality standards fluctuates slightly over the years, overall the number of days is minimal. Staff recognize that achieving 0 exceedance days is an ambitious target. And while the city does not directly regulate air pollution, the city is working to improve air quality by encouraging alternative modes of transportation and transitioning the Big Blue bus fleet to all electric. Additionally, the City of Santa Monica has partnered with the Pardee Rand Graduate School to support local outdoor air quality awareness by deploying air quality sensors throughout Santa Monica. The air quality sensors will collect data that can be publicly viewed online at www.purpleair.com. The city recognizes the right to clean water and clean soil that pose a negligible health risk to the public. By improving the beach water quality and the cleanliness of the beach, we are improving the public health and safety of our community. We're also protecting our largest natural environment in Santa Monica. For clean water and soil, we are measuring the number of beach warnings per year. When levels of bacteria exceed safety standards, health officials from Los Angeles County of Public Health and Los Angeles Sanitation notify the public by posting signs. These levels are measured in 6 different locations: Montana, Wilshire, Pico-Kenter, Strand, Ashland, and the Pier. The combined total for wet weather and dry weather warnings in 2019 was 170 warnings. If we look over the years, those numbers have been going up and down. The gold represents the dry weather days, the yellow represents the wet weather days, and the line represents the accumulative total of the two. In this last year, we saw a significant increase in wet weather and a decrease in dry weather exceedance days. It was mostly due to the amount of rain that we had experienced in that year. Rain can contribute significantly to urban runoff as well as beach water pollution. The city is working to address runoff with projects like Clean Beaches Initiative and the Sustainable Water Infrastructure Project. Now, dry and wet weather runoff is being captured and treated when had previously been discharged into the ocean. Additionally, for clean water and soil, we are measuring the amount of trash collected on the beach. In 2018, the city's beach maintenance crew collected over 600 tons of trash from the bins on the beach. While the tons of trash collected in the bins does not directly correlate to beach litter, it is a proxy metric for the amount of waste in the area. The goal is to reduce the amount of waste at the beach as well as reducing beach litter. If we look at the numbers over the years, we are experiencing an upward trend in the tons of trash collected. This could reflect an increase in waste generation as well as increased beach attendance. The city recognizes the right to a sustainable food system that provides healthy, locally grown food to the community. The food we eat plays an important role in our environmental and public health. The city continues to conduct educational and outreach programs to increase awareness about Santa Monica's sustainable food commitment, promoting reduction in meat and dairy consumption, buying locally grown, avoiding processed food, choosing organic, and reducing waste from food and packaging. For healthy foods, we measure the gross sales from Santa Monica Farmers Market. In 2018, we generated $19.5 million in sales from all 4 of the farmers markets. In 2020, our 2020 target is an annual increase. If this current trend continues, we are on track to meet our target. In 2019, we generated $18.6 million in sales, which is a little bit of a dip, but it could be a result of the amount of rain and fires that we had experienced last year. It was also, our Wednesday market fell on the day after Christmas and New Year's, which could also play a factor. If we look at the numbers over the years, there has been a consistent upward trend. Some years may be a little bit lower because of holidays or the market's been closed. With this chart, we can see how much of the gross sales is agricultural sales and produce sales. So the light orange indicates the agricultural and produce sales. For healthy food, we also want to look at the equal access to healthy foods. So we measure the proximity of residents to grocery stores and farmers markets. In 2019, 68% of residents live within a quarter mile of a grocery store or farmers market. Our 2020 target is to have an upward trend to increase the access to healthy foods. So if we take a closer look at our GIS mapping, which you see on the screen, we can pinpoint the exact locations of our grocery stores within Santa Monica's borders. and identify how many of our residents live within a quarter mile radius. By monitoring this type of metric, we can begin to see where there might be food deserts and strategize ways that we can improve access to healthy food or fresh food. The city recognizes the importance of maintaining our urban forests that contributes to our clean outdoor air as well as help capture carbon emissions. This metric really falls under two different rights, but we thought it was important to include in our sustainability rights report. Trees also deliver a number of environmental and public health benefits, which include shade, reduce urban runoff, reduce solar heat gain, and decrease air temperature. For urban forests, we are measuring the percent of tree canopy coverage citywide. The last tree canopy coverage study was conducted in 2014. At that time, we had a tree canopy coverage of 20.5%. This study represents both public and private trees. And it is important to note that public trees only make up less than 30% of the canopy coverage. While emphasizing the diversity of age and species of our urban forests, we are still focused on achieving an upward trend in tree canopy coverage. Turning our attention to public trees, the dark orange represents the number of trees planted, the light orange represents the number of trees removed, and the black line represents the net tree gain. Overall, we're looking at about 33,000 public trees. Currently, the city is developing an urban forest conservation ordinance to help preserve trees on private property and maintain and potentially increase our tree canopy coverage citywide.
Amanda, given the lateness of the hour and that this has all been presented to the council in writing, perhaps we could bring your presentation to a close?
Yeah. It's actually just going to the next steps. So moving forward, we'll continue to do data collection and reporting for the Sustainability Rights Ordinance and begin to identify any metrics that can take a closer look at our ecosystem health metrics. And we will prepare a written report and conduct a public hearing every 2 years. As noted in the presentation in the report, all of our sustainability rights metrics have 2020 targets derived from the Sustainable City Plan. So as it is now 2020, we will begin to update the metrics and return to council with targets for 2030 and beyond. Additionally, staff is working with the Task Force on the Environment to develop a recommendation for consistency determination that was originally proposed in the adoption of the Sustainable Rights Ordinance. Staff will update council on task force progress in the months to come. And I'll just wrap it up with my staff recommendations. So staff recommends that City Council hold a public hearing, receive public comment, and accept the proposed 2019 Sustainability Rights Report pursuant to Santa Monica Municipal Code, Chapter 12.02, Sustainability Rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we entertain questions from the council for you, that presentation, which may not have been as clear as it might have been to people who are watching on the internet stream or listening on KCRW, is in the council's agenda, which means it's online. If people look up the City of Santa Monica website and look for the council agenda. Is it also posted in your departmental's website, an easier place for people to find it perhaps?
It is posted online, so it's posted on our data dashboard at data.sustainablesm.org, so they can access it, but we can also put it on our website's homepage once it's...
I hope you will, because
yes.
it's worth people seeing to understand the multiplicity of efforts we've made and how hard we've tried,
yes.
and how frustrating it is sometimes to try and get a mix of successes and setbacks no matter what you do. Thank you for the presentation. Council, what questions do you have for staff? Councilmember Moreno.
Thanks for the report. I really appreciate it. Really just one question on the waste generated per capita. Is that commercial waste? Is that residential waste? Is it all waste together? It's combined?
It's combined, yeah.
Got it. Okay. Great, that's it. Thank you so much. Oh, and thanks for the good presentation and the outreach. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Questions, council? Councilmember Himmelrich.
So congratulations on a very thorough presentation. I want to go back to the subject of waste disposal, and that's so much a part of what we do. How much is that hampering us, just the changing global issue of waste disposal, plastics, et cetera? How much is that hampering us from achieving our ultimate goals here?
As I kind of touched on a little bit on the waste diversion aspect, it's hard for us to measure the percentage diversion just because we're measuring what we're collecting, not necessarily what actually may get recycled, or we don't know if what we're sending or shipping gets actually sold. It's hard for us to measure that.
So I guess my next question would be, is there a way to, and I understand everybody is thinking about that, but has anybody thought of a novel or maybe a different way of disposing of waste that we could be experimenting with or otherwise piloting to, I see Shannon nodding, so.
I was going to say, I know with the Zero Waste Strategic Plan, we've been looking at some new ideas where, as I mentioned, they're developing a waste reduction ordinance that can work on some policy programs. And then we're also doing some food waste programming as well. We work with Global Green on an Eco-Ambassador program to kind of work with multifamily residents to encourage composting and organics collection there. And then also working with businesses on commercial composting, doing a pilot program with them to see who's wanting to champion some of the state legislation.
Great, thank you very much.
Shannon has anything? Oh, okay.
That appears to be the last question from the council, so we'll open the public hearing on item 9A. And we have one request to speak, and that is our former city attorney, Marcia Moutry. Welcome home.
It's wonderful to be here. I've been watching our federal government on television, and I fear for democracy, so it's nice to see it in action at the local level. So as to the Sustainability Rights Ordinance, which you so boldly adopted in 2013, and as to the wonderful staff report this evening, I was so happy to see that the staff report recognized the underpinnings of the Sustainability Rights Ordinance, which are that I think you adopted it, but my understanding of it was that it recognizes the fact that the community of life on Earth is really all one, and we kind of all sink or swim together at the end of the day. And also that the legal classification of Earth as human property is legally the classification, but it is not a viable way for humans to continue to see the Earth as something that can be exploited for short-term economic gain and human convenience on an ongoing basis without all of us and our children suffering for that. So thank you for the report. As to what you should do with the Sustainability Rights Ordinance and exactly what it means, as one of the people who worked on its production, I'm not sure I know exactly what it means, but I know it's important. And I know that the task force is going to be giving you more suggestions about that, and they know much better than I do. As to what to do while you're awaiting their suggestions, I do have one suggestion or two. I was very happy to learn that a consultant is being hired to help educate the community about waste and consumption and waste. And I also, what I was going to say before I knew that tonight was I have great faith in the city's messaging ability. The city is exceptionally skilled at messaging to the public. And I think there are good messages that could be sent about both waste and consumption. As to consumption, a message that I'm interested in is the power that consumers have. I'll finish up. The news out of Davos was that every corporate magnate in the world is an environmentalist. What that means is that consumers have power, and there are a lot of very affluent consumers in this city who can exercise that power by consuming wisely
To extend your time with us, let me ask you some questions. And first of all, let me say, very kind of you to give us credit for adopting that ordinance, but as you pointed out, you helped produce that.
A lot of people did, and you did adopt it unanimously.
And you talked about outreach and getting the messaging out. Since you've left us, you've been working with the United Nations on this very issue.
A lot of people have, including me.
And it's clear that this ordinance that we adopted could be a tool for great good.
And is
if
much more
appropriately
important
brought
than is
to other
locally
places.
evident.
So what can we do as the city that helped generate this? Obviously, we're 8.3 square miles. All of our good practices are not going to save our planet. Those of us who were active in the original Earth Day 50 years ago and were concerned then are frankly panicked now. What can we do to make this ordinance that we adopted more effective in changing the world as it needs to?
I think you continue to do what you've done for decades, which is continue to serve as a model. Because of my volunteer work, it's really evident to me that the city doesn't even brag about what a model it is. I had always thought that we were rather full of ourselves about being a model for the rest of the world, but actually, at least to this country, which is the only place I've worked, you're very much a model. Everybody's very interested in what you're doing, and people talk about things like the Santa Monica model. I mean, it's amazed me. You deserve it, and I'm happy for you, but I think just keep doing what you do. But you do have to figure out what you're going to do with the sustainability rights ordinance. The task force will help you with that. And meanwhile, I wouldn't leave it hanging out there alone like an appendix in your municipal code with no other provisions behind it. But I think you'll get to that in the fullness of time. But I think you're doing what you can do, which is just continue to be bravely and boldly and inventively be a model for others. And you're doing it, and then I think more people need to publicize it. You publicize it yourselves, and so do a lot of volunteers that you don't even know about. So just keep on keeping on, I would say.
Were there other questions for Ms. Medry? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I came for my kids tonight. I really think that's what will finally save the planet, that everybody wants their children and grandchildren to have the life they had. Thank you.
Or at least to have a planet, and that's actually in question. Well, that will close the public hearing on item 9A and brings the matter before the council. I'll just say it is tough being in a target year. 2020 sounded good when we set all these targets years ago. And now that we get here, we find out that despite extraordinary effort, there are targets we met and targets we've been unable to meet. And some of the inability has nothing to do really with what we've done. It's external forces. I know in my household, look at the solid waste figures and how much more landfill we're generating than we did a couple of years ago. In my household, that's because I now know what can't be recycled. So I put it into the landfill with great regret every time. And I think that the outcome for that, for us as individuals, as consumers in a consumer society, is we have to demand that the people who sell us stuff package it more intelligently and more sustainably. So Council, this report is before us to be received, commented on, and accepted. Are there any comments from the Council or any motion to move forward? Councilmember Morena.
I just have a comment. And it's a data-driven comment. If our waste and our diversion and our beach trash, all things that I know about pretty intimately with my business, understanding that more people are coming into the city, more people are transacting business in the city, Amazon sales increase in the city, we order everything to be delivered. So there's changing environment, but there's also this economic growth that we've had in the city, certainly up until this point. And so that correlates to this information. And so as we set our goals and we look to our goals, it's prudent that we evaluate those metrics concurrently. And so I think we're doing a great job, and we can always do better. But that is something that I understand, and I'd like for us to consider going forward.
Some time ago, maybe 10 years ago, the city did a study on what would create a sustainable economy, not the 2050 study we're doing now, but one that looked at what kinds of industries produced the least waste, consumed the most energy or the least water, and we're actually doing pretty well in developing the kinds of businesses that, for the most part, are environmentally sustainable. But, of course, sustainability goes up and down with the economy in general. We now have a consumer society where everything arrives in your doorstep in a cardboard box, instead of being carried home in a canvas bag. So that's, a change that happens too.
Well, and you spoke about it at the State of the City, and creating businesses that are congruent with the environment. And this is how we do it, I believe, is we put these policies out there and we talk about them and we market them. But, I've looked into B Corps specifically, and B Corps don't have very many restaurants, yet restaurants are one of the largest producers of waste. And so, we can certainly lead in that regard. I think this is a great step to that end, but we do need that marketing. We do need to publish our reports. If we're doing something good, the world should know about it. It shouldn't just be for our residents.
And consumers make choices with what they consume, how they consume it, when they consume it, and how it's packaged before they consume it. And of course, what they do with it when they're done with it. We've talked about moving toward a model where the producer of something is responsible for the entire life cycle, including eventually the disposal. That will take legislative action on a state or national level. Comments from anybody else on this, or a motion to accept the report?
Motion to accept the report.
Okay. It was moved by Councilmember Morena and seconded by Councilmember Hara. And I think we can do it on a voice vote. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any. I'll declare that to have been accepted by a unanimous 6-0 vote of the City Council. Thank you. And let's move on to item 11.
Next, we have 11A, which is consider motion to suspend council rules and adopt resolution amending preferential parking zone F and V. And you have now 11 requests to speak.
Now, before we move forward on the item itself, first of all, let me call for any recusals.
Mayor, since I live within one of the areas being considered this evening, I've been advised by the city attorney that I should recuse myself.
So we will accept your recusal and ask you then if you would leave the room so that we can continue with the item.
That would be what a recusal does. Isn't it? Yeah, so.
At City Hall, we can usually send you back to the council office, but I think...
I can't even go outside and watch it on TV.
Now, this is an unusual item. This is a return of a decision, I can't even say that it was made by the council, it was not made by the council last summer. At that time, I was out of the country, and 2 of our council members had to recuse themselves. This matter of a parking zone came before the council, and because there were only 4 members of the council who could vote on it, it had a technical denial. Even though the majority of council members present voted for it, it wasn't the necessary 4 votes for it to have moved forward. So I've always felt a bit odd about that, because when we have a development proposal that comes before us, excuse me, a developer, if faced with only 4 council members, has the right to delay the hearing and come back at another time. We never put that in the rules for individuals who are petitioning for preferential parking. So I thought it was fair to bring it back, but to do so requires a bit of juggling of rules. We have a council rule that an item can be brought back only after a full year, unless it's requested by a member of the council who is on the prevailing side. Well, the problem is, in a technical denial, nobody's on the prevailing side. So nobody had the capacity to bring it back sooner than a year. What I finally determined in talking with the city clerk and the city attorney is that we can bring it back tonight, but only by suspending the rules of the council, which takes a supermajority vote. So before we go ahead with a staff presentation or with any public comment, this is a procedural vote of the city council. I will propose that we suspend our rules to allow us to hear this item tonight before the 1 year is up. That's been moved by Mayor McKeown, seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich. Usually procedural items don't have much debate. I don't see anybody raising their hand. So could we take a roll call on the procedural motion? I guess we could do it by voice vote, but this is pretty substantive, so let's just have a record.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Morena?
Yes.
And and Mayor McKeon.
Yes, so that's 5 votes. That is the requisite supermajority. So we will be allowed to hear this item tonight, which means we're now ready for a staff presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thanks for being with it. My name's Scott Johnson, the Mobility Division. I'm also here with my colleagues Cheryl and Jason. So as was just discussed, we're going to talk about the reconsideration of the proposal for preferential parking for the Sunset Park and Ocean Park neighborhood areas. I'm going to briefly recap what was considered last time and then also kind of highlight the main points of consideration. Kind of put in the context, this map here shows the preferential parking in the city. It was started in the 80s, and the way that it works is there's two components. City Council approves the area and also the type of regulations for that, and then the second component is for an individual block to have the regulations installed, they must submit a petition for that particular block. So what this map is showing here is all the red blocks. City Council's approved that area, and then also a petition of those residents has been submitted. The blue blocks have been approved by City Council, but residents have not decided to submit a petition yet. So basically it's those two components that would get something to pass. And preferential parking is something set up in the land use circulation element as a component of our parking management strategy, along with other things such as transportation demand management. The area in question is kind of one of the last areas of the city that does not have preferential parking approved for it. So it's in this bottom right corner here. And this started with a petition received from residents from the east of Lincoln Boulevard and also from the west. Zooming into the area, kind of getting a closer look, the area is roughly between Ocean Park and the southern city boundary, and the area kind of next to Lincoln Boulevard in that section. And what this is showing is what regulations currently exist. In red are installed regulations. So you can see at Hill and Raymond Avenue, between 7th and Lincoln Boulevard, they have regulations that restrict non-permit parking for 2 hours during the day between 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then as you go towards the boundary, there's existing regulations that are a little bit more strict that you need a permit to park there during the daytime period. Just to highlight some of the kind of orient everyone, some of the important institutions and buildings in the area. You have the Michelle and Barack Obama Center for Inquiry and now I'm forgetting the last part of it, but which used to be Olympic High School. You have Gelson's Market, which is a big supermarket in the area, and then also there's a new development coming along at 2903 Lincoln Boulevard. A lot of residents in the community meeting we held had a lot of comments about the impact that would have on parking in the area. It's a mixed-use development. You have retail, or not necessarily retail, but commercial on the bottom, retail on the top of 47 units, including affordable units. Some of the things that go along with that are there was a lot of parking provided on the site, including an on-site loading zone, and there's certain requirements such as providing subsidized transit passes for residents of that unit to disincentivize driving. Additionally, that building will be required to have a construction management plan to mitigate any kind of parking impacts during when that building would be built. To briefly go back to July and what was proposed, so it's the area shown here in green, roughly between Ocean Park, city boundary, Glen, 11th, and then Highland Avenue to the south of the area. And we did a parking study of the area. We held a community meeting at, now it's the Obama Center, but it was Olympic High School at that time, where we had over 40 attendees. And the regulations recommended were limiting non-permit parking between 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. to 2 hours during the day. And there was a couple of reasons for those specific regulations. Because really what we're trying to do is, because it's a public asset, the street parking, we want to have the least restrictive regulations that are going to assist residents in being able to find parking in the area. And when we did the parking study, we saw the peak period was really during the day for the weekend and weekday during that daytime period. For example, in Pure Avenue, which was one of the blocks that petitioned, the peak period was 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. during the day, which is similar to other blocks in the area. And another reason we saw that, as I mentioned before, the Raymond and Hill Street have existing regulations, and when we looked at the parking study, it showed that those having those regulations in place, which are similar to what's proposed here, helped residents have more parking availability. And third, a lot of residents talked a lot about at the community meetings that people, non-residents, parking for several days on the streets here. They mentioned, car mechanics using the streets for car storage, and additionally, they talked about, people driving there, parking their car, then going to the airport. And so by having the regulations during the day, it's not super restrictive, but if somebody was going to park there for multiple days, they're not going to be able to do that, and they would receive a ticket. So it kind of addresses that kind of long-term parking of non-resident parking. And to go what's being presented tonight, we made a very small adjustment because it is a reconsideration. We didn't want to materially change the area, but we want to clarify that the two areas could be considered separate from each other if the council so chose to do that. So we simply divided it into two zones, so expansion of Zone F and then expansion of Zone V. So it's the same blocks, the same regulations, but just to clarify that it could be considered separately. And important clarification point is, as I mentioned earlier, there's two components to it. A city council would be approving the boundaries and the type of regulations, but you have to have that next part of petition being submitted. In this case, shown here in red, Ashland Avenue and Pure Avenue were the two blocks that submitted petitions. So that would be the only blocks you would, if council approved this, those is where it would be initially installed. And what that would look like in practice is that you would just be adding regulations on Pure Avenue and Ashland Avenue, and nothing else would be regulated until residents of those specific blocks decided to submit a petition at some later date if they so chose to do that. There is one additional wrinkle to this, is that the area west of Lincoln Boulevard is in the coastal zone. So if this was to be approved to install regulations in that area, we would have to go to Coastal Commission to get approval and also adjust our local coastal plan. And we are recommending to seek that, if this was approved, to seek that approval and wait to install regulations until that approval was obtained for both sides. Just to briefly recap, the recommendation is to approve the expansion of Zone F and Zone V for the regulations 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., 2-hour maximum parking for non-permit holders. I open up to questions.
One clarifying question from the staff report. So you're saying that if we vote on Zone F and Zone V separately, we avoid the problem of delay for the coastal zone approval for Zone F. They would not then have to wait for the coastal zone.
They wouldn't. We are just recommending waiting. You could approve both at the same time, and we could just go ahead and install, for example, Zone V, and just go ahead and then install the regulations Zone F, assuming that we got coastal permits. So it doesn't necessarily prohibit us from going forward with the area not in the coastal zone.
Okay, thank you. Do we have other questions from the City Council for staff on the presentation? We do have a question from Councilmember Morena.
You said that the construction of 2903 would have parking enforcements or construction parking enforcements. How does that work?
It would have a construction mitigation plan, and so basically it's in plan review right now, and so there's basically a hold on it. So they have to submit to like traffic engineering and also Public Works a plan of how, where construction workers are going to park, how are they going to stage the construction, all of that, and that's to be approved by us. And that was one of the conditions when this building was initially approved. So they have to have a very detailed plan about how that would work. And that would be a kind of a document.
And how is that enforced?
That's enforced, for example, through our inspectors.
Okay. And is that like a report call thing? So if, someone's street gets lined with construction worker parking, then they can call and say this is not as planned?
Yeah, exactly. And then they would go check it out, yeah.
Cool. I get it. And then that one slide where you had the petition process, in the Pier block and the Ashland block, I think, were the folks that had submitted the petition. So clearly, those two blocks are organized. has there been outreach to all of the residents, and do we have a percentage of people who have responded to that outreach?
Yeah, so we received a lot of comments. We did the community meeting, and so when we did the mailing, we did basically this whole area, basically all these colored blocks plus a block outside of that. And so we have been contacted, I believe 2 or 3 blocks, and people were interested in it, but they were going to wait until like approval by city council before kind of going full forward with this. And that's the kind of idea with the pre-approval, is that you kind of set it up so if residents do want it in the future, they can more easily get it if they get those signatures together.
Got it. And so then so I understand the petition process, what you're asking for tonight is that we zone the possibility to put preferential parking on the yellow and the green, but so far the only 2/3 petitions that have been completed are Ashland and Pier.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is your idea of, a couple of comments, and just by way of logic, if Ashland and Pier had preferential parking, in theory everyone who parks there now would then park on the outlying streets. And so then it becomes a domino effect in that Ashland would need it, then Wilson would need it, then Pier would need it, because by way of logic, cars are going to move. Is that how you understand it?
Yeah, and there would possibly be some displacement. I think that's one reason we picked these regulations that do allow 2-hour parking without a permit. Kind of the logic behind that is sometimes you don't have displacement because, okay, I'm just going to park for 2 hours and I'm going to get out of there, instead of like, sit around for 4 hours, if you're non-resident. So it kind of limits the displacement compared to regulations that are, for example, super strict where only permit parkers could park there, because that would definitely have more displacement to other blocks. So the idea is to kind of have a slower to reduce the possibility of that happening.
And on the green west, the final green line west, I think the same logic would apply, right? In that if those green zones were permitted and they only had 2-hour by permit, and people didn't park there, wouldn't they just inundate the blocks west?
We did we chose that particular boundary because of the topography of the site, because it's a giant hill.
Right.
So we thought there would be at least less incentive, if you did all those blocks there if they were going down to places, for example, in Lincoln, which would probably be the destination, they'd have to walk up a giant hill to get back to their vehicle. We had to choose a boundary someplace. We thought that, so having less restrictive regulations and also topography, those two combinations were kind of the logic behind that.
Okay, thank you.
We can always ask more questions of staff after we hear from the public, but seeing no more questions at the moment, I will open the public hearing on item 11A. And a moment of interest here, we have some yellow cards, so let me explain to the public what that means. On items before our city council, if you're willing to speak for 1 minute as opposed to 2 minutes, we put you at the front of the queue and you get to speak first and go home. So we've had 3 people tonight who've taken advantage of that, who've each asked for 1 minute, and if they would come up and speak, they are in order: Jeremy Sewell, Bonnie Miller, and John Ravenna. Are they here? And identify yourself. I'm assuming you're not Bonnie Miller. Who are you? I'm sorry? Well, John, it appears that you're the only survivor of the 3 yellow cards. So come forward, and let me call a couple more names so people can be ready to speak. These people have asked for 2 minutes apiece: Julia Dole and Vincent Esparza. Mr. Ravenna, you have your minute.
Thanks. This seems minor after the sustainability rights report, but there is already displacement. There's restricted parking, as you see, north of Ashland and Pier, and there's very restricted parking south of it, where you have to have a permit to park there at any time during the day. So Pier Avenue and Ashland Avenue have already collected their petitions and submitted them. There are streets west of Lincoln, and last time this came up for a vote, you just decided to exclude everything west of Lincoln to avoid the Coastal Commission thing. And I hope you don't do that tonight. It is true that restrictions will add demand to adjacent streets, but as I said, Ashland Pier and Marine are already sandwiched between 2 restricted areas. And it's a disadvantage, so that's why I think Pier was so prompt at getting the signatures and submitting them. I do have a suggestion, is that you might not consider the block between Ashland and Wilson in your preferential parking.
Okay, Mr. Ravenna, that's the end of your minute, but thank you very much. Next speaker is Julia Dole and Vincent Esparza, who seems to be ready, and Susan Ellen Sangan will be the next speaker after Mr. Esparza. And you're Julia Dole, right? Welcome.
Yeah, I'm Julia Dole, yeah. Okay, local voters' voices should take precedence over with all due respect.
Ma'am, could you speak into the microphone? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Local voters' voices should have precedence over, with all due respect, non-elected staff opinions. Don't adopt this resolution. Permit parking is an expensive, unnecessary hassle for residents and the public. As for the petition noted on the presentation, I never saw it, my neighbors never saw it, and my neighbors and I defeated this already a few years ago, saying we want it. It just is deceptive. Both the residents' experience and the state law take precedence over this action. First, the legal notice regarding the resolution was the two eastern boundaries in the zone, both 11th Street and Glen Avenue, and failed to name the southern boundary, Dewey Street. Residents couldn't tell from the notice where the southern boundary is. The notice should have named that street. I'm a former economist. I've lived on Ashland Avenue in Zone F for over 30 years and traversed Zone V every day, walking, biking, shopping, running errands, driving, and taking photos of available parking spaces. I've previously walked parking petitions myself, door to door through the zone, much of it working class. We collectively petitioned to stop permit parking before. We didn't need it or want it then. We still don't. Residents already have plenty of off-street parking. Residents who remove their off-street parking should put them back. Even so, there's plenty of street parking available at virtually every block in those zones at all hours, typically 3 to 6 spaces where I counted in mid-2019. Last time this came up. Residents don't own the street. If someone's fixing their car in the street, for example, the correct fix is to cite that person, not force permit parking on the neighbors. Forcing this on our area amounts to a needless tax that we didn't vote for. By state law, residents must vote on any tax in a valid election. Paid permit parking amounts to a regressive tax on the working class to allow us to park on streets we already paid for. Next, this proposed...
Thank you, Ms. Dole. You do have a question, though, from Councilmember
Right, but
Davis.
other people went off. Let me just finish. I'll wrap it up.
Ms. Dole, you can't do that, Ms. Dole. I'm sorry, but you do have a question from Councilmember Davis.
So, ma'am, I just have a question. Do you live west of Lincoln? Is that what I understand?
Yes.
Okay,
and we
great.
need the hardworking
Thank you.
staff.
Ms. Dole,
local
I'm sorry,
staff
your
to
time
park.
is up. I'm
Those are our
sorry.
services.
Your time is up and you answered the question. So if we could let Mr. Esparza speak, please.
Hi, thank you for bringing this back to hearing again. And for those that opposed it back in July, I ask you to reconsider and grant this permit. I live east of Lincoln, and it's bad. I mean, all due respect to the previous speaker, there's not plenty of parking where I'm at or where my neighbors are at. It's ridiculous nowadays. I please ask you to enforce this, to grant it, and we actually would prefer to have overnight permit parking as well, because that's when it's really bad. Thank you again, and I am done.
Thank you very much. Susan Allen Sangan is our next speaker. While she's coming forward, call a couple of more names so they can be ready. Ryan Dole and Linda Jassem with the next speakers.
Hi. Ashland Avenue west of Lincoln is a multi-family housing street. We have 8 single-family homes, 96 multifamily homes, and 46 of those are affordable units. We have 47 spots, 104 housing units, and 0.451 parking spots per unit. Our ask is 2-hour parking during the day, and overnight daily parking permit is our petitioned signatures. We'd like to exclude the permits from unbundled parking developments for current and future developments, and we would like low-income subsidy for 1 pass per affordable units for our neighbors. And that's it. Oh, and just in case you'd like to know, for the 2903 Lincoln Boulevard development, per their last proposal, there's 4 affordable units out of 47 units in that development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brian Doyle. Good evening, Mr. Doyle.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm a longtime resident of Ashland Avenue, and I'm here to support the preferential parking for east of Lincoln area. And thank you for your vote to suspend the rules so we can get a fair vote, and that's all we're asking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Linda Jassam is our next speaker. She'll be followed by Gwyn Pugh and Judy Abdo.
Let's see, I had given you...
I think we've all seen
this.
those, yes.
Oh, great, okay. So I just wanted you to know we've spent 2 years collecting signatures, the three of us, Susan, Yvonne, and myself. And we collected them with the idea that we'd have overnight parking. And you can see from the pictures, the streets are just totally, crowded with cars. We can barely find a spot to park. And often I've had to block my own driveway because I have nowhere to park. And we informed people when we got the signatures that it would be overnight parking. 2 hours great too, but we really would like the overnight. And I would just say that this new construction, 2903, is going to really impact us. Especially with retail coming. They'll just come right up the street probably and park on our street. It's a very narrow street. It's a through street, and cars are whizzing by back and forth. There's hardly any room. So we would really like you to vote for us to have preferential parking. We have amazing agreement from the residents here. And it would be great if we could have the overnight parking also. Thank you so much.
Ms. Jessup, I have a question for you. If the parking is very, very tight overnight, are those cars of other residents from that neighborhood? Is just not enough street parking for everybody? Because if so, how would a park permit help?
It's hard to know sometimes. Most of it are residents. A lot of people have 2 cars, even in apartments around, so they're on the street. I didn't go around and ask where they lived, but often they're cars I've never seen. Sometimes they're residents. It's just packed.
Okay. Just thought maybe if you knew, you could tell us. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
can't. Though.
Next speaker
Thank
is
you.
Gwyn Pugh.
Good evening. So I'm speaking here specifically of Zone V, east of Lincoln, Ashland Avenue. And one of the things that I think is important as an urbanist is that density is good. It provides much needed housing that we really need. But how it affects the residents is important. It's not just about density, it's about the quality of life as well. And so there really needs to be sensitivity to that. So it's an area with mostly older multifamily housing, with limited or no parking, a lot of affordable mixed-use buildings, as well as some single-family residences. The new housing has unbundled parking, and that is great, but it's the high cost of free parking, because the street, it means that they're not paying for the parking in the units, but they are getting the free parking on the street. So it's only fair that they should have to pay for that parking. So it's, as I said, only for this side of Lincoln, and we ask for you to institute the parking restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker on item 11A is former Mayor Judy Abdo.
I'm not here to speak about the east of Lincoln issues. Those are separate from what I'm here to speak about, and that is the west of Lincoln area. I just heard an explanation from staff about why the proposed zone stops at Highland, and that was because there's a hill. I live on that hill, and that's the most absurd argument I've ever heard for not having permit parking. I'm against having permit parking at all in that zone that is proposed. But my block is that hill block that would have nothing. And so it would be okay, here's where you can park. I am not suggesting that we be added to it. I'm suggesting that you not do it west of Lincoln. The Ocean Park construction standards, zoning standards, require extra parking in any new building, and there are lots and lots of new buildings, and they have adequate parking in them, unlike the Sunset Park area. Ocean Park has different parking standards. We do not need permit parking on our part of on this one particular zone. So that's, I guess, what I have to say. Don't do this.
Thank you for coming to say it. That'll close the public hearing. And before we proceed, Council, we're operating on an unusual circumstance of having suspended our rules. So I want to be doubly careful that we are covering everything we need to. I have a question, therefore, for the city attorney. One of the speakers, Ms. Dole, I believe, raised a question about adequate legal notice on the zone. And I had asked you earlier today, having received an email from Ms. Dole to check that. I just want to make sure that we did adequately legal notice the parking zones we're discussing tonight.
Yes, that's correct, we did.
Okay, thank you very much. Matter is before the council, starting with questions for staff. Councilmember Davis.
So I have a couple of questions. So one, obviously concerned, and it sounds like particularly for the people east of Lincoln, is the 2903 Lincoln development. And I know for some other developments throughout town, I don't think we have a full-blown policy yet, but I think we've said that people who do not purchase or rent parking within the development would not be entitled to residential parking passes on the street. In other words, so people don't say, well, I'm going to avoid paying for it. I'll just park out on the street because it's cheaper. Do we have a policy like that in place with 2903?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to that.
Yeah, you can lift the mic up.
Yeah, so specifically there's one point of that is the unbundled parking requirement, which is not in effect for any buildings. So unbundled, what that would mean is that you would charge one price. If you were renting, you could rent the building and choose not to get the parking. We do not currently require that. In the code, it specifically says once we adjust the preferential parking program, so you don't have that weird incentive, I'm not going to get the parking on site, so I'm just going to park on the street. If that was adjusted, then that requirement would come into effect. Specifically for that building 2903 Lincoln, typically we've put it in the statement of official action when it's gone through approval that residents of that particular building, which is some buildings on 3rd Street, would not be eligible for permanent parking. But that's typically how it's done. It's not done universally. It was done kind of.
I understand all that. I'm just asking, is there unbundled parking in 2903?
There is not an unbundled parking requirement.
There's not an unbundled parking requirement. So presumably people who are renting in that building, one of the amenities they may be renting is a parking space.
The developer could choose to charge separately for that, but we do not require it.
Okay, and then the other question I have, in looking at the map, because we know that at least one street west of Lincoln, namely Pier, has already collected the signatures, and in looking at the map where we already have implemented regulations west of Lincoln, we have them on Ozone, Navy, Raymond, and Hill. I'm sort of curious, and some of this goes to Ms. Abdo's concern. I understand, and I was the person who recused before and isn't recusing now because I didn't buy the house we were going to buy in the zone. But I guess my question is this, and I understand dividing it at Lincoln, but that would sort of leave, if we did no west of Lincoln and yes, east of Lincoln, that would leave the people who already have collected sufficient signatures for Pier sort of out in the cold. Is that correct?
That would be correct if we only did, you're saying if we only did one east section, yeah, so.
Yeah. Is there any impediment, I'm not saying that I'm going to support this, but I just want to make sure I understand. Is there any impediment to moving what you've called Zone V, which currently ends at Lincoln, over to 7th Street, which would just capture those 3 blocks in Ocean Park between 7th and Lincoln.
My understanding is City Council could amend it to change the boundary if they wanted to.
Okay, so, and that would accommodate at that point the residents on Pier who've already collected
Correct,
sufficient
yes.
signatures. Okay, I'm not saying I'm supporting that, but I'm just trying to make clear what we can and cannot do. Thank you.
Questions for staff? Yeah, I got one. Councilmember Moreno.
I'm a little confused. The blocks that currently have permits, how do they get permits if it hasn't been zoned for those areas?
They were established as zones, but they did it in a very piecemeal fashion, and that's why it's they kind of. I'll go to the slide. But so basically, those 2 blocks are a zone that were established for 2 blocks. In the past, historically, the City Council approved like 1 or 2 blocks.
At a time.
So because we moved forward to be more consistent with the type of regulations, we've kind of done larger areas.
swaths. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Okay, Council, this has been set up for us by staff so that we have an option on how to proceed. We could either do this as a single unified zone as it was originally presented to us last July, or we could vote separately on zones F and V. So do any council members feel differently about the 2 zones that would make a difference for us to do it as 2 separate votes?
I do.
Okay, then you don't need to tell me why or how.
Sure.
That's enough to inform that, to be fair to the residents of both zones, we should vote on them separately so that one doesn't go down or up because of the other. So unless there's further discussion, I'd entertain a motion first for preferential parking zone F. Who? You have more discussion?
No, did I misunderstand? I thought Councilmember Morena,
Yeah, so we did.
I mean, I understand you wanted to do them separately, but that was it? You wouldn't, I guess I misunderstood what you were suggesting.
That's all. Mayor McEwen had only wanted to know if I wanted to separate them.
Okay,
and
okay,
vote them
that's fine.
separately.
It may be that even if we have differing opinions, both will pass because it takes only 4 votes to pass it. And we have 5 people here, but I just want to be totally certain that we're being fair to everybody because what happened last summer was regrettable.
Okay, all right, fine. I somehow thought he was asking for something different, so I apologize.
So I've suggested now that we bifurcate this into 2 separate decisions, one on preferential parking zone F, the other on preferential parking zone V. Does anybody have discussion that applies to both so we don't have to duplicate? Or can we deal with them separately?
Comment.
Councilmember Moreno.
It's a staff question. The issue was raised about auto mechanics, and I know there's a number of body shops right in that area. Are people allowed to park their business use cars or their cars they're working on the street? Are they allowed to park them for long periods of time?
There is a section in the code that prohibits it, but it's very difficult to enforce. So if you did have the 2-hour regulations, it would be much easier to see, oh, this car is for 2 hours, not a non-resident. It makes it much easier to enforce. But we do have something on the books, but I've heard it's very difficult to just enforce that to know when the car is there.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Councilmember Hara.
I actually do. In listening to the residents, they had some different timings that they wanted to. Some of them feel that 2 hours is enough. Then we also heard that they wanted some overnight parking permits. So it's kind of hard for, I think for me at least, to be able to just say, okay, we can just go ahead and do this proposed 2-hour parking regulation on both, on either one or the other. So if we were to think about some of their requests, which would be that they would want something different, does that mean that we would have to not vote for these and then have them come back for a different hour?
Well, procedurally, I believe we could modify the recommendation if we wish to.
So we can actually do it tonight if we wanted to do that. Okay, thank you. That was my question.
And Councilmember Davis.
So I guess I'd propose, maybe because it seems to be there's more unanimous agreement about Zone V, which is the east of Lincoln portion. Zone F is the west of Lincoln, Zone V is the east of Lincoln. Am I getting that right?
Okay,
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So I would propose we talk about Zone V first. My only question is, and I'm just, I asked the question about this. We do know, obviously, that the people on Pier west of Lincoln are obviously serious about this, having already collected the signatures. Is there a way to include that block of Pier in Zone V? It feels a little like spot zoning. I don't know, but I'm just trying to figure out, is there a way, if people have gone so far as to already collect the signatures, is there a way to say, okay, tonight we can include Pier, but on the east, with the same regulations that we have east of Lincoln? And I'm getting a funny look from the city attorney.
No, so I actually am going to have to just ask a question out loud to city staff. I think you could do that in one of two ways. You could include Pier in the other zone, or you could have a zone that is only one street, I believe, which is the way you used to do it. So you would cut everything else other than Pier out of that zone. Might be the better way to do that rather than having a zone that crosses Lincoln. And with that, I defer to.
Yeah, I think just for bookkeeping, that would be easier, probably to have a one block zone on Pier. The one thing to keep in mind is we still would have to go to Coastal Commission for that one block of Pier.
Sure.
It wouldn't hold up anything else, but.
Sure, okay, all right, well then I guess my recommendation is we do the east of Lincoln chunk first, and then we can talk about west of Lincoln and what we want to do.
Do you want to make a motion to that effect?
I will move, and I just lost it, of course, on my iPad because it went to sleep, just like I would like to do. I move that we approve the proposed expansion of Zone V as detailed in the staff report with the hour restrictions as set forth in the staff report.
Understanding that it will require receipt and verification of a qualifying petition for a block to actually activate.
Absolutely.
All right, that has been moved by Councilmember Davis and seconded by Councilmember Moreno. Is there discussion on parking Zone V? Seeing none, let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Helmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon?
Yes, so that receives 5 votes unanimously approving the amendments to parking Zone V, which leaves us now with parking Zone F.
Well, I guess I'll say at this point, the people I spoke to who live, for the most part, who live west of Lincoln are not interested in having preferential parking. I know Ms. Abdo spoke against it tonight. There she is back there.
I think Mr. Esparza spoke in favor of it.
Mr. Esparza spoke in favor of it.
And Mr. Ravenna.
Oh, okay. All right. I had you down wrong. I had you down as east of Lincoln. I apologize. Okay. So we have sort of, and I've gotten phone calls and emails from other people who live west who have, at least to me, uniformly been negative. So I'm sort of torn about it, and I'm just wondering if there's a way, not to overly complicate things, but instead of going all the way to Highland, if we went to 7th Street and did between 7th and Lincoln. But that's just my thought. I'm not making a motion because I'm curious what other people think.
Well, I actually did a handlebar survey of that neighborhood over the weekend. I realized it was a Sunday, and so the parking wasn't as it might be on a weekday, but on a bicycle, you're very aware of hills. And at that point, Lincoln Boulevard is in a bit of a gulch. There's a fairly steep hill on either side of Lincoln. And what I observed was that the parking closest to Lincoln, toward the bottom of the hill, was totally full. And farther up and farther away from Lincoln, the street became less and less full, which is what you would anticipate if people didn't want to have to walk too far from Lincoln to drop off their cars. The problem with 7th Street as a limit is that I think that would concentrate parking on that next block between 7th and Highland, which might be a hardship for those people. And if we had to come back and to adjust it, we would have to, I believe, again go to the Coastal Commission. So I wonder if half measures get us where we want to go.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would say is, and that's the bane of preferential parking, if you put the limit at Highland, then it pushes it over on to the next. I mean, that's what always happens with it. And so, I mean, maybe what you're saying is it's an all or nothing, and maybe
No,
that's.
no.
But I'm just trying to figure out. I don't think there's any good. Wherever you put it, it always pushes people over to the next. But if the problem is really adjacent to Lincoln, is there a way to address that? Because we did have people who live west of Lincoln.
I think the topography is important, and we need to recognize that there is a hill on Pier Street. There is no pier on Hill Street. But the people will only walk so far to get convenient free parking. A block, maybe 2 blocks, becomes much less likely. And it looked as if some of the parking that was going on was customers and or partly repaired automobiles from the businesses on Lincoln. So once you get about 2 blocks away, I think that diminishes a great deal. And I don't think that the hill is an insignificant deterrent to people using parking spaces farther away. So personally, I'd be comfortable with approving Zone F as it was proposed by staff. In fact, I'll make that motion.
Say that again.
I'll make a motion to amend preferential parking zone F as recommended by staff in the report, and understanding that it only becomes activated upon receipt of and verification of qualifying petitions.
Second.
Further discussion?
Just so you know, my tally.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. My tally, for and against, and I just took the emails and the people who have called. But there was a significant number of people, I counted 11, who wanted permit parking, and most of those people were Wilson people, and that was the east side of Lincoln. And then the people against were much more numerous, and they were most of the folks who lived on the west side. And albeit I understand that the pier block has a 2/3 petition outstanding, but those were just the numbers, and I was just looking at the numbers. So I wouldn't be supportive of the motion.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Well, so the staff report said that most of the support for these changes came from west of Lincoln. Am I correct?
There was, I would say, east and west. I'd say the community meeting that we held was more supportive in general for both sides. A lot of the email comments, as Greg was pointing out, did have concerns. Particularly, it seemed more concentrated on the west side. More people seemed to be concerned.
Well, so I saw that, but I'm talking about in the staff report, you discussed the meetings about this, right? And it's my recollection, and maybe I'm crazy, that you said that it seemed at the community meeting that there were more people in support of the west side of Lincoln.
I don't remember that specific
Hold on.
section.
Okay, well, if I find it, I'll let you know.
Other discussion? Well, I just want to observe that, there's only 5 of us here. It takes 4 votes to make something happen. And so I'm curious if, so far, we've heard that there's one council member who definitely wouldn't support the motion and another who has looked as if she probably won't. So what could we do to get the preferential parking for the people who most do want it, who are west of Lincoln? Now, it appears there's already been a petition from Pier, is that correct? And there's already a zone that was in effect on Ashland. Could you put up that other color-coded map? No, it's Pier. Okay. So those blocks already have preferential parking.
Oh, no, sorry, that's, this is existing conditions. That was showing if you did approve both of zones that previously. But this shows what's existing there. So you have a Hill, Raymond, and also Navy Street and Longfellow and a couple other blocks.
So the first blocks off of Lincoln that don't exist with preferential parking are Pier and Marine.
And
on Ashland. Yeah. Okay, so those 3 blocks. And if we were to do just Pier, then I have to guess that would increase the pressure on Ashland and Marine. So I'm sort of wondering whether the council might support something in between just 1 block and the entire staff proposal. Because I want to make sure we give these people who've waited now through 2 full public hearings a fair shake. And if we can't get the votes to do the entire zone, then, perhaps we should start to think about cutting the zone back. Any comments on that thought?
Well, so I would agree with that in order to accommodate those people, but on page 8 of 12, that's packet page 593, they said input was collected. Community members living west of Lincoln Boulevard were significantly more in favor of preferential parking relative to community members east of Lincoln Boulevard.
Well, that's a significant fact.
Well, I read it.
Yeah.
I knew I did.
Well, then I think I want to give some time for a response from the two council members who do not seem willing to accept the zone, because if we end up with insufficient votes, we get nothing.
Is the packet 593?
Packet page 593. At the very bottom, look, here.
See, my packet, page 593 is a turn.
Well, what can I tell you? This is the, this is my packet page.
Isn't it sweet to see them share like this?
What, is that the
It's above, I think it's above all
Is that the old, is that the
It's
old
the old
staff?
staff report.
Oh, the old staff report.
The one from last July.
Well,
Right,
I
because
don't
there's
know.
been no additional.
Yes, it's the old
There's been no
staff
additional
report.
research done since then, right?
No,
This-
that's right. It's the
This is
old
coming
staff
back to
report.
us for de novo vote, but it's the same information we had last July, yeah.
Yeah, so it's the old it's the old staff report from July 23rd. And isn't that weird that our packet pages are different?
Oh, okay, well, okay, so I found it, so it says that, so it has the layout of input that was collected at the meeting. And then it said input was also collected from those who were not able to attend the meeting, and the main themes differed slightly. Community members living west of Lincoln were significantly more in favor of preferential parking relative to community members east of Lincoln.
Does that affect your feelings about this?
Well, it's hard to know because west of Lincoln is a broad area, and it seems to me that the people who are probably most impacted are the people who live within a block of Lincoln. I mean, I can't say for sure, but my guess is that those are the people because they're having not just people who live on the block parking there, but people who are patronizing the businesses on Lincoln, and we also have the issue that we have the auto repair shops. So I'm not prepared to sort of go the whole way in. If we were to curtail, and I'm sorry, I'm not very good at this, if we were to curtail the proposed Zone F to be just the Ashland Pier Marine between 7th and Lincoln, I think that would address a lot of people's problems, but wouldn't have the effect that Ms. Abdo, I think, is concerned about pushing deeper into Ocean Park where there aren't any regulations. So I think I could live with curtailing the zone for now, and then obviously, because this is what happens, if it starts to spill over, those people who will come to us and go, no, you must expand the zone. I mean, this is our life with preferential parking.
Of course.
But I just think that, it seems to me Lincoln is the problem here. And so let's address the problem for the people who live near Lincoln. And then if the problem doesn't spill over, then good, we don't have to do this again. And if it does, we'll hear about it.
Okay, so with the understanding that this would still have to go to the coastal zone.
Right.
That would take effect on the blocks only after qualifying petitions
Right.
are verified. Would you like to make a substitute motion to my motion?
All right, I will make a substitute motion that we approve, sorry, it's late, that we approve the proposed expansion of Zone F, but only for those blocks of Ashland Pier and Marine west of Lincoln and
East of 7th.
east of 7th.
But what about 7th?
Oh, no, not 7th, not east of 7th. Yeah, I'm sorry. Ashland Pier and Marine east of 7th. Right now, I'm not inclined to include 7th Street. I think that starts the bumping over into the neighborhoods. But so it seems to me those are the people on those 3 blocks that seem to be the most concerned. So let's start with them. So I would say Ashland Pier and Marine east of 7th.
So that amendment would leave the zoning that's already in place on Hill, Raymond.
Yes.
And down in.
Navy and Ozone.
And then the only
South.
question I have is, I have two little green indentations off Marine. Are those separate streets? Do we need them?
Yeah, there are small
That's like
separate streets
Goldsmith.
off of that were included.
Okay, so I would want to include
Yeah.
those. So I wouldn't, so whatever those streets those are.
So, Councilmember, I think I can read it to you. I think it would be Copeland Court, Hill Street, Raymond Avenue, Ashland Avenue, Pure Avenue, and Marine Street between 7th Street and Lincoln Boulevard, as well as Ruskin Street and Bentley Court
Yes.
between Marine Street and Street End.
Bentley Court was the one I was trying to remember.
That's, okay, that sounds right. So that's my substitute motion.
So may I just ask why you aren't including 7th?
Because my goal is to address the needs of the people who are directly affected by Lincoln, but avoid the push into the unregulated neighborhoods.
Just as a point of fact, I doubt that there are very many addresses that are on 7th because it's a street, the front of those lots are all on the streets that we're covering, so probably won't affect many people, if any. Is there a second for that motion?
I second.
Okay, so now we have a motion, a substitute motion on the floor, which takes precedence, which has been made by Councilmember Davis and seconded by Councilmember Hara. Is there further discussion on that motion?
Can I just ask one question? What's the communication process? Do we give notice about what the proposed plan is? Tonight is the final vote, and then this zone gets immediately implemented?
No.
Is that the process?
No, in this case, first of all, it has to go to the Coastal Commission, but then it also requires an activating vote by the residents of each individual street, which then has to be verified by staff before the zone is implemented.
Understood, thank you.
So we'll take a roll call vote on that motion.
Councilmember Moreno?
No.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
And Mayor McKim?
Yes. So that amendment to parking zone F has now been adopted by a 4-1 vote of the 5 council members present. 4 votes are adequate because we're now have suspended the rules, so that item is done. Is there anything the city attorney wants to read into the record?
Mayor, I believe you have a resolution that would be the content of the next motion.
Okay, so this is a motion to adopt a resolution that actually establishes those preferential parking rules, but will that resolution have needed to be amended now?
It will.
So you may want to read that into the record.
That would be great. So section 2 of the resolution would be amended. I'll read first the strikes and then I'll read it as it will read. Section 2, Part 1, we will strike Highland Avenue and insert 7th Street instead. We will strike all of Part 2, all of Part 3, and in Part 4, we will strike Goldsmith Street. Section 2 will therefore read, no vehicle shall be parked adjacent to any curb for more than 2 hours between the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. daily, except by permit on the following streets. Number 1, Copeland Court, Hill Street, Raymond Avenue, Ashland Avenue, Pure Avenue, and Marine Street between 7th Street and Lincoln Boulevard. Number 2, Ruskin Street and Bentley Court between Marine Street and Street End.
Having that read into the record, would any council member care to make a motion to adopt that resolution as
So
read?
moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Hara and seconded by Councilmember Davis, and we will do a roll call on that resolution.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
What?
No, what is it? You guys already approved it?
I just
You
vote
can
no.
still say no.
Okay, no.
Don't confuse us.
All right.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
And Mayor McKim?
Yes, so that resolution is adopted by a 4-1 vote of the City Council. We can now ask Councilmember Winterer to rejoin us. He's not going to. He went home for the night. Okay. And that moves us out of that item. And in fact, we don't have any council member items tonight, which is kind of a rarity. We'll move right on to public input.
14 is public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item, and you have 2 requests to speak.
We do indeed, and the 2 speakers are Kamala Sinclair and Denise Barton.
It's not like, oh, if you all think that.
Ms. Sinclair, congratulations on your patience and welcome.
Thank you very much.
Now, pull it down. We want to be able to hear you.
Okay. Hi, City Council members, Mayor McKeown. My name is Kamala Sinclair, Santa Monica resident, holding the city in high regard for its attention to health, safety, and sustainability. I always believed it to be the model city. Not so much anymore. With an EMF meter, I was shocked to discover 5G cell structures emitting dangerous levels of microwave radiation way above the determined safe level. Pole on 18th Street in Idaho, radiation levels were 100,000 times over the safe limit. I have the safe limit established. I only have 2 minutes, so. Less than 10 feet from a residence. Broadway in Franklin, 6 feet from a home, emitting high levels, even 50 feet away, and all active 24/7. Current Santa Monica Municipal Code states in Article 7, Public Works, Chapter 7.70, personal wireless service facilities in the public right-of-way, paragraph B. In the event the Public Works Director determines that the condition or placement of a personal wireless service facility located in the public right-of-way constitutes a dangerous condition, ... or an imminent threat to public safety, ... or other exigent circumstances require immediate corrective action. The director may cause the facility to be removed summarily and blah, 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 blah. Okay. The FCC's exposure limits have not been updated in 30 years. We have a quintillion more microwave radiation in our environment than when those limits were established. Currently, the FCC is being challenged in numerous lawsuits across the United States, preventing municipalities and individuals from protecting their own health. This is illegal and unconstitutional. Based on the failure to...
Well, thank you, Ms. Sinclair. If you have further comments you'd like to make, A, you can do it in writing, and B, I'd suggest you speak to staff, because the city council can't take any action on what you're...
Oh, I know that. I just
wanted...
wanted...
Anyway, but
Okay.
your time is up, and it's
Okay.
Ms. Barton's time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Denise Barton, you'll close this out.
Good evening. Tonight, let's go back to February 8th, 2020, when in the early evening I received a visit from Officers Pardo and Passy at my home, originally claiming to be there on a welfare check. Now, why would that be? But later it did come out that someone was calling making noise complaints, and the complaints were made at 3 and 4 in the afternoon. Here again, I have to ask why the laws are enforced differently for me. If you remember, I received a 3-day notice on May 21st, 2019 from Noise, with no previous notifications. Also take into consideration the fact that on May 28, 2019, a letter was written for me by a lawyer and no further action was taken on the 3-day notice. Then aren't you allowed to make noise until 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and until 11 p.m. or midnight Friday and Saturday? So again, why would the law be enforced differently for me? In addition, the supposed resident manager, William Brown, has come to my door when I've had the music on at the same volume during the day regarding something else, and he didn't tell me that I had to turn it down. So I would wonder what gave the police officers who visited me the right to do so. I hope you can understand why I can only take this action as harassment by the Santa Monica Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. That closes the public input for tonight. Now, Council, I recall at our last meeting, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day mentioned a tragic, I believe, death of a swimmer, and was going to have an adjournment tonight. Does anybody have that? No? Do we have any adjournments tonight in memory of anybody in our community who's left us the last couple of weeks? Well, we don't. That's good. We don't have to look so glum. That's good. Nobody died. We got through a council meeting and nobody died. Thank you all for your attendance tonight. This will end the Tuesday, February 25th regular meeting of the City Council. Our next meeting, also in this room here at the Civic Center, will be on Tuesday, March 10th. And between now and then, with the primary election happening on March 3rd, please don't forget to vote. Good night.